Hello everyone, my name is Boulevard and welcome to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. I understand there might be some new faces in the audience this evening, folks that are checking out Legends of Runeterra for the first time. You want to see what the game's all about. Do they play more than 4 tournaments a year? Are there prize pools for each of those tournaments? There are. Now, if you fit that description and you want to get started off on the right foot, let me catch you up to speed on everything that has happened so far in the 2023 competitive year. That's right, you've missed nothing. In fact, you're a little early. We're still waiting on our competitive roadmap for the year, as well as additional information on rotation, but we do have a general idea of when it's all going to be happening. Soon. But at present, the information is a little scattered, so we're going to show you some of the snippets that we have from Legends of Runeterra game designer Ruben Zhu.
Like right now, we have the seasonal tournaments, but those only happen, every 2 or 3 months, right? And I think having more bite-sized ways to have that competitive feeling and to have the sort of like, oh, I'm playing for something more than just the number of my ladder rank is going to be really important to get players to keep playing. So I think, yeah. So in 2023, it's going to be definitely a year of like experimentation and transition in terms of what we can do competitively. Starting off, we do still have the World Ender Seasonal, and I'm happy to announce that part of this year is actually going to be simplifying the paths to Worlds. So instead of having seasonal points and ranked points and top 4s, we're just going to have points and we're just going to have direct invites. And in the World Ender Seasonal, the winners from each shard will qualify directly into the World Final. So yeah, it's going to be kind of really spicy tournament because that's a lot on the line right away. Beyond that, in terms of what we're doing the rest of this year, is kind of setting up that system so that it can, have our paths to Worlds. So basically, what we're going to start to do is we're just going to transition into a new tournament system, and the main things that we're doing to change are going to be, things that we heard from players, like wanting to just be able to have more opportunities to play competitive. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk about that. So what we're doing is we are launching the beta season directly after the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. So the World Ender Seasonal Tournament got kind of, we moved it up because we think that the best choice here is to sort of get did the hot fix, have sort of a patch for the 6E World Ender Tournament. That, of course, again, just to reiterate, it's going to have direct qualifications to the World Final, not Worlds, not World Qualifiers, but the World Final, which maybe we can talk about that on another podcast, what that might look like. So definitely get ready for that. And then we're going to transition into a beta season. So starting in February, there's going to be daily rumbles and Runeterra Opens. And what that'll do is there'll be a completely new reward track. Definitely check that out. Really important here is like getting y'all feedback. Like, it's a beta. We're gonna figure out what formats players like. We want to figure out, hey, are the timing windows right? Like, is this too many games? How does the reward track feel?
Now, if you're hungry for more, you can use command !Ruben in chat now to get a link to the full 18-minute interview, which is itself a snippet of a longer interview that will be released later once some of the discussed topics are made more public. I know, I do. I'm as in the dark as you are. Ruben left me on red. But let's talk about this event, the Seasonal, where the top 700 Masters players, as well as 324 Last Chance Gauntlet Prime Gloriers, have whittled us down to the first top 32 of the year after an intense 9 rounds of Swiss. There's also $20,000 up for grabs, with the winner walking away with a cool 5 figures, as well as, for the first time, a direct invite into the World Finals, where last year's champion Aragorn eagerly awaits some competition. But before we can look to the future, we must address the present. And the matter at hand is that our top 32 are all ready and waiting, locked and loaded, prepared to put it all on the line for the title of champion. And so I shan't keep them or you waiting any longer. So to guide you through all of today's action, I now toss it over to Skarzig and present-day Boulevard. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. Thank you, past Boulevard. As mentioned, I am present Boulevard, and joining me, of course, is Skarzig. You know, we got to get the dynamic duo back together. Skarzig, how are you feeling today? It's the last seasonal before we transition into Runeterra Opens, which, from my understanding, are effectively the
Mm.
same things, but, you know, it's a different name. I'm sure everyone's excited.
I know that the competitive scene has been looking forward to any new changes, the change of format, just improvements in general. Riot's been very open to that feedback. But regarding myself, super happy to be here. Thank you for having me on Boulevard. And I'm really looking forward to this really action packed top 32. This has been touted as one of the most wide open meta games we've had in a while. So I'm looking forward to a lot of variety.
Yeah, some people have been, you know, singing the praises of how open the meta is. Other players a little bit more disappointed that it's not as solvable as they might be used to. But we
Mm.
have an absolutely stacked top 32 ahead of you guys today. The narratives that we have, so inspiring, so many great ones. Grandpa Roji, the kid finally did it. He's got his first seasonal top 32. He will actually likely be our first look in round number one. If we're already in game, then we could hop into it. If we're not, then you know it is what it is. Sorry,
Beautiful.
guys, talking to production there. But we've also got a couple of returning seasonal champions for LW, Elder Senor, as well as Floppy Mudkip, and four of our six North American or America's rather or World Championship representatives. We've got
Mm.
Makis, we've got I don't even remember.
Matty
It's
Tomayo's in here.
Roji,
The
Tank,
the gang is
Makis,
all
and
here.
Maddie. There we go. Thank you, Skarzig. So if we've got time, we don't have time. We're jumping right into game. We weren't actually sure what
Awesome.
time it started.
This is
so-
exactly what I'm here for, is to cast some games.
Excellent.
We got Akshan down, and what is equipped on him? That's a bloodletter. So already the countdown on this landmark is going strong. Versus Feel the Rush. How do you feel about this Varus Akshan list versus Feel the Rush?
I know that a lot of people have been critical of the Varus Auction because it's kind of threat light. A lot of players have moved over to the Pantheon because it goes very tall and that's something that's difficult to deal with. So, I mean, like, the sweepers still aren't getting value here, right? And I feel like that's sort of the important thing. They take out Auction and really nothing else in the deck. And even then, you have the Glaive to give some health over. So it really depends on how tempo efficient Roji can stay. Like, we see Harsh Winds getting forced out on
Wow.
3 here, Skarzig.
Very early use here, but at the same time, this is one of the only times it's going to be that great for you. Going to combine it with the Quietus as well to take down the Akshan. And what I love so much about these Shuriman lists is that even if your Akshan goes down, your opponent does usually have to give up 1 or 2 cards to do so, and you still have your Warlord's Horde ticking down. That's still going to give you guaranteed value. And as we go back over to Feel the Rush, like, look at this. Bloodletter just comes right back down, gearing up for another strong open attack. No ramp coming out, and Grandpa Roji's looking to line up another 9 damage at the Nexus.
Yeah, this might force out a Flash Freeze or a Vengeance. It kind of depends on which one you value less.
The Varus says you just used a Quietus and a Harsh Winds. I'm going to double down on my aggression here.
Yeah, we are not seeing a lot of Ruination out of these FTR lists. Of course, Buried in Ice is still an option, but on 8 mana, that is not online, and Roji is going as close to lethal as possible here on turn number 5, Skarzig.
Extends with the Shadow Fiend as well. Grandpa Roji's a king of getting these mid-range reads. If you let up for just a moment, he's going to take advantage of it. Has to Vengeance the Varus.
And that's the least amount of damage presented.
Yeah, rather than dealing with the Shadowblade Fanatic, wants to get that Varus out of the picture. And you notice here, Boulevard, the stat lines on these units are too big for this Avalanche to deal with. This might be a much greedier style of Feel the Rush, and we've seen this before pop up on the ladder, where you aren't running as much early game. You're just kind of ignoring what your opponent's doing and just ramping and ramping. But with no ramp, only a Quietus, a Flash Freeze between victory and defeat, it's looking like Roji's going to make quick work of this first game.
And if Roji just kind of plays this turn light, doesn't commit too many weapons or anything, then we're going to pop the Warlord's Palace going into Roji's open attack, and that could just be a burst speed Sandstone Charger, which, given the current hand state of Me-Man, would be lethal unless we can find another answer. Catalyst? I think Catalyst saves us?
There it is, the rarest option off of the Relic of Power. The alternate art on the Sandstone Charger as well. Flash.
Oh, and the momentous choice.
In there. And that's
just
going to be
lethal.
it. Momentous choice to buff up. Unbelievable. The mid-range beatdown comes through versus Feel the Rush. Only 1 Harsh Winds and not enough time to get anything set up.
Oh man, the kid came in swinging. It's Roji's
Mm.
first top cut, and he says, "I want to go all the way. If I only get a one seasonal, I want it to be a victory." And Skarzig, you and I don't get to cast together very often. Usually, it's just these seasonal tournaments, and I feel like every time we do, everything comes out swinging. Right? We always get these high action games, and that's exactly what it's been. 3 minutes, and we're already one game down here in the seasonal top 32.
I mean, the Feel the Rush versus mid range, I think, is a pretty historical matchup at this point. Grandpa Roji knows it inside and out, and now we're going to see another, dynamic match of Aatrox Kane versus Talia Malphite. Grandpa Roji's signature deck. He piloted all the way up through the World Championships as well, and he favors this list because he considers it anti mid-range. He gets to feast on these other decks with that unstoppable force, get that AoE stun down, gets and opens up with the Ancient Prep. Gonna get some more early drops here, but the Buru Cultist, nice 2 damage already coming in.
And I'm really curious to take a look at Roji's list a little bit later on. I mean, this looks like a very good start. We're not going to call things early here. Not yet, at least. We'll get to that later. Um, but, I mean, if Roji is moving on already, I really would love to see what this Talia Malphite looks like because he changed the list a lot from his World Championship build into the Mastering Runeterra Open that he took a top 8 spot in last week. So very curious to see how aggressive he wants to play this today because, like you mentioned, it is a great anti-mid-range deck. And it almost feels like that's the name of the game right now, right? That's why almost back to the Worlds meta, we're seeing so many double darken decks because we have access to this Succumb to the Cold again, or Unforgiving Cold rather. So,
Yeah.
you know, between that, Plunder, FTR coming in with all these freezes and vengeances, it's very much an anti-mid-range format, and I think that means Talia Malphite has got a really good shot. I think we already saw it take a top 4 spot in the MEA earlier today.
And we can already see the edge that we get, not just the threat of Malphite at the top end, but the ability to be just a little bit swarmier in the early mid game. Often Kane Aatrox relies on things like Keeper of the Box to hold the fort down against this early mid aggression, but now we don't have good value trades. We might even see Unforgiving Cold come through just to hold some damage back, but no, Me-Man's just going to take the hit and is going to rely on Kane and Aatrox to stabilize. It might come through.
I like that a lot, actually. I like taking a big burst of damage to start things off and then relying on the Kane Aatrox to actually get some healing value in the mid game and saving that Unforgiving Cold for, down the line when half your board is stunned by a Malphite that just came down or something along those lines. And I gotta say, Unforgiving Cold feels like one of the more misplayed cards that we've seen so far this format. Players either firing it off too early or hanging onto it too late. It almost reminds me of rally spells back in the day, just in terms of like, when do you play this and how swingy it is on the timing.
That is true, and I love that Me-Man once again is appreciating that I can drop down and then just heal back up. You know that Talia Malphite is going to push all of its damage through board. They have to attack you, so it's going to be later down the line Grandpa Roji being forced to take these in-between attacks, just enough to force the Unforgiving Cold, but not enough to overextend into the board. We get the beautiful duplication of Talia onto the Salt Spire, getting a couple rock bears as well. Roji has already explored a bunch of different builds and recipes for Talia Malphite, and so now the Salt Spire's coming in. I wonder if Stonebreaker's made its way back into the list or not. He's always open to the variety of tools that Targon has. I don't know if you remember the Cosmic Wonder build that he explored once long ago, but now Kane is ready to go. And look at this. Even just hitting the 3-3, understands there's no mana, there's no threat here. Once Kane takes down the chip, he's going to heal that back up. Beautiful value trade. And then the 3-4 Cultist also just getting some damage in.
Yeah, so here comes that really large board you were talking about. And honestly, Scar, one of the more interesting tech choices that I'm waiting to see out of Roji is Herald of the Magus, because he did run it last weekend at the Mastering Runeterra Open, and sort of taking the place of Absolver, but still running Absolver. And with Pantheon coming back in a big way for the seasonal specifically, I am very excited to see how tall players can go with these large overwhelm units, and if that is just the name of the game that we're going to see for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, and especially with the Absolver, you can bait out, the Unforgiving Cold and then maybe place that Overwhelm and that buff elsewhere, using the Roiling Sands, again, just to give up that final landmark, but just for the sake of flipping Talia, even going to go for the Rite of Arcane. This lines up beautifully, takes down the Ranger Knight Defector. This is going to pop open the sarcophagus. We're going to get another 5-3 on top of this attack. And Roji says, I know you're on turn 6. I know you have Aatrox. If you respond to my plays at all, you won't be able to play your big stabilizing power card. And even if you do, my board is still immensely threatening.
And there's only one blocker at the moment now, too, on the side of me, man, because again, those Dark Enthralls cannot block. So we are looking at a lot of pressure coming out of Grandpa Roji here to just crested the 10-minute mark of this match, Skarzik, and Roji's already got a 2-0 in his eyes.
We can see with these matchups, right? We know that Aatrox Kane wants to play a very consistent game. That's what's been its claim to fame, the way it's risen back into prominence for this seasonal. And when you know that your opponent's kind of doing a consistent plan, it becomes a predictable plan. And Roji already has chopped up what I need to do to win this matchup. And it looks like lethal is being presented. The Unforgiving Cold is forced here. And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Grandpa Roji. This is a swing that's not too detrimental to you if it gets stopped. And now that final stopgap might be taken out of the equation.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Me-Man's going to be able to level the Kane here, and then with the Kane spell as well as the Furious Wielder available, you know, falling down to 3 here, it might not be as dire as it looks. I think that this Kane weapon is stacked up enough that we're going to get some impactful trades going into Me-Man's attack turn, especially given that Kane's going to double pump if we do end up using the other Kane spell, because he grows every time he attacks. So we could take out Talia and a Rock Bear here with the Rost. I'm not convinced that Roji's got it in the bag just yet. You know, given the amount of healing, you've got a little bit of reach in a build like this, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough. Me-Man still potential to stabilize.
Celestial Wonder, the Stonebreaker, the Celestial Wonder, all of the very specific tech that Roji has run in the past is coming to show up in this match, but Me-Man smartly dropping down to very low mana and now is looking to stabilize right back. We've got a little bit of healing being threatened with the Kane, and Roji has to say, okay, am I going to try to throw an Absolver on top of this to try to get a 1-for-1 trade? This gets scooped up by the Furious Wielder. It's a little bit too risky, I think.
Skarzik, talking about risky, I want to point you to Me-Man's top deck, Utter Devastation.
Oh,
11 mana, kill all units except allied Darkens and allied equipped units. Roji does not have Rite of Negation in hand currently. Mana might be available for the spell on the next turn. If Roji top decks a Malphite and goes for that development, it's game over.
and Roji recognizes because the Aatrox is in hand, the Kane is leveled up and healing, he might be forced to take that risk and extend into the other devastation in an effort to close out this game before Me-Man scrapes back in. And as you predicted, Boulevard, we've got the Shadow Step coming through. This is Kane's powerful champion spell. You get access to this more often than normal because of the way Kane tutors himself.
All right, we're going for the Absolver for the trade. Not the Absolver returns to kill the Kane, though. Willing to just bump off of this.
Thinking about floating a little bit of mana. We had the 2 mana for the second half of the Absolver. What was Roji worried about from that position? Maybe another momentous choice? Didn't want to overextend? Wanted to see the momentous first?
Yeah, I think it's just wanting to see the momentous, and then maybe I'll just float the mana, or if I need to use the second half of the Absolver to get the momentous out of your hand, then I'll do it. Just not wanting to kill the Kane, which is a little curious because that is still the only blocker available for Me-Man. However, maybe also playing around the Heedless Resurrection that we see in Me-Man's hand, saying, hey, I don't actually really want to trade my 2 mana for your mana here, where you just revive the Kane and you have this blocker back anyway. But now we've got lethal lined up again from Roji. If he gives a priority sequence back to Me-Man, we could see the Utter Devastation, but no, it's straight into an open attack. Furious Wielder, Kane healing. There's some interaction on the side of Roji as well. I gotta say, I think with the Quicksand, we've got it secured for Grandpa Roji here.
And we saw just a little bit of hesitation, right? Especially compared to the pace of play that Grandpa Roji's demonstrated up to this point. The small calculation of Utter Devastation, what are the plays that my opponent has to stop this open attack, and goes for it. The Roiling Sands was beautiful off the top to get another Quicksand, and Me-Man knows that it is not enough to stop it, and Roji forces his way through with a quick 2-0 in the top 32.
The kid comes in for the first time, says, I am here to play, and one of the quickest matches that we are going to see all day. Grandpa Roji already advancing onto the top 16. Skarzik, we had an entire intro to the show plant, right? I'm not gonna lie. I was a little misinformed as to when the game started. I thought it was like 10 after, 15
Yeah,
after. I thought we
yeah.
had a band phase to go through. It was 4 o'clock on the dot. We got right in there. So I mean, we're gonna get into another game. It's producer's choice at this point. Wherever Jadoza wants to throw us, we will adapt and it comes. But Scar, do you think that every game Roji plays today is going to be at that breakneck pace, or is he just coming in, getting the adrenaline out? Now he can kind of slow it down a little bit and pull it back.
This is a competitive mindset that we've seen prop up from time to time, Boulevard, where players will play at a very accelerated pace in order to kind of throw off their opponent's game and throw off their opponent's tempo. Especially at this high level of play, you think that the players would want to take their time and calculate what's going on, but if you are able to put forth a lot of aggression, double down on your tempo, throw your opponent off, put them on the back foot, you do open up the window of opportunity for them to maybe make some misplays or overreact to your aggression, right? Like if that unforgiving cold had been misused, as you had kind of alluded to, Boulevard, for example, would have opened up an even wider window for Roji to close out. So I think that if anything, it just demonstrates his confidence and that he's really shopped up these matchups.
Which is unsurprising given that assuming Grandpa Roji's third deck is, Vayne Aatrox, then this is a lineup that he has been on for months at this point. I believe it's the same lineup he ran at the World Championship qualifier. Not even the World Championship, the qualifier stage back in November was this Sivir Varus, Antilia Malphite, and Vayne Aatrox. So I cannot imagine a player more comfortable on their three decks than Grandpa Roji, and maybe that is a glimpse of what we got to see here. Now we're getting into first seed General Schwartz 9-0 on Plunder up against Galley on, I believe, Nightfall. Not Nightfall,
Okay,
sorry,
yeah.
Winding Light. Winding
Yeah,
Light.
it's the modern Nightfall. Exactly. We've got there's a couple different builds of this Boulevard, right? We've got the Leona Diana version, the more modern version that's more favored is the Aphelios version. We have a little bit more value packed in, and Aphelios, again, just giving you that long-term value, the ability to deal with your opponent's board is exactly what you want to see. But General Schwartz gearing up for a big swing with the leveled Gangplank, gets stunned out by the Leona, still pushing a little bit of damage here. And all General Schwartz needs to do is set up an open attack with the Gangplank. It's very difficult for Daybreak to respond to fast aggression. And you can see even dropping all the way down to 5 to preserve Ravun, the Daylight Spear, once it's always day active, because we've got double Sunhawk and we could see a full board stun into a lethal swing.
Even if it's not a lethal swing, which I imagine it won't be, you kind of think, okay, yeah, there's no burst speed blockers or anything because this isn't like a Jinx deck. There's no Jury Rig, but there is that Eye of Nagakoboros in hand. So one of these units will not be getting through, but we do see the atrocity in the hand of Galley. So even if they are just a tiny bit off, then this Ravun might be able to slip through the lethal on the next turn in response to the Gangplank attack. It is not over yet, but both players are eyeing lethal.
The atrocity tech, this is going back to ancient Targon technology at this point. We all remember like these slower Targon builds did have that atrocity in their back pocket, because after you spent all of your time and energy keeping up with this seemingly never-ending onslaught of threats and value and card generation, the atrocity is going to swing true. General Schwartz can't block down here. 11 damage being presented, and Galley, yeah, extends further with the Aphelios to pick up another weapon. We could see Calibrum. I don't know if, responding to this barrel is appropriate. It can't block, so maybe just leave it alone, clean it up after the fact. Crescendum to go even wider. We still have 3 mana open. Another Sunhawk, perhaps. I think that this is just an in-between play, trying to see if General Schwartz is going to develop just a little bit further. But no, it doesn't come through. Just relying on the Eye of Nagakoboros, even though there is mana, of course, for the Mirai Warden, the board would be completely full if you develop here. So I think that Galley is picking up on that read and actually puts down a Severum. Oh, I didn't get a good look at the weapon there, Boulevard.
Yeah, and this kind of makes sense, right? It looks like Galley has counted it out and said, okay, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to be able to find lethal this turn, especially playing respectful of the Mirai Warden that we do see in General Schwartz's hand here, understanding that your opponent has the possibility to develop 2 blockers right after you've gone and stunned everything else out. So now just wanting to make sure that we're not going to die to this Gangplank ability, and it looks like we're not going to have quite enough to, go into an Infernum as well with a Pale Cascade, but actually we're full sending it as well. And I mean, the Leona Ravoon is still established, right? So we're not really
Yes.
losing anything by throwing down the Sunhawk. If General Schwartz goes for any development,
Oh,
we
that
are still
barrel got
stunning out the
stunned.
Gangplank next
Terrible
turn.
shame.
Indeed, but now we're going to get a good amount of health back. Maybe not as much as you like, considering the Powderful Explosion is coming in for 3, and there's still an 8 attack Gangplank.
So I could definitely see, Leona giving up a little bit of damage here just to take down these barrels. And the attack is just super stacked because of the spirits unleashed. Felios even going down as well. This is going to be a grind. It's a little bit dangerous, Boulevard, because even though it seems that Leona is in charge of the board right now, the Gangplank is still very, very safe. It's going to continuously generate these barrels. We've got Eye of Nagakaboros for a burst speed development and draws into an open attack. And it's just a matter of pushing through that damage. There's nothing directly threatening alongside this atrocity. General Schwartz goes for the Babbling Bjerg. So this is going to be a beautiful additional development with the barrel and the Eye of Nagakaboros for a full board into a swing.
Yeah, and Atro.
Oh, and the Sejuani! Do you go for burst speed development, or do we go for Sejuani here and just get your Gangplank stunned?
I think the Gangplank attack is kind of important here, being able to soften up the board. You've already got 2 Overwhelm units coming down, and I like the Eye of Nagakaboros open attack. This is still a lot of damage coming through, and Atrocity doesn't have a good target. You're not killing your opponent's Nexus. You might even end up having to, sort of chump block one of these other units and then Atro something into the Tusk Speaker. It sounds awful, Skarzig, but that might be what you need to do to live, and that is what it is looking like here.
And it was just because, this deck has a lot of long-term pressure and value, but because Plunder forces you to play very reactive and defensive in the early turns, yes, and we see the writing on the wall, just lets it all hit through. And Plunder takes down the Targon Shadow Isles. This value pile just can't keep up with the bonus stats from Spirits Unleashed combined with these powerful anti-board champions of Gangplank and Sejuani.
And I do want to point out there, well, obviously Galley could have lived if they had atrocityed one of the units. I think Galley is fully aware that they are not winning that game without throwing an atrocity at the Nexus. Maybe that's not true. Maybe you still had a top deck of a Winding Light, but given how high your opponent was, as well as, the fact that their board is so beefy through, from what I presume, double Spirits Unleashed, Winding Light was probably not going to get it done. But Skarzig, I do have good news. We have game number 3 coming up. That was only game 2. We are at 1-1 here. And that means you get to see more Atrocity because Skarzig, right before this all started, you were telling me how much you love Atrocity, how much you've always loved Atrocity. It's one of your favorite cards in the game.
I'm the most...
Say the words.
biggest fan of Atrocity.
Yeah, you are.
But anyway, we've got Leona running it back. Turn 1 attack token with the Solari Soldier. Going into the Varus. This is going to be a little bit more susceptible to the wider board that this list is able to establish, and the stuns really shutting down, these big overwhelm swings. We're going to have to get a really important spell shield set up with this build, and Pantheon Varus was, I think, one of the original anti-mid-range decks that we started to see, right? It was one of the first proper abusers of Unforgiving Cold way back when. And the issue with this list, and we saw it a little bit during the World Championships as well, is that it can brick very hard. And if we don't see the Cosmic Protection here for Spell Shield to respond to the stun, there's no way I can see this list pushing lethal versus Leona.
Pantheon's a bit of a weird one here because I think a lot of players looked at Varus, moved over to the Sivir Akshan build of it, and said, hey, this is kind of grindy, but it gets it done. It reminds me a lot of like Sivir Akshan. Me and Ice-T last week were joking about how most decks right now are just Shen Fiora reskinned, and that's definitely where we kind of put Varus Akshan. But Varus Pantheon, not very popular coming in through the open rounds. Only 5 of them making it into the top 32. But after it was victorious and so prevalent in the top cut of EMEA earlier today, I think a lot of players are switching over to it for top cut for exactly what you mentioned. Almost nothing goes taller than Pantheon does. He even goes taller than Aatrox, than some of the Darken, and you still have the Unforgiving Cold at your backup.
Fortunately, we do get the Wandering Shepherd here. The Saga Seeker is a little bit stabilized now versus this Vile Feast and can continue to scale. Lunari Duskbringer also being developed by Gailey. You have to just play defensive, right? the 3/6 looks like it has a decent trade. I think you might as well just swing. Ooh, I do like this a lot. By just trading the board down, you're just trying to set up better targets for the rest of your effects and your stuns down the road.
So here's a question I want to pose to you, Skarzik. This Furious Wielder, it's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Can you afford to just throw it at Aphelios for value, or do you really need to save it for like a Ravoon or a Sun Guardian that's starting to approach Pantheon levels of bigness? Because I feel like this one crucial card that we see all the way to the left in General Schwartz's hand is going to be the deciding factor in this game, one way or another down the line. And I think that's what I like about this meta from a spectator perspective. You have a lot of very swingy cards that are very timing dependent. You have to play them perfectly nearly every time if you want to call yourself a champion at the end of the day.
If I was in General Schwartz's shoes, my first priority, like the dream for this Furious Wielder, is just to slap a blocker out of the way and just swing through with your overwhelm damage. But we'll have to see. Now that we've got the weapon coming through off of the Aphelios now onto the Saga Seeker, now that we have the threat of maybe a Sun Guardian coming through, the Furious Wielder is going to need to be employed defensively. If Varus can just come down, chill, maybe just attack, scale up a bit. We don't have enough faded procs yet to threaten with the Pantheon. And just slams it down defensively. Anyway. If you play, I suppose, with the gem in hand, with the quick attack weapon, this is probably your next development, right? Trying to get your next big threat set up. Generally, we don't play Varus until he is leveled up. Fortunately, we do have the Expanse's Protection now in the hand. That's going to be the other power card, Boulevard, that General Schwartz has to use at the perfect time.
Absolutely. And I like getting the Pantheon down here early, just sort of understanding that you need to start the scaling a lot. Like original Pantheon, OG Pantheon. You didn't throw him down till he was leveled because you could get him to the high heavens probably a turn or two after he came down. Nowadays, Pantheon, he's not hitting the gym. You got to motivate him. You got to get him in there on turn 4, and then every turn you got to give him a little pat on the back. Hey, buddy, take your take your protein, whatever you got to do. We're going to get you swole, but it's going to take time.
It takes time to get back up on the horse Boulevard when you've been mind controlled by several different cosmic level entities at any given point. But Pantheon is, again, quick attack, overwhelm, massive here. The stats are just going to keep growing. I could see a full float here. It feels bad to give up on the faded, but you can see the mana is just not really lining up here. It's pretty awkward. We can sneak in a Pale Cascade just for the sake of drawing a card, but I wouldn't mind a float. And it just lets you keep the Furious Wielder up and, keeps Galley from putting anything too serious in play.
Maybe you throw down the Varus. Furious Wielder, I will say, is not what I expected, but it looks like it's what we're going to get here. But General Schwartz is almost certainly losing this Pantheon next turn. We have the Sunburst available for Galley. We have Vile Feast to pop the Spell Shield should that come out. And of course, because it is a silence into a 5-6 damage, however much it is these days, Pantheon not going to be able to protect that against Barrier by getting bigger with Pale Cascade or anything along those lines. So we've got the kill, and now it's just up to Varus to bring it home. But I do think that removing the Leona was a pretty good use of that Furious Wielder. You really can't afford to get your board picked apart piece by piece after you lose this Pantheon to a removal spell.
Mm-hmm. If Leona levels up, then she's getting the Barrier and the Challenger, and it's not just about removing board. If you just go tall on one unit, you can just drag it to the side or just stun it out altogether. General Schwartz going to go for the Expanse's Protection here. This does level up Pantheon and could result in... Actually, yeah, with the silence, it doesn't matter what Pantheon rolls here.
Nope, absolutely nothing will save him. And you can't
the...
double up on spell shields. Even if you could, Vile Feast, second copy in Galley's hand. But this Pantheon is going down, and now it is all up to Varus. And 15 health is a lot to chew through. But, I mean, one momentous choice top deck really pushes a level 2 Varus's damage.
And that's how this list wins, essentially. Pantheon number 1 goes down. You play Pantheon number 2. Maybe he goes down. And then Pantheon number 3, or Varus even, is what kills you. When we contrast this, right, to the auction variants of the Varus, you said they were threat light, and this deck just wants to go answer this, and eventually run through. Galley's very low on resources right now. If this Aphelios wasn't in play, if the Ravun wasn't coming up, this would just be a good old-fashioned top deck war about to happen.
And
And
instead, I
General
mean,
Schwartz is being very picky
ooh,
about this Pale Cascade. Doesn't feel to be in a dangerous enough spot yet where you just want to use it purely for the card draws, trying to use it that +1/+1 to get the additional value of sidestepping a removal or getting a better trade. That's
okay,
a
Ravun, what's
self-improvise with the Wandering Shepherd.
Eclipse Dragon off
Oh,
Ravun? That's an insane amount of value to have in a sort of a zero-sum game state like this. Just the amount of value that Nightfalling that card is going to get out, following that up with the Winding Light on your next attack token. Unfortunately, not all quite going to work out. We're down to 3 mana already. We're going into Galley's attack turn. Winding Light not looking like lethal, but with a momentous choice top deck, Varus might be.
it's the seasonal special. The Eclipse Dragon threatening to get a massive amount of value going forward. And we've got a lot of overwhelm damage coming through. The smart thing is for Galley to just not respond to this. Of course, it's only 11 being pushed right now.
And it looks like Schwartz is actually saying, you know what? I'm not going to give you a chance to not respond. I want my Varus to go to the moon. I want to be able to get this other Varus champion spell into my hand. And I'm grabbing that Spiderling. I've got my sights set on it. Give it to me. Num, 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 num. Can't stop it from happening. Once the vulnerable tag is given over, no vengeance available for Galley. Just a Vile Feast in terms of stabilization. 2 overwhelm units coming in. And General Schwartz taking a bit of an odd pause after the pre-commit onto the lethal here. Maybe not using the Varus spell at all. Maybe just saying, hey, Galley, you do have to put some kind of blocker in harm's way.
Yeah, no Chain of Corruption. There is a sequence where maybe the momentous choice was just put down and locked in and didn't completely track that it was going to tutor that next Varus for the Chain of Corruption, because that boosts his attack even further, and you just don't want to extend into the Vengeance, right, Boulevard?
Yeah, and I think that might be what we're looking at here. Maybe if Vengeance comes out, then Schwartz gets to use the spell shield. If it doesn't, I don't think this Varus spell is still lethal. Maybe it depends on the blocks, and that's what Schwartz was looking for here. But it's looking like we're going to take pretty good control of the board as well as the life totals. And this Varus spell, this Corrupted Arrow, does still give us a shot at lethal on the following turn. And with just one Aphelios on board and whatever this random 2-drop is, I don't think it's going to be enough for Galley to end the game on the following, since Winding Light themselves no longer has inherent overwhelm.
Just goes for the weapons. Crescendum to go for a wide board. Gets minion. When we talk about value, Boulevard, this is the blocking potential you need. Fortunately, General Schwartz is all in on this overwhelm plan. Vile Feast also scooping up the Wandering Shepherd. The original way that players figured out how to beat these Pantheon decks was just to go wide and punch through. So now the Winding Light is looking very spooky.
Not just that, but with the way that the mana's lining up for Galley here, they're going to be able to sever him something, drop the Winding Light, cycle into Infernum, and actually give the Infernum to the Winding Light to have more overwhelm threats. And General Schwartz draws a momentous choice. I'm not sure what card they would have liked to draw here. Probably Furious Wielder, almost certainly Unforgiving Cold, but instead they find one of the worst cards for this predicament. And with the Vile Feast plus the minion taking a blocker away, giving another attacker over to Galley, this Winding Light might actually now be lethal.
Missing that window of opportunity was so unfortunate. The only way for General Schwartz to win was with, again, that Chain of Corruption, trying to pull a Spiderling, push through a ton of damage. And I don't even know if the Ravun blocking the Wandering Shepherd would have been enough. We'll check the tapes. I know Twitch chat's already calculating those numbers, but it's one of those things where you don't take the risk of ending the game immediately because you think you have more time. But after seeing the minion generation, the Vile Feast, the Winding Light, it all comes together for Galley. And we know from the original Winding Light metagame how devastating this finisher is, even with a pretty tame board from what it looked like at the start of this round.
And with the Gravitum cycled into, it's looking like Galley's going to have lethal here. There's no, actually, no. Maybe not. There is still the Expanse's protection on the side of General Schwartz, so Varus will be able to get assigned as a blocker, and I am only counting 13 damage from all of the units with Overwhelm, which means that Galley should live at 1 here.
And so
or General Schwartz, rather, should live at 1.
And this means that going into the next round with nearly full mana, Chain of Corruption is going to add a copy of itself.
The Aphelios level up might change things here. That might be the 1 point of damage that Galley needed to actually end it this turn.
And if you force General Schwartz to use the momentous choice on this turn to block enough damage,
Yeah.
then you aren't going to have the lethal presented on the next turn.
And it looks like that's...
Oh, it's exact.
It has to block Aphelios with the momentous choice, then you'll live at 1. But then, like you mentioned, you don't have the momentous choice for lethal on the next turn. On top of the fact that Galley is life-stealing here, you really needed as much damage as possible with this Varus. And I don't know if there's a singular top deck now that is going to get General Schwartz back into this.
It has to be. We get another Varus in the hand that can be reestablished. The bow attacks. The attack
Pantheon
buff sticks around until that Varus strikes and is expended. Yeah. So maybe Chain of Corruption, another Varus. Furious Wielder?
Ooh. But Galley just presses okay on this. Surely Galley says... I mean, Galley actually doesn't have a choice. They kind of just have to say okay, and now you go down to 3, and with only 1 life left, I don't think General Schwartz is going to live into the next attack token for them to try and get the clap back. There's no over-the-top damage here in Targon Varus, and we see the GG Shen met by the Razor Glass Vladimir, and it looks like both players understand that Galley will be moving on to the top 16.
If you're going to play at this level, that's the sort of best of 3 that you want to see, I think, as a competitor. For it to come down all the way to the end, both players have very low Nexus HP, and the final card draw just didn't come through. And that's one of the strengths of Targon, is when it comes down to a top deck war, they have that advantage because they always draw these cards that give you one or two more. And who knows, in an alternate timeline where that first Furious Wielder clips down the Aphelios instead of the Leona, do things hash out any differently?
We can't say for sure. Well, we could check the tapes, but we're not going to do that right now. We're in the middle of casting a tournament, and we might have some more games to bring you. We might not. We'll see in a second here. But I imagine I think it was about 16 minutes left on the round before we get into overtime. I'm sure that there's enough Kane Aatrox mirrors going on that there is someone that has managed to drag it out. Speaking of Kane Aatrox, folks at home, in case you're curious, how many of those little buggers snuck into the top 32 after the Swiss portion of this tournament? It was 21. Blackjack, baby. Kane Aatrox coming in, breaking 20, one of only a few decks to ever do it. Not the most we've ever seen. That still goes to Nami at 29, but it's up there, Scar.
Yeah, the deck is not just good, right? It's not just a good deck. It's just incredibly well positioned in the metagame. When we go back in time, usually the best decks that everybody's bringing is just because this is just a monstrous list that beats everything down. Aatrox Kane is one of those lists that is just a little bit unfair on every single card that it does, and it just compounds and adds up. And what it means is, because you're just doing consistently good things and you're generally well positioned into aggro, thanks to Keeper of the Box, Kane, and Aatrox, it's just a fantastic, solid foundation to build the rest of your lists around. And as we jump into this game, we've got some good old Lulu Jinx working alongside the Mecha Yordles to punch through here. Leveled up Lulu is something you never want to see, because once you get the help picks and this constant barrier, it's usually too much for decks to handle. You have to Vengeance the 5/5.
Oh, man, and that means Jinx is free to come down on the next turn with the Get Excited. It's not quite lethal. It's only 7 damage at the Nexus, and, I mean... It's twice in the top 32 now. We might have to see a situation where a player needs to use Atrocity on a unit in order to survive. We'll see how things play out, though, as we go into Dr. Chekhov's attack turn. They've got the Trundle level up. They've got a Tryndamere in hand. They've got an Atrocity on backup. Jinx be damned, Skarzig. This might just be the end of the game going into Chekhov's next attack, or Swiffer's next attack turn. Lethal for Chekhov, though, thanks to that Atro.
If I've seen anything happen over and over again, Boulevard, it is answering the Jinx, and they draw another one anyway. So if you can end the game now within a couple turns, this is exactly the position you need to be in. Whenever these Lulu Jinx decks, and this is, again, one of the things that makes it so devastating, you lose control of the board, your early swarm did what it needed to do, and then Jinx comes through to deal that final 11 damage to your opponent's Nexus. And now Chekhov, beautiful with the Atrocity, able to kind of swing through. And it doesn't matter, right, that you can put barrier on the Lulu, because thanks to the pillar, she's just going to get dragged to the side. Chekhov is just thinking, okay, if I develop the Tryndamere here, what's the worst case scenario for me, right? We play Jinx, we get excited the Nexus, then we rocket the Nexus, and it looks like it's still all within parameters.
And Swiffer is not winning unless they specifically get to Jinx Rocket this turn with the Get Excited into a Rocket again on the next turn. That's the only way that they're going to be able to get it done. And that means they can't block with Jinx. But Scar, I'm checking the math. I'm running the numbers. I'm looking at that little red number above the Nexus, and I'm seeing that Swiffer has to block with the Jinx here. So they are going to get one Rocket, which does mean a top deck Jinx could still be lethal in their eyes. Of course, we know Chekhov with that Atrocity, your favorite card in the game, going to be stealing yet another match away from a seasonal would-be champion.
And the other bonus effect of Jinx leveling up is that she takes a second Jinx and brings it to the top of the deck. It's a guaranteed draw from here. But so having that Atrocity is just a fantastic tech from this position. The first Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, and we'll see what Swiffer is able to pull off the top. And it's just, it's as soon as you take an action, Chekhov is very easily able to go for the Atrocity, right? Because Trundle has Generation. He's a perfect candidate here. There's nothing that Swiffer is going to be able to do to remove this body and stop the Atrocity.
Okay, we got Rummage, which really is just a cycle into another card, but with Lulu not able to sort of present lethal on her own, it really doesn't matter. I don't remember everything in the Bandle City Telstone. 9 times out of 10, they're kind of just grabbing Electro Harpoon, but I do not think it is anything that prevents this Atrocity and gets Lulu to sneak through 4 damage. I'm not sure that such a card exists. If it did, it would be a Bandle City card. I will say that. So you've got that going for you, but I don't think it's there. And actually, we see Chekhov hang back on the Atro and say, no, it's fine, I can attack for lethal on the next turn, and then in response to however much burn they need to put out, that's when I'll throw out the Atrocity. Playing it patiently while that one card still sits in the opponent's hand.
And another game 3 being decided. Feel the Rush actually finding a good win here. We saw it struggle earlier in Grandpa Roji's matchup versus these tankier mid-range lists, but again, something that is very specifically swarmy like the Lulu Jinx. That's the line that you need to take, where you have the Vile Feasts and the Avalanches to make it so that Lulu is the only thing in play. She's not growing that big Flame Chompers anymore, and then Atrocity as that backup.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll see more Lulu Chompers, yeah. Lulu Jinx as the day goes on, I'm sure. But we haven't seen Echo Jinx yet, which was the more popular Jinx deck coming into this top 32. But like you said, I'm sure FTR Lulu Jinx is another matchup that we'll get to see probably from the beginning at some point down the line. But for now, we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will have a better idea of when games start, as well as a better idea of who's going to be our champion. Don't go anywhere. The top 16 is coming back very soon. All right, everyone, today I'm going to be sitting down and answering some of your most asked questions as they pertain to Legends of Runeterra. Now, I want to remind everyone that I am not a Riot employee, I am not a representative of the Legends of Runeterra team, I am simply a community member hoping to help spread some information. So, for the first one we have, is Legends of Runeterra dead? You guys are really coming for my neck on this one, like right out of the gate. It's a Friday night. Do you think I'd be sitting here doing this if Legends of Runeterra was a dead game? But on a more serious note, no. By pretty much any metric by which you measure whether or not a game is dead, no. I mean, the devs are obviously still supporting it. We're getting new content. We've got an entire year mapped out for competitive. Very excited about the future. The only metric by which you would ever see someone judge, like, is a game dead? And they'd say yes, is like, did my favorite streamer stop playing it? In which case, your favorite streamer should be Majin Bay anyway. So even that one doesn't really hold up in court. On to the next one. Is Legends of Runeterra pay to win? I was actually tweeting a while ago about how I can't spend any money on Legends of Runeterra. Like, I've had $30 sitting in my account for forever. There's no secondary market, so like every champion card costs the same. A wild card, 300 coins, whatever you want. Same thing with the epics. It's one of the most free-to-play friendly games out there, and you don't get a significant advantage by paying. You would get cards a little bit faster like you would in any other game, but the really cool thing about LOR is that you can just pay for the card that you want. Right? Like, you're not buying a pack. If you want Jinx, you can straight up just buy Jinx with money if you want. But you can also just spend a wildcard on it. And the wildcard acquisition is very, very good, especially for new players. So absolutely, absolutely not. This third one, oh man, I really screwed up the papers here. Is Legends of Runeterra good? I mean, I like it. I think it's... Who Googles that? What do you expect to find? Like, are you going for the Google Play reviews? Because Gems, Caster Gems on Twitter, the whole lot of 1-star reviews from the Google Play Store about Legends of Runeterra that you could check out if you really wanted to. So give that a shot. Is Legends of Runeterra down? I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Given the context under which I am shooting and airing this little skit, I really, really hope not. We're in the middle of, like, I don't know where I'm putting this in the show. Is it the top 4? Is it the top 8? If Legends of Runeterra is down, we have problems that I cannot solve because, as previously mentioned, it is Friday night and I am Boulevard. Not even Friday night, I lied about that part. And finally, is Legends of Runeterra canon? Okay, now this is a good question because they backtracked on it. Originally, LOR was canon. They came out and they were like, yeah, everything's canon. And then people were like, hey, why are there poros in every region? I thought they were just supposed to be a Freljord thing. But no, we have poros in Ionia, in Piltover, in Bandle City even, which I don't think poros are supposed to be get to able. So the answer is most of it. Like 95% of LOR is canon, which is really cool because there's some great interactions.
Reporting in.
What the is that?
So to answer your question, it's like 95% canon. And then, spice things up, figured I'd answer some of your most asked questions about me, Boulevard. So, first up here, we have, is Boulevard, you can tell I did this myself, I'm not really an arts and crafts person. Is Boulevard of Broken Dreams clean? I'm gonna be honest with you. And to answer this question, am I clean? I'm as dirty as you want me to be, baby. And, oh, we'll keep it short. We'll only do like a couple. Is Boulevard French? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. No, I'm not French. Oh, what's this? We have found another piece of paper with some Google questions on it. What is it? Is Boulevard single? As a matter of fact, Anyway, back to the action.
We are back, everyone. The top 16 is just moments away, and I know that we got thrown into the action. We're not gonna throw you back in this time. We got a little bit of time, and we do want to take this time to talk about our next competitor, Kevor24. Kevor's been here since the beginning, topping the Cosmic Creation seasonal. You know, the one that Majin Bay won, propelled him into stardom. And Kevor has brought a deck that I know Skarzig would love to talk about. It's 30 atrocities in a trench coat. That's not entirely true. It is the deck that Ultraman not only won the EMEA seasonal with, but apparently was pivotal in talking Kevor into, and that is Nora Swain. Kevor was on the Nora Vigar, and then apparently Ultraman got in his ear and convinced him to switch over to the Swain version from the Vigar version.
Now, the idea with the Nora Swain, right? Because Bandle Swain was a thing back in the original Bandle City metagame with Gnar. It was a very solid list, and it just caught so many strays after the Loping Telescope nerf, the Lecturing Yordle nerf, the Gnar nerf, etc., etc., and it never really had a chance to come back. And now the metagame has repositioned itself where this style of deck is very prominent. We have less Shadow Isles, right? That's one of the biggest weaknesses of Swain in general, is that control Shadow Isles. They have the Vengeance and the Ruination to take down your Swain and Leviathan before you can get them set up in tandem. But now with the addition of Puzzling Signposts, this list can kind of set up its end game win con more consistently. And the meta overall is very favorable right now to aloof travelers. You're discarding the World Ender, you're discarding Feel the Rush. Even against a lot of these other mid-range decks, maybe you discard a Sivir or a Concerted Strike, and that's something that can really put you in a winning position in these games.
Not only that, but you're rather immune to the Unforgiving Cold, which is a card that a lot of players have slammed 3 of into the list that they are playing it in. Multiple people even bringing 2 decks in their lineup that are playing that card, but it doesn't matter. Once you get the Swain and Leviathan put together, then you are good to go. You no longer really care about the attack points on your units. You're sending it into a stunned board. On top of that, you know, a lot of the combat tricks that we're seeing, Furious Wielder, the Aatrox spell, all of these rely on units having attack points. And while you don't have free spells of your own, you do just have Disintegrate plus a ping, which will kill the unit and therefore protect your board. Overall, it's just a really cool list. Things come together very well for it in this particular meta, and it's one of those Noxus decks that always just has kind of always kind of done well against control, right? Or against
Mhm.
aggro, right? Scars, like, even though you don't have any
Exactly.
healing anywhere in your regions, you get on board early enough and you stay on board that your opponent has to deal almost all of their damage through burn. And because you have so much removal for the Jinx, it's just not as big of an issue as you might think it is on paper.
Yeah, the Nora just gives you so many blockers, and not only are you defending yourself very well, you're able to chump down versus larger threats to set it up for the Disintegrate and the Scorched Earth and the Ravenous Flocks. It really strangles your opponent's options, and I think that it's a deck because you are forcing your opponent to be respectful of what you might have in response to their plays. It almost gets a little bit better at this high level Boulevard because your opponent is feeling so constricted on what they can do safely.
It's one of those things about Noxus decks where it always feels like, their hand is like 4 Disintegrates and 5 Ravenous Flocks, and no matter what I do, like, I'm just going to lose half my units in combat for 1 mana. And another deck that is the same way, you're going to lose half your units in combat for 3 mana is Seraphine Aphelios Victor. The Pursuit of Perfection, I assume, is the win condition here. We can't get that far down on the graphic, I promise. There's a lot more spells than what you just see here. I assume some number of copies of Hexpliterator as well as Sunburst, those 6 damage breakpoints coming in really handy, not just against Aatrox, who is a 6/6, but some of these other units that are, 4 health, like Varus, where one momentous choice is no longer going to be enough to save them. And I know everyone's probably not super excited to see Seraphine make it back into the top 32, but hey, the deck is still solid. A lot of people counted it out right after the back alley bar nerf, but apparently you just replace one copy of that with the Veiled Temple and you can ship it.
Yeah, players were even running Glorious Evolution, and ironically, just because they became addicted to discounting their cards and popping off. And this was the original definition of a pile Boulevard, was when there was so many cards in it that it wouldn't fit into a nice tournament graphic like this. So I'm excited to see what the 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 mana spells even look like. We've got a lot of utility here, a lot of singletons, and this just goes to show, right, that Kever has put in the reps, because you have to be cognizant of all of the options you have available and use them at the proper moment.
So I took a look at the deck list. We are not getting the Glorious Evolution that we have seen a lot of players. Do like that call out from you. But Suttering Spawn Spinner is back in here, and that is one card that I've seen
Mm.
sort of debated amongst Seraphine players as of late, where some of them aren't even playing Back Alley Bar anymore, and then some of them are saying that you don't need the Song Spinner. There's only one Pursuit of Perfection, which I don't mind as much. I think that Aphelios and Victor are self-contained enough win conditions that you don't really need the big cat to come down and ruin everything. And one cat might be enough. We've got the iterative improvement in here. A little surprised to see some of the things like Eager Apprentice, Blue Sentinel, also not something that we see very often. But understanding that the meta is aggressive, we need ways to stay tempo efficient. And that's what Eager Apprentice and Blue Sentinel is bringing to the table. 2 drops that can trade with the rear guard and still get us, something extra.
The Eager Apprentice is very often overlooked, right? It's one of those cards that if you run into it, it really surprises you how much of an impact it really has. The Apprentice just really hasn't had a chance to shine in that 2 mana slot because it's just competing versus, Boom Baboon and just the standard P and Z early game package. We now have Acorn and Forge Chief as 1 drops that kind of do a similar idea. But as time has gone on Boulevard, we know that players have really come to appreciate the power of a tune, and that's what Eager Apprentice really wants to provide for the list.
Yeah, funny enough, I think the first time it saw competitive play was actually at the World Championship a couple of months ago when Jinx Champion Strength was one of the premier
Oh
champion strength
yeah.
decks of the format. And it was like, yeah, you just throw it down. You still have your spell mana. We're getting on board. We're getting ready for that turn 5 champion strength. I'm happy to report that we do not have any champion strength decks that I am aware of in Top Cut. There was a Leona Ace Demacia, so who knows? Maybe there was a champion strength in there, but now we're also taking a look at Dr. Chekhov's deck, who will be Kevor's opponent. And here we have the Raven Bloom Conservatory, sort of the other Noxus control style deck that players are going for if they're not as big a fan of the Swain.
Yeah, and once you have the Make It Rain, the heavy metal, that pretty much locks down your early game versus the other Noxus aggro piles. You know what I mean? Like the classic Pirates, the Red Gwen, the even if you want to be on TF Swain that can sometimes curve out into some really early aggressive boards, you're just going to go tit for tat when it comes to your early swarm clearing and removal. Lulu Jinx gets scooped up by this very nicely, and I love the nod to wanting to be a little bit greedier as well, not running the Annie for the early game, just going all in with the triple Katarina as well.
See, I wanted to see full greed. I wanted us all the way back to the three Eye of Nagakaboros, three whispered words. If I'm going to run into FTR, I'm just going to draw a million cards because against some of the more mid-range decks in the format, you are going to end up like 2-for-1ing yourself on a lot of units. Like if you have to throw Blade's Edge and Disintegrate or a heavy metal and a Make It Rain or what have you, just trading 2 cards for 1 unit can be a little rough, especially given how many mid-range decks have cards that just make a card when they come in, even if it's just like
Yeah,
the Aatrox making a weapon that gives it regen, it can be really difficult for these Noxus decks to kind of keep up with. So maybe that's what your ban strategy is if you are bringing a Noxus control and you're just going to play against the Jinx deck. Yeah, it's aggressive, but we're looking at the list here. 3 Katarina, for the first time possibly ever, you might be making that decision because you actually value having the Whirling Death, or not the Whirling Death, but the Death Lotus champion
yeah.
spell available to clear out a Jinx board.
The Death Lotus is a consideration. The only thing I'm concerned about is we've praised Boulevard, this deck's ability to just keep the board under control, and maybe we get Twisted Fate leveled up, but the Ravenbloom Conservatory getting played at some point in the early mid game, finding the tempo to slam down a Tibalt, and then also having the ability to ping the Nexus and set up for Riptide Rex. These are very difficult things to do when your opponent recognizes their pace and their play in the matchup and is trying to keep you under pressure. And even though this deck was very well positioned, even in the world's meta, still struggled to show up there.
I think we're just in a bit of a greedy meta.
Yeah.
When you look at a lot of the decks, we talk about Lulu Jinx. That's a deck that one of the hardest aspects of that deck is the mulligan.
Mhm.
And a lot of players don't do it very well. And it becomes kind of feast or famine based on what your opening hand is. You kind of need the Lulu and the Jinx in a lot of games if you are, so to say, an average pilot. And then we have Pantheon making a big resurgence. Another very feast or famine deck. You kind of need to get both champions online yet again. You are dependent on getting down your Saga Seekers early. And Ravenbloom Conservatory just fits the bill on this. It is, again, a rather greedy deck. You need more things to go right. But if everybody is running greedy lists, then I would say that something like this with a little bit more stall that isn't as reliant on their champions might have a bit of a better chance if we're going greedy deck versus greedy deck and we both draw kind of poor.
Yeah, if both players draw poorly and you're able to just float the first couple turns and then have that 3 spell mana available and then just keep passing and trying to bait your opponent into playing first into your removal, it's going to benefit you in the long run, especially if you can get that early conservatory set up, because it's like when you're playing against Akshan, even if you don't do anything to change the board state, we have this free value ticking down and putting you under that pressure that forces you to extend.
Yeah, it's almost like you have really good cards for when the game state is not progressing. Like if I throw
Mhm.
down Raven Bloom on 1 and then we both just pass back and forth, that's great for me. If I throw down Twisted Fate on 4 and then we both pass back and forth, that's great for me. It sounds like the players are getting into games. So we now bring you our top 16 featured match between Kevor 24 and Dr. Chekhov 42. I really hope it's 42. I said that one off the cusp, but if it's 24 versus 42, that's just good script writing.
Let's go. I mean, Dr. Chekhov, we saw just a little tail end of the decks that he was running, had that feel of rush, felt pretty strong. And when we're playing into Conservatory, that's a deck, again, that can kind of chill. And it is 24 versus 42. Doesn't get any better than this. And when we look at the opening, right, we've got the Heavy Metal, the House Spider. We can answer the Nora. But again, this is a deck that wants to sit back and respond, doesn't put on a lot of early pressure. And so this favors Kevor because we can just chill and relax. And even if you don't level up Swain, he's still a fantastic unit. You can just play on 5. Leviathan gives you that beautiful inevitability. We have Aloof Travelers to slap down a Riptide Rex. So if
And
I
I'm
had to just look at this on the surface, Boulevard, I'm giving it to Kevor.
And I'm glad you brought up the Aloof Traveler, Skarzig, because not only can it hit that Riptide Rex, which is going to be a very pivotal card for Chekhov to break a potential Swain Leviathan lock, but depending on the timing, you can also force your opponent into an awkward position if the Raven Bloom Conservatory is going to finish its countdown going into Kevor's next action, and you can just aloof away the Tibulk. And then the
Ooh.
only way that you miss Tibulk is if you hit Riptide Rex.
And both of your opponent's win conditions beautifully just sniped by this card. Just throws it down immediately. There's really no better play from this turn. Doesn't want to throw down Nora into the free removal. This is the literal scenario we were just talking about, Boulevard, where there's really nothing going on. The players are just passing because they're both playing very responsive decks. And now Kevor discards that, what was it, a zap? And now has perfect information on the hand.
And we're looking at like double Swain in the opening hand of Kevor, and this is what we were talking about with Chekhov. No flocks. I think that's one copy of Disintegrate in hand, which means that, yeah, the first Swain gets cleaned up, no problem. We Disintegrate it, we Blades Edge it, we do whatever we want to it. The second Swain, we could throw the other 3 removal spells at it, and it's not budging. And then if it's Swain on 5 and a Swain on 6, well, guess what comes after 6, Skarzik? It's 7, which is the newly buffed mana cost of Leviathan. I think starting from next turn onward, Chekhov is going to have a very difficult time keeping pace with what Kevor is pumping out.
Like trouble.
Takes the attack with a Twisted Fate here. Gets the 2 damage. You can see Kevor is not reacting, right? Not overreacting to the TF. We get the early blue card, which is what we like to see in these balanced positions where you aren't worried about the gold card. And Kevor wants to leave this Twisted Fate in play because we already have dropped the bomb in hand to respond to it down the road, and you want Chekhov to maybe get a little bit overconfident, extend, and play that Eye of Nagagaboros and try to draw cards for this Twisted Fate. Kevor knows that he can just respond to it at his leisure. And if you answer the Twisted Fate immediately, it just means that your opponent maybe is able to play a second one to get that gold card onto your Swain or what have you. So here comes House Spider to respond to Nora, and now the portals are coming online. This allows Kevor to be very audacious, just giving the trade here for the 2-1 into the 1-1, expecting to get more blockers, forces Chekhov's Death's Hand onto the Nora.
There's a card that I want to shout out here in Kevor's hand, which is Puzzling Signpost, because at a glance, I don't think it looks very good in this matchup, right? Your opponent is pretty much all on like these very cheap removal spells. But if you go into combat and your opponent is forced to line up a Disintegrate plus a removal spell, and you Puzzling Signpost the Disintegrate, that's actually pretty backbreaking in certain scenarios that we might see come up given the hand states of each player.
And Kevor did have the option to signpost that Death's Hand just to strike with the Nora and get another blocker. But because Dr. Chekhov has been so light on pressuring, and especially after that Aloof Travelers kind of giving a read on what the hand was. We knew it was 4 or less, and only 1 House Spider arrived thereafter. Kevor has a very strong, read on the list to say there's just a lot of cheap removal in the hand. Fortunately, the Eye of Nagagaboros coming out gives a fantastic burst speed development, can push another 4. This is a matchup that's going to be won by degrees, by inches.
And still no Ravenbloom Conservatory from Dr. Chekhov. No way to inch along further and faster than Kevor can. And we get the first threat of the game. Swain is online. There's still only 1 Disintegrate, 1 Ravenous Flock in the hand of Chekhov. Katarina did not come down pre-combat, so we're not going to get that train going. And honestly, this is probably, I want to say, one of the weaker decks for Katarina to solo carry, but in the same vein, she does fix a lot of hands if you're, for example, on the other side of the spectrum, you're overloaded on Disintegrates and Flocks, or just, if she wants to come down and just carry herself by attacking over and over, it is a possibility. It's probably not one of the best decks for it, but, that option is there, and that's why we see Chekhov playing a little bit more conservatively with it, wanting to get more removal out of Kevor, and we see the Disintegrate Blade's Edge, and that is going to be, it looks like that will be the Puzzling Signpost onto the Disintegrate. This is a little bit of a question. Onto
yes!
the Blade's Edge. There we go. That makes a lot more sense.
The signpost on the Blade's Edge. There's no more mana for Dr. Chekhov, so Swain is marked for this turn, but it doesn't matter. He gets to remain healthy heading into this open attack. There are no fearsome blockers. This
Eye of Nagagaboros. I pumps it to a 4/4, and now there's a blocker for the Swain. Kevor had the cheeky open attack play, and it gets punished anyway from a timely draw spell from Chekhov, who's still unable to find Riptide Rex, unable to find Ravenbloom Conservatory.
At the very least, Kevor's happy about this, right? That's 2 Eye of Nagagaboros down with no Twisted Fate in play to see that draw. There's a lot of resources in hand, but Kevor has the double Leviathan. At this point, it's just a matter of how many things can I extend to eat up the rest of Chekhov's removal so I can get these Leviathans down. If I'm not mistaken, Kevor is only on the build with 1 signpost. So
That
as
sounds
long
correct
as
to me.
So now, as long as Chekhov can start getting, the Scorched Earth and another Disintegrate, it could line up where the Leviathans do get answered and don't put on enough pressure. Chekhov is still sitting at 20 HP, is looking very nice from this position. One of Bandle Swain's weaknesses is it gives up its ability to quickly level Swain in return for massive utility. So even though Swain is online in play, Leviathan is here. Swain's not yet leveled up to force that stun lockdown.
And Leviathan probably even the bigger threat in a scenario like this, because like you mentioned, the Swain level up, it can be a little bit more difficult. Vandal City really not offering a whole lot in the way of leveling the Swain, and it looks like we're actually willing to use the Leviathan as a blocker here because we have that second one on backup. I believe this is going to be a group shot lined up. Might even be a Ravenous Flock. We see so many in the hand of Kevor, but I don't know how many are Swains. Nope, it's going to be Pokey Stick. That takes us off Leviathan for the turn. And now Disintegrate coming in onto the Leviathan again. Kevor knows there's a Blade's Edge, so pretty unlikely to waste removal on this House Spider just to force out a Blade's Edge.
And this is the trouble, right? You have your big threatening units. Then even if you attack or block, the Disintegrate is always there to threaten. And Chekhov has to take the big risk. There was the chance that Kevor has a response to remove that spider before it connects, but does take down one Leviathan with a Disintegrate. Now we just have to Ravenous Flock this Swain, and you can sit and wait. There's no healing. There's no way to stop your removal. This is an aspect of these Noxus mirrors that players kind of always enjoyed, was that your removals go through, and it's just a matter of you making sure you use them at the right time and on the correct targets.
And like you mentioned, there's no rush to remove this Swain. If you Ravenous Flock right now, all that you are doing is giving tempo back to Kevor, where they're allowed to recommit mana to the Swain. And that's why we're going to see a Twisted Fate blue card. We can wait until Kevor has wasted their attack token, trying to push through some damage with the Swain. Then we can go ahead and use the Ravenous Flock and just continue to delay Kevor's damage output, because 17, a very healthy life total. And if we are just going no board state versus no board state, Chekhov is the one that has the Riptide Rex that can push through an insane amount of damage, as well as Ravenbloom Conservatory still somewhere in the deck. There's 3 copies floating around, I promise you. And those continue to tick down even in the deck for each spell and skill that Chekhov has played. So even if they come down very late on, it's still a good chance to pop a Tibble in just a turn or two.
And I appreciate the development of the Twisted Fate there, first Boulevard, because you want the blue card, you want the draw, you've already used your Eye of Nagagaboros. I think that the level Twisted Fate idea is kind of off the table, and this just takes down another removal spell, maybe clears a path for Katarina to come through. If we can get her to flip, then suddenly we have one card that's a repeated threat, and it just kind of gives you something to spend your mana on in order to advance the board state and pressure the opponent while the rest of your hand remains responsive.
Yeah, so now Chekhov, how do you want to kill this Swain? It looks like it will be the Blade's Edge. The Make It Rain's going to hang back in hand, and now Kevor. It's still a lot of mana to recommit another Swain or another Leviathan into, and the criticism of Swain decks has always been that they are rather threat light. It's really just Swains and Leviathans, and in a matchup like this, maybe you need Nora to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting, but it's really hard to get the Nora to level if your opponent isn't willing to engage with you in that space, because it really is just portals off of which you are summoning units to get towards the Nora level, and at 17 health, Chekhov can probably just take this 2 damage from the Junk Construct again and again and not kill it off.
Pressuring a little bit more with the Pokey Stick. This is one more tick for leveling up the Swain. He's slowly but surely getting there. Conchologist is a fantastic top deck. If we're looking for ways to respond to the continued onslaught from Chekhov, if we're looking for a way to maybe get extra threats, Conchologist is here. The way it fills in the gaps and offers even more utility to this deck cannot be understated, right? You could even grab something insane like a Yordle Portal, then you get that burst speed development to maybe push through a little bit more damage that your opponent wasn't expecting. And we can see players just floating. They're very reactive, and Ravenbloom finally coming down, ticked down all the way to 2 on its base. No second to Loop Travelers for Kevors. And now second Junk Construct. This is perhaps where Kevor is going to shift gears and say, okay, well, I don't want to just go all in with Swain and Leviathan anymore. I'm going to try to go for a wider strategy. So Conchologist does enter the fray. We've got 3 no matter what's offered, Bandle City Noxus is going to give you 3 really strong ideas. Elixir of Wrath to push damage, Mimic to double down on another removal spell, Proximity Puff Cap if you want a ping, and takes the Elixir of Wrath.
Interesting. I mean, so it kind of makes sense, right? It's pretty clear that at some point you're going to go into combat a couple of units wide, and Chekhov is going to have to commit some spells onto one of your larger units, and then maybe this junk construct comes through with an extra 3 damage. Like Proximity Puff Cap really not doing too much in a matchup like this. So I don't hate the Elixir. I don't think like it's funny because you were talking about how these are like you always get very good options off Conchologist in the Vandal City Noxus deck, which is true. And there we just saw, I would say, like one of the lowest rolls you could possibly get in a situation like this.
Very true. Very true.
I would have loved to see like a
Mimic is
Noxus
cheeky.
Telstone or something. Yeah, it's cheeky,
Yeah,
but
the
it's not quite
Mimic
going to
is
work out.
cheeky, but the Elixir of Wrath is the most sane grab there.
And now it's funny because looking at Chekhov's hand, they actually don't really have great ways to deal with Leviathan specifically. Even Death's Hand plus Flock is not going to do it. It's going to take at least 3 cards to kill this boat. But the boat isn't getting the inherent advantage that it usually does because Kevor already has every copy of Swain in his hand.
And that's going to be telegraphed as soon as the Leviathan comes down and doesn't draw a card. Chekhov now being denied this first Katarina.
I wonder if Kevor, with this 5 remaining mana, develops a Swain and then uses Swain's Ravenous Flock to kill the Katarina so that we can get value off of the Leviathan when it comes down in the future.
That's pretty heads up, honestly. Shuffling another Swain in. And even if your opponent responds to clear the Swain on the stack, you have that guaranteed draw. Make it rain, hitting through pretty nicely from this position. Tibbalk's ready to go. We just need one more. We could see it, right? Use the Katarina's knife here, the blade's edge. Get the Tibbalk down. And this is this beautiful in-between that we were looking for, Boulevard, where there's not too much going on the board. Kevor hasn't managed to just go full wide with triple construct, and the early Nora is getting portals. So now Tibbalk can just come down. And now the blades from Katarina, the Make It Rains are hitting even harder.
It's really funny to go from our opening game where Grandpa Roji completely stomped someone out in a matter of 3 minutes into a very long wet noodle fight where neither of these players are really finding the cards that they need to break the stalemate until we're on round 13 or 14 or wherever we are at this point. Like now we finally got a Tibbalk down. Now Swain comes down. Very curious to see if Kevor does use the Swain's Ravenous Flock because as cheeky as it is, Dr. Chekhov might end up removing their own Katarina in order to stop the Swain Ravenous Flock from shuffling back into the deck.
If
it would be a
are
big
playing
commitment.
at that level, I really
it's a
wonder.
big commitment, but it does kill a Swain. So, like, if you have to flock your own Katarina, it's kind of like how long do you expect the game to go, right? Because now you're down a flock, which means you can't kill a Swain, but it did kill a future Swain. So how bad is it really? But we're going to see the setup for the flock onto this Swain here, and now it looks like he's actually really close to leveling as well.
Yeah, a very deep calculation there by Dr. Chekhov is saying, do I need to respond to this Swain now? Do I have to damage it in order to set up the flock, or can I just play the Tibbalk and forget about it? If there is the line from Kevor where there's another Arachnoid Sentry or a stun for the Tibbalk, there's no good way to respond to maybe just the Leviathan being slammed down, as you mentioned, Boulevard. And because Chekhov does not have good answers to Leviathan, has to get the Swain offline because that's way too much damage and a potential board wipe being pushed through.
It's getting kind of scary here, though, because Kevor throws down Leviathan, Chekhov throws down Tibbalk. It's kind of the end of the road for Kevor. Maybe we can go a little bit wider, but the Tibbalk is cheaper and has more immediate impact. So even a Make It Rain could clear out everything not named Leviathan, and then House Spider gets to come down alongside it. Like in this stalemate, Tibbalk breaks things wide open so much harder than the Leviathan does because Chekhov has the mana and capabilities to not only go wide around it, but take advantage of the damage buff. This Make It Rain is going to clear out the board. Follow that up with a House Spider. You're looking at lethal damage next turn if Kevor wants to throw down this Leviathan, unless they are willing to block the Tibbalk with it, in which case all it really did was redraw a Swain.
And fortunately, Conchologist does pick up that stress defense. We do have a little bit of resiliency there. But again, it's the value of I'm responding to threats, I'm responding to those threats. And Chekhov has the advantage that Tibbalk makes the rest of your deck much more threatening. And if we have a read here, of Kevor just playing down the Leviathan, not immediately clearing the Tibalt. If you want to extend a little bit more, if you're Dr. Chekhov, I could see a Katarina set up here into an open attack.
That is exactly what we're going to see. And, you know, with 10 mana coming in for the next turn, that's enough mana to play Katarina twice, as well as the House Spider. You're going to get 2 Blade's Edge on top of that for free once the Katarina is level 2.
They're dealing 2
Kevor would
damage,
have
and
to
that's
pre-commit a
0
group shot
mana
here.
deal 2 is forbidden.
Deal 4 even, because you're going to get 2 of them. But yeah, it looks like it will be the setup onto the kill for the Katarina. So Chekhov knows that this Katarina play is not going to work out. Might still go for the open attack anyway.
Yeah, you just set the Leviathan down. It's tough because Chekhov needs to keep this in play because it's a great blocker versus Swain and Leviathan. And at the same time, if the Swain comes through, if Arachnoid Sentry comes through, then you don't have your blocker regardless. Whispered Words is a fantastic top deck.
I'd like to see Chekhov push the advantage here, throw down the House Spider, maybe Arachnoid Sentry, whatever blocker comes down from Kevor. I know you have to be worried about sentries on the other side, so it is a little bit awkward, and it looks like we will get the open attack for that. Nope, gonna pull it back.
I kind of like extending because if they sentry now defensively, they don't have it to maybe push through a little bit more damage. Maybe just double checking the numbers on the Swain. He's got to be leveled by now.
Surely, and if he's not, there's, you know, 3 Ravenous Flocks in hand, but I think, you know, Chekhov just kind of checking,
Stress
okay, yeah,
defense,
how much do I
he's
really
getting
need this
conched here.
Tibok to come through? Whispered Words, what are we even looking for at this point? It's nothing useful in this exact scenario, so no damage coming through on
Maybe
Kevor
you're
this
looking for
turn.
a Disintegrate here to swing into the Leviathan. The Tibalt would still be dealing 1 damage. Picks up Twisted Fate number 3. Chekhov's drawn a lot of cards this turn, and who knows if second Conservatory just comes down. And we have another Tibalt ready to go. Then our next Make It Rain and our Blade's Edge are dealing 3. This is getting very, very close, Boulevard.
Yeah, Chekhov can clear the Leviathan here with Blade's Edge and a red card, both of which are buffed up by Tibalt, but Kevor has the ability to develop Swain and Flock the Tibalt. So with the Elixir of Wrath, if enough units come out of the portals here, I'm wondering if Kevor has a shot at finding lethal or at least stabilizing hard enough that Chekhov needs a super impactful top deck, because if this Blade's Edge is committed onto the Leviathan here, Riptide Rex is turned off as a top deck.
And with the gold card, I love the gold card going onto the Leviathan, not wanting to scoop up the junk construct in the AoE. Saying this being a 2/2 is better than this being a random 3-drop.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because like a random 3-drop, probably scarier than Junk Construct. A random 1-drop, probably not as scary as Junk Construct. So Chekhov just kind of playing the odds here and saying, you know what, a 2/2 is more manageable than what might come out of it.
And Swain has Overwhelm. Twisted Fate. Yeah, everything is going to get bopped down here. Portal Palooza.
And still no portals.
So we can just, if we don't respond, you just take 9. And when you do respond, the Elixir of Wrath comes through. Twisted Fate gets the Ghost Block on the Junk Construct. Block to push 1 more damage.
As well as save the Swain.
Save the Swain.
A little surprised to see the Twisted Fate offered up rather than
Third, I have not Gaboros. Chekhov is really digging deep here. There's the Riptide Rex!
Oh man, it really depends on how many portals come out for Kevor here. I think there's still 2 in the deck.
Arachnoid Sentry, yes. Go wide, open attack. Push something through. Tibalt is activated. Each barrage from the cannon of Riptide Rex deals 3. Any leftover survivors is going to go right on the next.
There's 2 portals!
No!
There was 2 portals! And the Scorched Earth has no target both top decks from both players, and you cannot play Arachnoid Sentry and Riptide Rex in the same turn, which means it's not online for Chekhov, and there's no way to deal with the Swain at present unless you can force it to block. That's why we stun out the unit that heals. And now we're getting ready to go into combat for Chekhov. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be lethal? He's making a good showing of it. Skarzig, he's saying you have to either die or block with the Swain. Either one I will take, and I will take this game number 1.
Tibalt, this card, it's one of my favorites, Boulevard. You know, second to Atrocity, of
So,
course.
yeah, second to Atro.
But the long-term value that this 6-drop offers your entire deck is monstrous. This House Spider threatening 5 damage, each Arachnoid Sentry a 4/2. Here comes the full swing, 20 damage put down onto the Nexus, 12 sneaking through. Kevor has 1 spell on the stack. Needs to stop one of these from connecting. It's a Ravenous block. There's no options here. And Chekhov closes it out even through that double portal.
Kevor was hovering the flock onto the Thorny Toad to see if he could, heal himself out of range, but it was exact lethal if he did heal for 2. So not quite enough on the side of Kevor, and Dr. Chekhov comes out as the champion of the wet noodle fight thanks to a triple Arachnoid Sentry. There's nothing funnier than when you're sitting there hand tracking in a Noxus control mirror and you're like, all right, yeah, the disintegrates, the make it rains. I have to keep track of everything. And then your opponent just dumps out 3 Sentry on the last turn and says, we're going to Pound Town all of a sudden. And there's just nothing that you can do about it. No sentries. And this is the problem that players have with Noxus control sometimes is you're taking a 6-wide attack and your hand is Ravenous Flock, Disintegrate, Scorched Earth. None of these cards that you can put on the stack. 3 kill spells, some of the best removal cards in the game, completely useless.
It was just the tango of threats, right? The Leviathans went down, all the Swains went down, but Tibalt managed to come through, and that's what mattered. Chekhov had the triple Twisted Fate, the triple Eye of Nagakoboros, and then the triple Sentry right at the end. So much card draw, so much value. When we compare both those lists together, I thought that Nora would be able to get there, but we only drew the 1 Nora at the very beginning and then a couple constructs. So we didn't have that normal swarmy idea that Vandal Swain typically goes for. As we head into game number 2, we've got Leona stepping up to the plate, going to try to keep Kevor in this best of 3.
Yeah, so far 42 is greater than 24, and we're going to see if we can take that all the way as Kevor has to fight back. And, taking the mental reset, switching off of the deck and moving into something maybe a little bit more comfortable because, like we mentioned, Ultraman, the now champion of EMEA, was the one that talked Kevor into the Swain Nora rather than the Vigar Nora. So it's possible that Kevor did most of his testing with Vigar Nora rather than Swain. So now just moving into a deck that he always knew was going to be in his lineup just for that nice little mental reset because you are 1 game away from falling in the top 16 here.
Yeah, take it to a game 3, force your opponent to really prove to you that they know the matchups and not just to get a cheeky 2-0 against something. Solari Soldier just being slammed down. It's a decent blocker. Ooh, Black Market Merchant steals a Sun Guardian. At the very least, it's just a 2-3. It's just a blocker. It's a bonus champion you've denied to your opponent. Chekhov on the classic Plunder here. This is a list, Boulevard, that always seems to show up very, very hard in the last couple weeks leading up to a seasonal. And then when somebody brings it, it just completely flubs.
It was so hard for me as an analyst to try and I always try to tell people hey, here's what to expect in the seasonal. I even throw out some arbitrary, there's going to be 10 of this, 8 of that, all that kind of stuff. There's always 3 Plunder to the point where I've just kind of started to ignore it, where I'm like, yeah, there's going to be 3 Plunder. Don't worry about it. Should you bring it? I don't know. This definitely felt like more of one of the times where players wanted to bring it. It's kind of heralded as this sort of 50-50 into everything deck, like most decks in Legends of Runeterra. It's just Shen Fiora reskinned in one way or another. In this case, it's the 50-50 into everything.
Yeah, Sejuani's got that 6-mana Brightsteel formation. Just go in and attack for free. And Kevor going for a very daring mid-game Celestial Trifecta, going for pure card draw and value. Dr. Chekhov hasn't had an incredibly aggressive start, isn't trying to level up Sejuani and Gangplank on curve. Kevor with the double Sunhawk is wanting to play a much more reactive game, and so is just opening the vault here to get the value and options up and running.
And if Chekhov goes for an open attack, we might even see Kevor just spend the entire turn going for a Cosmic Inspiration. We've got the Moonsilver to drop that down to 6 mana.
The original Spirits Unleashed.
Yeah. And, even if Spirits Unleashed, for you folks at home never seen these cards before, Spirits Unleashed, +1/+1 to everything of yours. Hand, deck, created, who cares? +1/+1. Cosmic Inspiration, that's +2/+2, baby. You might be wondering, why does it only cost 2 more? Because you can't main deck it. That's why. It's cooler.
And it did get nerfed back in the day.
Yeah, it used to refill your spell mana for some reason.
Back in the day. It would refill mana. So here we go. Moonsilver to discount the Cosmic Inspiration. We get that beautiful turn 6.
And we see Chekhov with a well-timed, sort of scared Caitlyn emote. And now Kevor, with 3 2-drops in hand for the next turn, could just run out a really big board here, start taking advantage of sort of the lull state that these players have found themselves in the early game of each game so far.
And Chekhov saying, okay, do I go for my Spirits Unleashed, or do I just develop wide blockers in anticipation of this next onslaught? When you look across the board and you say, well, my opponent's going only on to 6 mana, there's probably not too much they can develop as like a wider board. So if I continue to go wider than they do, I'm pushing through damage, I'm getting my plunders, I'm activating maybe some my black market merchants, and just trying to push through to the gangplank winning board state. We know that Chekhov is a fan of the black market merchant, which comes and goes in the plunder builds, to be honest. Some players like to have extra Mirai Wardens and things like that for their early game, and some players like that utility of getting cards from the opponent.
Either way, though, Yordle Grifter is out, which I gotta say, I am sad to see him go. But the fact that he's been replaced by like Tusk Speaker and, you know, the Spirits Unleashed, just a much more aggressive version of Plunder than this like kind of fake mid-range crap we used to see. But now Kevor, you know, like you said, only 6 mana. What could you possibly do? The answer is more than a troop of Elnooks could back in the day. It looks like we're gonna get 4/4 and 2 4/5s.
And so Spirits Unleashed does come through. We're gonna have a 3/2. The Sun Guardian actually kind of popping off here, getting the +1/+1. Pretty tanky boy.
I gotta say though, it looks
we
like
got the Twilight Protector, but no, just gonna take it easy. Floating mana in this position is very strong. You want to keep some utility available, especially with the Vengeance in the hand to answer Sejuani or Gangplank. Winding Light is now an incredibly destructive threat from this board. And if Chekhov doesn't keep trading down, the threat of Winding Light is just going to take over.
And looking at what's available for each player next turn, like Chekhov can throw down a Sejuani, Kevor gets to stun that with a Leona, as well as develop another unit or Vengeance it, you know, what have you, really pick your poison here, and then still has mana for the Solari Soldier plus Winding Light on turn 8. Kevor is poised for a very impactful attack turn once the token comes back around to him, maybe even a game-ending one, but I think this Sejuani is still 2 off of leveling, but
You've got to go
really
for
dicey.
it here, because if you develop the Gangplank, you put the barrel in play, and if it gets dragged by an overwhelmed unit, it's just not going to be good for you. So here comes Leona to stun Sejuani, and we've got to take down this Diana. The extra aggression with the challenger, the fact that Kevor is even running Diana over Aphelios means that he's put a lot of reps into the classic version. Wants to play something that's a little bit more tempo-oriented and push through to set up this specific Winding Light. When we're on this older build Boulevard with the Diana, that means we're running the Twilight Protector. Perhaps Doom Beast Unto Dusk also finding its way into this list. And Winding Light Unto Dusk is just absolutely forbidden. Zoe! Ooh, a nice one of Zoe also discounted by Written in Stars and getting an additional buff from it on top of the Cosmic Inspiration. She's like a 4/4 or something now.
She's a 5/5. That's a 5/5 elusive.
No.
Yeah, +2/+2 from the Cosmic, as well as +2/+2.
Setting up with the Winding Light.
Yeah, that's going to be a 7/7 with the Winding Light, and whether or not, if I've done my math correctly, Sejuani's on 4 out of 5. Okay, there's a second warning shot top decked. I was going to say we kind of might have to roll the dice with the timing on this Make It Rain to see if we can actually clip the Nexus and freeze the board, but it looks like with double warning shot, Chekhov going to be perfectly fine to have access to a full board freeze here. Obviously going to wait for the Winding Light to come down, which, if Kevor is anticipating the freeze, then you could throw down Winding Light now, and then afterwards throw down the Zoe as a 5/5, but no. Okay, we're still going to roll the dice with the Make It Rain anyway, and it's going to connect, and this pays off big for Chekhov, who's going to be able to keep around a second warning shot, and with the second Sejuani in hand to fight through the Vengeance, Kevor's not going to have any attack points for quite a few turns.
And once you lock down the board state, this not only protects you from getting beat down by Winding Light, this is going to protect you from any like atrocity potentially. Kevor responding to this with the Vengeance.
Very heads up. If Chekhov wants to freeze the board, it's got to be double warning shot right now.
This also detonates the barrel,
Oh,
takes
but
that out of the equation.
if Chekhov is committing the double warning shot, then he's not going to have anything for a future defensive turn. It looks like he might just be saying, hey, I think I can actually push lethal on the next turn here with, you know, not just the damage that I'm pushing through on my next attack, but also, you know, 4 damage is coming at your Nexus off of these warning shots in this Make It range. So that's an entire Decimate thrown out already.
Sejuani goes down. And what's nice from this position is that Kevor needing to redevelop at slow speed opens up the next Sejuani to just be played down. And now with the parley in hand from the Gangplank, we can just target that immediately at the Nexus. Kevor's denied that attack. Zoe's 5/5 elusive, not getting any damage, not getting you another card with a super cool star chart that would allow you to pivot into, you know, Crescent Strike or something to get that stun and hold back this board. Dr. Chekhov now is the one that's being asked the question, do I play the Sejuani here just to get this AoE? Yes, goes full in, 10 HP, wants to close out right now, even if there is some wild response from Kevor. There
Like a
is
Sunhawk
still...
for 2 stuns.
Whew. Oh, the sad Toro. Even with the open attack, it's still not enough, right? The Leona's pretty big. We've got Heavens Aligned as well. That happens at focus speed. We're going to be getting more cards off of that. Zoe not going to go down.
Yeah, still a bit of an awkward position, though. I mean, if Kevor wants to set up the Winding Light, then Gangplank's Parlay would make it so that Sejuani gets an opportunity to freeze the board, and Chekhov doesn't have a super impactful open attack. You know, if you send Leona in, your option is trade with the Gangplank. Sejuani is too healthy for the Leona to actually take out. And the only way you're going to try and push lethal is by, you know, throwing down some additional Daybreak units to stun out players or units, which again gives an opportunity for Chekhov to freeze the board.
I know. Why?
And a
There's the
warning
third
shot.
warning shot. Let's go. Why is this 2 to a 5/4, by the way? And Kevor has some interesting ideas here, right? There is now the utility of the Heavens Aligned. The Nightfall effect is that it adds a Daybreak card to your hand, and the Daybreak adds Nightfall. So there is the chance, right, that we do just Heavens Aligned, maybe grab an Unto Dusk, so then we can Oh my God! The cat. Was there ever any doubt, Boulevard? The Unto Dusk comes through off of the Heavens Aligned that activates the Daybreak. Sejuani's now stunned. Chekhov doesn't need to respond to this until the swing goes through. And then once Winding Light comes down, we have Unto Dusk for a repeated +2/+2 in response to the board. I think the warning shot still covers this, though.
Oh, absolutely. And we might even use the parlay here just to save the warning shot for a future turn. Plus, you know your keg is about to get attacked anyway, so this would be quite a bit of value that you get off of the parlay right here. And honestly, Chekhov might even be eyeing up that Zoe as a parlay target for 3 damage.
It's just a matter of how much you want to play around. Because with the boosted damage, you are covering the Pale Cascade, but just sends it right to the Nexus. Might as well get that guaranteed burn. With the Frostbite, there's really no way for Kevor to punch through.
No, and I'm wondering if Kevor is inclined to use either the Unto Dusk or the Pale Cascade to send in the Zoe to get a super cool star chart.
And
I think the Pale is
Crescent Strike.
Sort of a reasonable line of thinking. I don't see Chekhov developing next turn. You know, the board is already full. You're going to get another keg at round start. You're probably just going in for the open attack. And Kevor might just need to draw Vengeance.
If we Unto Dusk, we also draw a card. So it'd be an AoE +2/+2. There's not too many decent trades across the board. If we draw into something good enough, maybe we can take down the Gangplank.
Looks like we're going to clean up a little bit of the board here.
Yeah, because Leona does get barrier at the very least. We're still pushing through some damage. I do like the idea. The Unto Dusk was clutch, but again, the Frostbite with the Sejuani ends up being a massive tech for this metagame. So Plunder Enjoyers rising up. We know that Sejuani Gwen has kind of been a solid high B tier deck for a little bit. It finds its pockets every now and again to get a lot of LP. And after everything's said and done, Kevor is just pushing a pittance of damage.
Not enough, and I'm trying to calculate whether or not Chekhov has lethal on the next turn with the Gangplank and the Sejuani Overwhelm on top of the Powderful Explosion, but I'll be honest with you folks at home, it's really hard to tell because I don't know what the stats of these units are. Half of them are frozen and then rebuffed, and Winding Light Effect has proc twice already, plus Cosmic Inspiration. It's all very confusing. And
And
so
they're
we are
about
going to
to
get a
get
Pale
damaged
Cascade
by
for a
trading
trade here.
down.
Sunburst off the top doesn't do as much as you'd like it to, being slow speed. Again, I think we are just looking at an open attack from Chekhov.
Oh, and the wide development with the Mirai Warden. This is looking like a very strong open, especially with the barrel. Sejuani going to activate.
But is it
I'd
a
have to
lethal
take a closer
open?
look at Kevor's list because there is, the potential to get like maybe Moonlight Affliction off the top.
Oh, there's Untodusk.
Blow 'em to the depths.
So we can
So-
super cool star chart, block down, then once the
Yeah.
freeze goes through, then combat's just going to resolve. So the Untodusk isn't really going to do too much.
Definitely not lethal.
The Untodusk, at the very least, even though your units are getting frostbitten, you're granting that HP as well. So it does help you block down a little bit. And going down to 2 is absolutely terrifying because then Gangplank's just going to create another barrel and then warning shot for the lethal. These have been beautifully timed warning shots, and we've seen it time and time again, Boulevard, where this deck just doesn't have the means to activate Sejuani after you've gone through all of the trouble of getting her leveled up, and it's lined up perfectly.
Yeah, instead Chekhov, firing off 2 warning shots very early and then top decking the third, so still has that assurance plan. And with the Gangplank online, you no longer need to worry about using it on your own attack turns. Kevr gonna fall down to 3 here with no real obvious avenue back into this game. Gonna go for the star chart, but what are you even looking for?
Yeah, you trade down your whole board. Zoe still got 5 base attack. We've got the Trickster as well, which is boosted by Cosmic Inspiration. That's 10 elusive damage. If Chekhov doesn't just have the burst speed lethal here as soon as Kevor takes an action. So Chekhov, the warning shot, the Chekhov's gun comes through for game number 2. Has the Sunburst
Ooh.
for the Gangplank to prevent the barrel. Gonna
Okay,
survive on 1 HP. Black
staying
Market
in.
Merchant. Oh my god.
Oh
No
my goodness!
way!
That's the card that Kevor needed to top deck to survive, but instead Chekhov's going to get a copy, and now we are once again looking at lethal right here, right now on this turn. No longer need to wait for the keg. It is just going to be warning shot, unspeakable horror. Going to line this one up first to see if the warning shot is necessary. Kevor going to hit okay, and now as soon as priority goes back to Chekhov, 42 greater than 24. Dr. Chekhov moving on to the top 8.
That's a tilter. If they were going to a game 3, Kevr would be absolutely in shambles. I'm personally very weak to plunder. If a card like that gets taken from me and used against me, my mental is boomed. But what a fantastic set. Honestly, as I said, plunder is one of those archetypes that never seems to show up when the chips are down, but when you are playing at this level, it's not just about knowing the matchups, having the skill, it's about having that luck on your side, channeling some of that protagonist energy. And Dr. Chekhov, you got to give it up.
Yeah, we heard it all over the EMEA broadcast. If you want to be a champion, your best way to do it is just consistently top tournaments, and eventually that day is going to hit where you get lucky on the day. Everything falls into place, and things are looking pretty good for Dr. Chekhov. I mean, while the warning shot didn't really end up coming up relevant in terms of keeping the board locked down with Sejuani, just the confidence of knowing that you have that backup can really change your rate of play, the way that you're thinking about things, your confidence level, all these different kinds of factors that do take a toll on a player as days go on. But that is going to be Kevor 24, unfortunately eliminated. We have our first top 8 competitor here at the World Ender Seasonal Tournament, Dr. Chekhov, who has been in positions like this before. Very curious to see if maybe he makes it all the way. We're not sure who is still in the game. If any of our returning Worlds competitors or any of our previous seasonal champions are still vying out to be the first and I guess only 2-time America's champion because, APAC's been picking it up. I heard Nezik just got his third. Of course, Penpingho has 2. So you won't be the first global, but you could be the first in America.
Yeah, for the Americas, we've just had a wide variety of competition, and we've kind of seen it happen over time, Boulevard, where the meta for a certain seasonal shifts to favor a certain style, a certain play style, a certain build, a certain lineup. And now in this mid-range meta game, we have, Grandpa Roji really rising to prominence. Players who have been playing Plunder now are the same players that have been playing Plunder, from eons ago, and just finally getting that payoff for their loyalty.
And now we are going to throw it to a quick break before we get into the top 8, sort of figure out where we stand with everybody. And we'll have those top 8 competitors right after we come back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. The top 8 is going to be getting started very soon. I believe we had an update for you in chat as to the players who are still in it. But in case you didn't see it, we have Seabass, Dr. Chekhov, uh, Indian Prince, according to Google Translate,
Yeah.
Filthy Gamer Weeb, Galley. We were still waiting on the results of one other match. And then we have 2 seasonal champions still in it. We have Elder Senor and we have Floppy Mudkip, our most recent seasonal champion. And again, to remind everyone, not only are these players playing for the title of seasonal champion, but for the first time ever, a direct qualification into the World Finals. Now, I don't know about you, Scar. I always found that terminology confusing because to me, the World Finals is the finals of worlds, the last 2 players playing it out. So I'm like, they're not going to the finals, right? We can't put 3 people directly into the finals where Aragorn is still waiting. We're not playing a 4-man game for worlds. No, we are changing up the qualification system this year, as alluded to. We don't know all the details just yet, but they are coming very soon, hopefully within the next couple of days when we were going to get the patch and all that. But yeah, we've got Black Sparrow was the last player of the top 8, did take out Inada. So we have our top 8 all set to go. And we are going to be taking a look at Floppy Mudkip as our featured match for the top 8, the most recent seasonal champion, whose brother, Filthy Gamer Weeb, is also still here in the top 8. Now, I don't know if they're playing each other, but boy, do I hope they are.
They have a really, really strong rivalry going, right? It ended up being a little bit cheeky, right? Where I believe Floppy Mudkip was the first Runeterra player, and then Gamerweave kind of picked up after him. And just having such a high caliber sibling that you can practice with is monumental. Floppy Mudkip, throughout all of the seasonals that he's participated in, has just been a threat, a player that you can guarantee is going to make it far. And it's just about, having the good read and letting the luck be there. One thing came through so far for the one seasonal win, and he's just looking for that back to back. And that's a player that I'd be more than happy to crown the only 2-time America's seasonal winner.
Scars, something just dawned on me. We don't have a fact checker, right? All 3 of us just kind of agreed. Yeah, Floppy Mudkip and Filthy Gamer we were brothers. I could have sworn Zorig Dungu was one of the brothers.
Wait, Filthy Gamer Weeb, Zorb Dungu?
Is it Zorig and Filthy?
Twitch,
is Floppy just
Twitch
not
chat,
related to Filthy at all?
hang on. Maybe I am getting it mixed up as well. Twitch chat,
I'm 90.
it will keep
Yeah,
me.
I'm
Will keep me
90%
honest.
sure Zorig Dungu is someone's brother.
Let us cook, chat. What are you doing? You're messing with the script.
Yeah. So actually, ignore like half of what we just said. Okay, here's what we do know. Floppy's definitely the most recent seasonal champion. All right, that's what we've got going for us. But either way, I know that Floppy's like spiritual brother P-Tash is, sort of the one that he's been topping seasonals with and testing with and playing the same lineup as all of 2022. And now in 2023, we do not have P-Tash in the top cut. So Filthy is going at it solo. And, it's just not the same without P-Tash in top cut. But at least we've got Filthy, one of our 2 brothers from 2022. By the way, they are not actually brothers. P-Tash does have a brother. It's not Floppy. It's also not Cup is mine, as I found out, but it's hard to keep track of who's related when we're all using fake names.
Yeah, I mean, Boulevard and I, we're brothers. We've got our producer,
Absolutely.
Jay Doza, also part
That's
of the
my
triad.
Kind of a brother. He's adopted.
Twitch chat, is my little nephew. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. But we're going to take a look at the deck list as well from Floppy Mudkip, bringing the Pantheon Varus, as we've talked about, but this one with the Aphelios, as we said, lacks a little bit of utility, lacks a little bit of threat potential. Having the Aphelios in there just gives you that little bit of glue, I think, that can kind of hold down the fort when you're waiting for your next big champion to come through to establish a lethal attack on your opponent, Boulevard.
And one of the big things we always praise Aphelios for is Severum, being this lifesteal option, especially combined with Infernum so that you can dodge Noxian Fervor, even though we're really not seeing a lot of Noxian Fervor these days, and guarantee that lifesteal. Floppy has taken that a step further and is main decking Divine Cleric. I have not seen this in a lot of Pantheon lists, but just playing very respectfully of the potential aggro coming out in the top 32. I know a lot of players, every seasonal I'm on Twitter and you guys are like, oh, maybe I'll last minute switch to aggro. Not a single one of you does. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The only player I believe when they say, okay, maybe I'll switch to aggro is What Am I? Because he's the only one that's actually done it when he said he was going to do it. And he's the only one that's like performed well with it. All right. So anybody but What Am I don't believe you when you say you're flopping to aggro. So again, we check Twitter. Everyone's like, oh, I might switch to aggro. It looks like Floppy got baited into it a little bit because I've seen the top 32. Not a lot of, I just got word from production that Floppy Mudkip is playing Elder Senor. Our two
Ooh.
remaining seasonal champions are going to be going at it in the head to head. But back to the point I was making, Divine Clerk seems a little too safe.
If especially when in that slot you have access to Dusk Petal, you know what I mean? The Lunari Duskbringer, and then you can maybe play Aphelios, you maybe sneak in the Pale Cascade. It's just a hedge. If we get Divine Clerk set up, especially against something a little bit slower, something mid-rangey, maybe Wandering Shepherd slaps a good weapon on it, and you heal for 2, heal for 4, and I can't say whether I like it or not. It's going to be one of those cards that it's going to have to prove itself to me,
Yeah.
Boulevard.
And also cutting a Saga Seeker to make room for it, which is one of the bigger threats of the deck. I mean, Floppy's always run experimental lists. If you just Google a deck list and you copy whatever's on the top of Runeterra AR, that is not the Floppy Mudkip list. Floppy's always pulled out some text of his own. It's worked out sometimes. It hasn't. I'd say, depending on your benchmark for success, it has worked out almost every time. Maybe Floppy has already run into a situation where he wouldn't even be this far in if Divine Clerk weren't in the deck. And I gotta say, Skarzig, I am 6,000% going to call that Divine Cleric nearly every time. He looks like a cleric. What is he a clerk of?
You know, he keeps track of the receipts. Every game that he comes through at the last minute with lifesteal to rescue you, he just writes it down in the ledger.
Is Divine Clerk like Kale's accountant? Like you're adding up all these attack points, you're trying to figure out who's empowered, and the Divine Clerk's in the back with the typewriter, like, and an abacus. Like, don't worry, I've got it all figured out. I know who's empowered. Kale, don't worry, you're gonna level, get double attack. We're gonna finish it off here. Kale, absent from the seasonal, not unexpected. Still sad about it.
I've been doing the Lord's work in the background, Boulevard. I've got one Kale deck with a 48% win. No, last I checked, it was like 53. Kind of making it work. But Zed
So
Heck, whoa. Wow. So Zed Hecarim, I really want to take the lead on this one, Boulevard, because this is
absolutely.
a deck that I really respect. It got its original claim to fame as a way to beat down on Seraphine Ezreal way back when, because it was just a deck that you don't care about your board being removed. You're setting up these really monstrous open attacks, and eventually you're going to push through that damage. The notable exclusion from this list that I am seeing is no Opulent Foyer, which is a little spooky to me. But the trick now is just going to be to hard mulligan for the Shark Chariot. There's like 2 or 3 different styles of how to play Zed Hecarim. And if you go away from Opulent Foyer, you're playing a much more, ironically, greedy idea because you don't get those tempo open attacks. You're playing for long-term value with the Hecarim. And I think that's a fine adaptation for this meta.
You know, it's interesting because we were talking about this Divine Clerk from Floppy, and then we take a look at Elder Senior's list, and we have Zed Hecarim, we have Pirate Aggro, and we have Lulu Jinx. So if there is a lineup where this Divine Clerk is going to get value, it is probably what Elder Senior's brought. And I just got to say, I've been liking this deck for a little while. I think it's had a couple of metas where it's looked pretty good, where you expect control out of your opponents. The problem that we've always run into with this is that it's low agency. It's a lot like Lurk in that regard, where you'll
Mm.
always see Lurk at the top of ladder, and then we get into tournaments and you don't see any Lurk. Vayne Rumble, another deck where like it's very powerful. You will probably have a 55 to 60% win rate if you just play it on ladder. But in tournament, you want a little bit more control over whether you are going to win or lose the game, and that has always been a big criticism of the ephemeral deck. Is either you open your Shark Chariots and all these other ephemerals, or you simply do not.
And that's why I love the Foyer so much, giving you that long-term value, a free 2/1. Open attacking with this deck is so monstrous. And then with the Dragon Ambush, it makes too much sense. I'd have to take a deeper look at this deck because there's another idea going here that perhaps I'm not seeing, Boulevard, and I'm looking forward to it because Fading Memory, Strike Up the Band, perhaps, Elder Senior just has the blessing from the Shark gods and is just getting double Shark Chariot or Fading Memories in the opening hand so consistently that you don't need anything else.
You know, we've also seen some players take out the Hecarim for the Gwen and just
Hmm.
stick it a little bit lower to the ground, play around the vengeances a little bit better in those big punishes. Skarsgård, I don't know if you have any opinion on like, is Hecarim mandatory in this deck? Do you need the full 3 of? Because the champion spell is so-so. It's situational on the Hecarim for sure. But do you like this
Hmm.
champion spread, just the 3 Zed, the 3 Hecarim classic, or do you like a little bit of
I
spice in there?
When I was experimenting with the list, I actually was running a Callista, and the deck immediately got worse by moving off of the 3/3. And the best part about having the 3 Hecarim is that if it feels like, oh, well, I'm not attacking on even, so Hecarim doesn't feel as good. But when he's leveled, they changed his effect, so now the passive buff for all of your ephemerals is attached to your nexus. So you just get that no matter what. So you can just play Hecarim down, your opponent removes it, and as long as you're able to summon some ephemerals and some shark chariots, you still get a lot of value there. I would love to maybe see a deny or even a syncopation in the list to
I do
sidestep
like
a
syncopation.
removal. But again, it's one of those where you season it to taste. You flex it into your own play style for sure. And another deck that also has a very straightforward play style, has been pretty much figured out, is Lulu Jinx. The hardest part, as you said, Boulevard, is the mulligan. Do you have any tips and tricks for the viewers here today?
Absolutely not. I don't play Lulu Jinx. I'm not really a Jinx player. I'm much more of a control minded person. So every time I have tried to pick up Lulu Jinx, because as a caster, I like to at
Yeah.
least give every deck like a shot so that I can get up there and have some idea of what I'm talking about, which is why I played like 5 games of this so that I could get up here and tell you that the mulligan is hard. I don't know how to do it, Skarsig. I thought I just
It's
wanted Lulu and Jinx, but it's like the first 3 turns with this deck are more important than any deck I can think of in certainly current Legends of Runeterra, possibly Legends of Runeterra for the last year or two. And I just have not figured out how to navigate it because you'd think you want to keep your champions because that is how you are eventually going to win the game. But the setup into turn 4 is just something I have not been able to figure out.
Yeah, if you get Lulu and then, oh no, I have a Sneezy Bagel Dust and a couple Pokey Sticks, like you aren't doing anything. You need Zonai Urchin, but also discard targets with the Jury Rig. I've seen some ridiculous plays with the Scrap Heap and the Squeaker, allowing you to flex into Fury Horn for the deck buff to make your Lulu even more resilient to removal, or even the Geode Mecha Forcer for the +2/+2 and Spell Shield is devastating. This is a list that does seem pretty straightforward on the surface because the two main win conditions of Lulu Flame Chompers controlling the board, Jinx finishing you off, doesn't really get employed over the rest of, okay, well, what if I just get all my Mecha Yordles going and Sneezy Biggle Dust? So I hope to see at this level of play a very educational game for Lulu Jinx, and maybe we'll come to respect it a little bit more when we see how difficult and how the hairy situations that you end up in are navigated.
And one thing I do want to shout out here is Elder Senor has gone for the straight up Electro Harpoon instead of the Bandled Tellstones. And it's very possible that in testing, you just always found yourself going for the Electro Harpoon. So you're like, whatever, I'm never taking the Heroic Refrain. It's not that big a deal. But Floppy is on triple control. We're on Conservatory and FTR alongside that Aphelios Varus, or yeah, that Pantheon
Mm-hmm.
Varus. So, Make It Rain and Avalanche, these are tools that are available to Floppy where you really would want that Heroic Refrain as a blowout card. So if we do see a situation come up where we're stuck with that Electro Harpoon in hand and we really needed a Bandle City Tellstone, this might just be the unfortunate circumstance that 1% of the time where you actually wanted the versatility of the Tellstone come to play out in top 8. But who knows? I mean, like we said, it's kind of a controlling matchup from Floppy as well as the Pantheon Varus up against just straight up, I want to say triple aggro. I wouldn't really classify ephemerals as aggro, but it's close enough. But it looks like we are going to get into the game
Mm-hmm.
here, Skarzig. Get the people what they want to see. 2 seasonal champions duking it out. 1 guaranteed to move on to the top 4 and still hold on to the hope of being our first and only 2-time seasonal champion.
Yeah, fighting for top 4, fighting for that second title, also fighting for that world's qualification. There's a lot on the line for both of these players. And as I think about it more, Boulevard, I'm coming to really appreciate the Zed Hecarim to complement this lineup, because Ephemerals is a deck that doesn't really care about being wiped all like that. And the opening mulligan comes through. Jury Rig, the Boom Baboon, Lulu Jinx, Biggle Dust looks pretty strong. We have 1 heavy metal, no Make It Rain for Floppy Mudkip. We have a Twisted Fate at the very least. It's just a matter of, can I block down enough? If you use all of your removal to keep up with Lulu and her squad, Jinx comes through levels safely, and then the Rockets will solo.
Oh, and I see a Poro Cannon off the top there for Elder Senor with that Flame Chompers. Lulu looking pretty juicy this turn, especially as we get a development from Floppy. You know that your units are safe now from anything other than a Blade's Edge Flock, so gonna get to at least attack with this Lulu on the following turn, but the cadence here is going to be kind of awkward. We saw it in the matchup with Kevor and Dr. Chekhov. It can be awkward to throw down your bigger threats into Conservatory, just very worried that they're going to get cleaned up. And I feel like Elder Senor has a threat dense enough hand that you might as well just start throwing out those Lulus. You know, maybe hang on to the Jinx. You do need the refuel, but mostly we're just looking to get a big ol' dust.
So Squeaker onto the Flame Chompers. By taking a slower development here, you're offering up Mudkip's availability to ping this Lulu, set it up for removal. This gives you the attack, however, guaranteed, but you can't set up a second Lulu if it's card plus Disintegrate.
And
So
I'm wondering,
it's a hedge. You have to pick your poison here.
Floppy's got a few options. You can throw out a gold card if you just want to stop the Lulu, or Arachnoid Sentry to stop the Lulu. You've really got a couple options there. Or if you wanted to go really hard, you could like put Heavy Metal Blades Edge Disintegrate all on the stack, take out the Squeaker and the Lulu all in one go. But I think as long as you've got either the Lulu or the Flame Chompers offline, you're feeling like your board is going to stay relatively safe. And with 3 mana still available, we've got to kill onto whatever we want with Blades Edge Disintegrate.
And the Mecha Forcer is the best Yordle for this deck. Whenever I'm playing other Rumble lists, you know, you love the Trumpetecker, the Dune Hopper mech, but for Lulu Jinx specifically, this thing is S tier. Geo Mecha Forcer going to grant +2/+2 and Spell Shield to its supported ally for this round. Puts it on the Squeaker. Okay.
Thinking about the Lulu instead. Now, Scar, is this give or grant Spell Shield?
It's give. I said grant, but I meant to say give. It's for the round.
I just wanted to make sure.
Nice
I just wanted to make sure because I do not know.
It's what is Elder Senior worried about here? Because again, we still have the Blade's Edge plus the Disintegrate.
I think Elder Senor is just worried about the board getting set up into a red card because this is kind of what you want out of a, like with the Sneezy Biggle Dust already in hand, you know that you need to play for that. You can't afford to let your board get wiped too early. And you also don't want to telegraph it because then Floppy's going to be a little bit more aggressive with their slow speed removal. So I think Elder Senor just kind of debating, you know, how do I want to play this one? Am I full sending everything because I still have these Poros plus this Jinx, or do I kind of slow roll it with a non-committal attack and maybe give away the fact that I'm setting up for a Biggle Dust?
And another aspect that I want to call attention to is that Mudkip didn't overreact to this Lulu at all, right? It's saying, well, I've got a wide board. I got the House Spider and the Mirai Warden. I can just block down, and I'll just answer the Lulu down the road whenever it actually becomes an issue, right? Not trying to keep the Lulu contained, because when you are on this Bilgewater Noxus list, it's not the sort of deck where Lulu Flame Chompers is eating your champions and keeping you from setting up any threat. You just want to survive and just win in the late game.
And now it's looking like a beautiful red card from Floppy Mudkip. Going to take out everything but the Lulu and the Chompers, but set those up to a very manageable position. And like you mentioned, really not too worried about taking out this Lulu. Maybe has a read that Elder Senor has the second copy in hand. And one of the things when you're, you know, looking at a champion on your opponent's board and you're kind of dealing with it and you think they might have a second copy, question one is, how good is that champion spell? And Lulu, rather surprisingly, has one of the worst champion spells in the game.
Yeah, the Whimsy, not going to find any good targets in this matchup whatsoever. And Floppy Mudkip maybe just opting for a line of, now I can answer the Lulu, fight for tempo, and also establish the fact that if the rest of my removal lines up against the Flame Chompers and these Daring Poros, if Lulu has nothing to support, then I'm perfectly safe. Now with Blade's Edge and Disintegrate in the hand, it does mean that Floppy Mudkip is going to start shifting gears and trying to figure out, okay, now that I've made it through the early game, I have to start worrying about Jinx getting set up safely.
And I imagine Floppy's going to have to use more removal than he's probably comfortable with going into Elder Senor's open attack. I imagine that the Sneezy Biggle Dust is going to come out here. I think we saw the full 3 copies in the list, so it's kind of a card that you just need to play when you have it. You're not waiting for that perfect opportunity, because if you end up drawing into a second copy, it's really not as impactful. But 4 wide on the attacks here, plus Lulu is going to level. She's pretty likely to die immediately after leveling, but overall, Skarsig not the biggest Sneezy Biggle Dust attack here.
Yeah, then Lulu becomes a 4/4. We're just going to boost this Daring Poro. The Flame Chomper could clear the Twisted Fate, but when you're the Swarm player, you actually want to leave the Twisted Fate up as long as you can, just so that it doesn't get another red card. But Lulu is just going to trade down into it regardless. Here's a level up. So if she stabilizes, we're going to start getting health picks. That gives us barrier on our units to just block down, make that removal even harder to find its targets. And despite everything, it looks like we're going to have 6 unblocked elusive damage coming through. And once you drop down to, would you look at that, Boulevard, 11 HP, Jinx is waiting in the wings.
That she is, and Floppy is in a difficult position where the board is pretty threatening, and it looks like we're seeing the Disintegrate queued up, but that is the Jinx removal at the moment. Sure, Zapstrafen, I would say pretty likely to pull a Ravenous Flock or a Disintegrate, something to help deal with the Jinx, and we're not using our other cards, which means if we really need to, we can string together a Jinx kill with the Blade's Edge, Katarina's Blade's Edge, and the Death Sand down the line.
I like going for the Zapstrafen here, drawing that card, seeing what your options are, rather than just committing into the Katarina, trying to go for an open attack.
Let the bloodshed begin.
Now we have the Katarina and the Heavy Metal and a Blade's Edge to try to keep this board under control. If Mudkip can line up the removal versus this Jinx, it looks like the rest of the days for these Daring Poros are numbered. Beautiful attack here after the Pokey Stick. We have a Get Excited. I don't know if Elder Senior is going to react, right? You just block this down. We've got face damage ready to go.
It is a little awkward.
Besides,
just 1 mana shy of having the Rocket this turn. If you want to level the Jinx, she's going to be a little bit vulnerable, but this Katarina and Zapstrafen combo is really starting to stack on the damage, especially since Elder Senior threw that Pokey Stick at the Nexus instead of the Zapstrafen. You know, just saying, you know, there's a Blade's Edge, you can take out these Poros. If I Pokey Stick to Zap, then it's probably safe enough that, like, they're just going to pick apart my Poros. I'm not going to be able to block it down anyway. Might as well get the Nexus damage on there. See how it all plays out, though. This could still be a big attack from Floppy. Elder Senior kind of locked down for the turn, just kind of waiting, biding their time. Don't want to level Jinx and then watch her immediately die.
It's the crossroads of these tempo lists. You get your early damage, and you have to recognize the point of the game where you aren't going to realistically be able to put through any more damage through combat. And you have to rely on that burn damage. And the difference between 1 damage on the Nexus versus getting a really strong value trade with your 1/1 that's probably not going to survive for very much longer is just Elder Senior saying that is what matters, is the face damage.
Yeah, the Pokey Stick does set up for a Get Excited top deck down the line, because the Get Excited plus the Rocket that we currently have will set Floppy down to 3. And that's also why we don't see Elder Senior throwing the Get Excited at the Katarina. Cognizant that his path to victory is going to be throwing down the Jinx kind of early here, it feels like, Scar. We
There's
needed
just
that
no
Rocket
other great
damage.
Plays, I think, is the issue, right? You go for Jinx, and otherwise you're discarding a Get Excited with your Zonite Urchin, which throws off your burn idea.
I'm thinking that, like,
down to 8 now.
Elder just passes this turn or
Ooh,
develops a Naked Zonite. Discards the Get Excited, but that was also a necessary piece of the puzzle for the lethal here. And we know that Floppy going to be able to take this out with the Blade's Edge plus Flock.
So the Jinx goes down. We get the Rocket that does clear Zap, but you aren't left with any strong options after this. We even have 1 more Blade's Edge in hand to clear the 2/1 if you really want to. But there it is. Ravenous Flock onto the Jinx, and we'll have to see if Elder Senior's gamble will pay off.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not even sure what Elder Senior could draw from this point that's going to feel like a payoff. I guess Jinx would be it, right? You can go for an open attack, and I think that's what Elder Senior is going for here, but it feels like you've set yourself up to where now instead of needing to top deck Get Excited, you need to top deck Jinx.
With the previous turn, Pokey Stick. Okay, we're almost there. There's an open attack.
Eye. Floppy could take no damage this turn if he wants to Eye plus Blade's Edge.
And from this point, Floppy Mudkip is also has to follow Elder Senior's line to say, now we're looking at top deck Jinx, we're looking at top deck Get Excited. If you take 2 damage here, you die to Rocket. If you survive everything, you die to 2 Rockets, or like Rocket plus Get Excited. So there's a nice in-between here to just go for Blade's Edge, perhaps.
Yeah,
And
Floppy
you have to
right now...
remember, if you wipe the board here, then you can play Katarina and try to go for just ending the game entirely, especially with Eye of Nagakaboros as a burst speed development.
Yeah, I think Floppy's just kind of figuring out, you know, if the top deck from Elder Senior was Jinx, is there a way where I can not take any damage this turn, and still have the tools necessary to kill a Jinx? And the answer is not this turn. We still see that we have the heavy metal and the death sand, but we are 1 mana shy, 2 mana shy even, of playing all of it. So we're going to get a pokey stick from Elder Senor, see what we can find off the top. It's a boom baboon.
So that's not what we're looking for. Elder Senior might sit on this. But
Probably has to play it.
Just going wide now.
Yeah, only 8 Nexus health for Elder Senor. You know there's a Katarina in Floppy's hand as well as 9 mana. So going to be able to get a couple of rallies this turn.
Coming through, and there's the surrender. Whenever that Jinx levels up, it becomes a massive point of tension over the next couple rounds before you're able to close out the game. Fortunately, it came through. If we went back to that massive fork in the road with the Jinx Get Excited Zonite Urchin in the hand, if you wanted to be greedy to have access to all 3, you would have to float and just not do anything for that turn. And when you calculate all of the potential, permutations of that position, he just deemed that it would be too slow and just went in with leveling the Jinx.
And ultimately, didn't really matter. We saw the next couple of top decks. We knew that a Get Excited wasn't coming. So, yeah, Elder Senor going down in game number 1. Floppy, the reigning seasonal champion, still keeping his dreams alive of becoming the 2-time. And now going to get another Lulu Jinx game out of Elder Senor. This one into FTR. And while neither of these decks are super popular, it feels like this is one of the most talked about matchups.
I think when Lulu Jinx kind of rose up to prominence, it was alongside a lot of other aggressive decks, especially, it was just, there was a plethora of options. You had the Elise Nocturne running around, the Red Gwen, even Leona Katarina, and then it was like, okay, I'm just going to run tons of board wipes and removal, and we should be good to go. But with Lulu Jinx, it becomes a little bit scarier because, again, you spend all of your mana on removing the board rather than ramping to your game plan. Or Lulu hits that big ol' dust so that it survives your removal, and you spend all of your time just responding and not ramping, so by the time you stabilize the board, you're a few turns off of getting Feel the Rush and Lethal established, and maybe Jinx does come through after all. A little bit of damage pushed through with Geode Mechaforcer. Once again, that powerful Mecha Yordle responding to the call of Lulu Jinx.
One of the big talking points has always been, is Avalanche good versus Lulu Jinx, or is it not? And I got to say that it's one of the more high-impact Avalanches that we have seen or will see thus far in the tournament. And with only 5 damage pushed, we've got some okay stuff here in the hand for Elder Senor, but this is where Floppy kind of gets to start stabilizing. We can throw out our ramp spell here, get a 2-2 on board, throw down Trundle on the next turn. But with there being 4 mana, yeah, Floppy gonna go for the pass, just saying, I need to hold up this box mana.
Big braid pass. You love to see that. And what's beautiful, too, is having the box in hand. If there is, Poro Cannon, getting an extra Flame Chomper sort of idea down, we do have the box to maybe wipe. And sneaking in the Fury Horn Crasher is great. Once you get these 4 HP and 3 HP units, if you get enough of them, it is very taxing on Feel the Rush because they have to do that much extra work in order to get the board wipe.
Thinking about the Wild Mysticism, I think now that Jinx is offline, unless Floppy's still really holding out for box value, I like throwing out the Wild Mysticism.
I would honestly, there is the world where you box here just to clear the Fury Horn Crasher, because if it attacks and procs its effect, and that +1/+1 goes onto a Jinx or a Lulu, you probably won't be able to wipe. This is also extra impact damage coming through that you aren't going to be able to stop. And this is a matchup where the early mid-game chip damage you take sets you up for the Rockets. So far over today, the Lulu Jinx has done a great job of getting the early damage through, and Jinx just hasn't come through to close out the way that we would like to see.
No, but we do have to Get Excited in hand. Not quite lethal with the 5 health that we're setting Floppy to here. But this is kind of why I think Floppy was still debating the box versus the Wild Mysticism, is that the Flame Chomper is just going to pull it out of the way, and it looks like we might even be buffing up a different unit here. Rather than controlling the board, just going for the full damage. Elder Senor really playing this one like an aggro deck, and actually going for further development, saying, I don't think you have a second copy of Avalanche.
Yeah, see, and look at this. The squeaker being a 3/3 from the chime just gives you that extra safety and incentive to develop this. Discards the scrap heap. We have the box now just to remove 4 damage, but that's most of your turn with Floppy Mudkip only on 7 mana here.
It might even be more worth it just to play Trundle as a blocker, Vile Feast, who knows? But Floppy's got a plan in mind, and it doesn't involve the box from what we see. Looks like a Vile Feast as well as... I don't even remember what the other spell was. Quietus, that's it.
Quietus. Actually hitting the Geode Mecha Forcer. Vile Feast clearing the 2-1. This is still looking like a pretty decent attack. However, we have another Mecha Forcer. The squeakers and the scrap heaps are just popping off here, Boulevard. And now if the box doesn't clear, we just got to go for it. This is going to clear the 1-1. The Mecha Forcer becomes a 1-1. It's still, again, the impact is what matters. Because this is unblockable damage that's going through onto the Nexus. And now Floppy Mudkip's hand is out of answers. From here, it's just going to be play a big thing on curve. And as long as Flame Chomper survives, that's all you care about.
Yeah, I think that might be enough, though. I mean, Flame Chompers is going to be able to pull something to the side, get the kill. The Fury Horn's going to connect on the Nexus, but you are still killing that Mecha Forcer, and this leaves very little for Elder Senor. But Floppy doesn't have an answer for Jinx should she come down. At least not next turn. In a couple of turns, we're going to be able to throw down It That Stares as a Jinx answer, but only if she's not leveled, which I have to imagine at that point she will be. So, board clear. Not as much damage as you would have liked on Floppy's Nexus, but it's kind of the last hit that Senor gets, at least for free. I mean, you still got the Flame Chompers. Fury Horn might still be able to get in one more hit, but, I mean, if you go for an open attack, Floppy might just flash freeze that.
Yeah, if I'm Elder Senior, this is where the deck will fail you. You don't have really anything to do. I love the pass there. From this point, Floppy Mudkip wants to keep the board state neutral. There's no point.
Oh, this is big.
Oh my god, the Biggle Dust off the top.
That's got to be a flash freeze onto the Fury Horn. That's going to save a lot of damage and a lot of heartache, but that is still a lot lower than Floppy Mudkip wanted to or expected to go. And now, with Get Excited in hand, we are just one Jinx rocket away from lethal, and we're actually going to go for the Trundle. And this, I mean, Elder Senor might be staring down lethal. This is going to be a level 2 Trundle into an FTR.
And having just Get Excited in hand is very clunky because now we've got Jinx, but no way to clear the hand.
Oh no, and this is going to be Flop. I think Floppy's just got lethal here. I know that you're very high on life, but
yeah,
FTR so good.
Players will drop very, very low on HP as they work their way towards the win condition, and they don't have the opportunity to heal back up before it's too late. But here it is, Trundle, Pillar, FTR. Elder Senior has Jinx and no way to clear the board. We've got massive amounts of overwhelm damage, and it's not going to be enough.
It's like +6 attack on each Trundle. Yeah, pull that Fury Horn out of the way. 31 damage coming through, and Floppy Mudkip once again finds himself in a seasonal top 4, eliminating the previous BR champion.
Very, very well played. Feel the Rush finding the matchup that it wanted, and Lulu Jinx looking like a pretty fair deck so far in today's broadcast.
Yeah, Echo Jinx was definitely the preferred variant coming out of Swiss. We still haven't seen it yet on broadcast, and we know that at least 2 of our top 4 players are not playing it, as well as Kane Aatrox not showing up. And if I do remember correctly, EMEA did have a no Aatrox finals, so I am curious to see if the Americas are going to follow suit here today, Skarsgård. How are we feeling? I've only seen a little bit of Kane Aatrox, but
yeah, I mean the meta is very wide. But the idea is that it's wide because there's a lot of decks that are able to kind of win games along the same style of deck, right? Like there's a lot of different mid-range decks, but they're all kind of just doing the same thing at you. Same thing with
a lot of
aggro.
unforgiving cold decks.
Exactly. And then a lot of control as well to kind of find its matchups because you hit a variety of the same things. And what that means is that you can tech against the strongest variant, the poster child of the archetype that you want to counter. And so now instead of playing the tier 1 version, you're playing the one that has a little bit more utility where it can step down and start to counter its own counters, a la Talia Malphite. And I think that's maybe why we aren't getting the most representation of these popular lists.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you actually get into the seasonal where like you know what the level 1 is. The level 1 is like mid-range and then level 2 is like the mid-range that beats mid-range. And it's always a question and nobody will ever have the right answer
Mm,
of how many levels do we have to go to win the seasonal. Sometimes you have to stop at level 2. Sometimes you stop at level 1, but Skarzik, I think we might already be at level 3, level 4, and that's kind of what we're seeing succeed here as we get down into the final moments of this tournament now that we have crowned our first top 4 champion. It looks like we are going to be getting into FNX Black Sparrow's game.
ooh,
Black Sparrow is up
okay.
1 game so far.
Chekhov, who we already saw do very well again with the Feeler Rush, just a solid lineup overall. But Black Sparrow, a player that we constantly see, I want to say, at like the top of the leaderboards, the top of the LP, when everybody's posting about, oh, how much do I need to climb to camp? He's in every screenshot, lower, upper. He's always there, haunting and locking in these seasonal tops. And yeah, it's a player that you know is going to show up here. Already has the Aatrox in play. Dr. Chekhov has the Buried in Ice It That Stairs. I think this was one of the first decks that actually began to bully Aatrox, right? This and Timelines, running that very devastating Buried in Ice combination.
Yeah, these Darkin like to come in very fancy. You can see how many different weapons they have. They're like, oh, we stuck a demon in a fan. And oh, yeah, we stuck a demon in this weird little glade thing. And Trundle found a stick on the ground. And he said, I'm just going to beat your ass with this stick. And the Darkin are like, wait, what? That's not complicated. And Trundle's already swinging.
And once Trundle levels up, once Tryndamere levels up, we have, from the very few units in the game that can stand up to leveled Aatrox. And as soon as you cast that World Ender, there's a chance that Buried in Ice comes through to punish once you've tapped down. And it's very restrictive for this deck to execute its late game plan properly versus this list, because now you're always worried about harsh winds or hell, maybe even atrocity. It doesn't matter if you're at 20 HP versus Feel the Rush.
And also, like we see in Chekhov's hand, Buried in Ice, you can resolve the World Ender. You can throw down as many Darkin as you want to. They all get entombed just the same, except for Harazi, but not everyone's even playing Darkin Lodestone. And that's one of the cool things about the Kayn Aatrox. If you really want to look for something cool about this deck, the sort of one thing that you will find is the weapon diversity that we get out of every player.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's on 3 spear, and that's really the only homogenization that we have across the lists.
Oh my god.
Here comes
Takes
Buried
the
in Ice.
risk of the keeper of the box trying to set up the weapon attachment into the World Ender to get that assimilation, doesn't have the opportunity to just swing with the Aatrox and take down this pillar. So here comes the Buried in Ice.
We've got Expanse's protection to save 1 unit. And it's kind of a question of which one do you want, because you have the second Aatrox in hand, which does make Kayn a little bit more of an appealing option. Plus, Aatrox is, I guess it doesn't really matter. Next turn, one of them is going to have vulnerable. If you save Kayn or Aatrox, either one can take out the Ice Pillar this turn to make sure that you are not just getting your unit destroyed on the clapback, but you are going to have to block this Trundle anyway. It is going to go up to 14 attack here. It's a really rough decision. It looks like the Aatrox will be the save, get a little bit more HP back on killing this Ice Pillar.
So those units are going to go back into the ice. At the very least, this doesn't set up like a really ridiculous open attack. This is just about, trying to punish that line and maybe top deck into a Feel the Rush here to close out. We also have It That Stairs, which is pretty much locked in now for Dr. Chekhov, which is always the nice counter to Buried in Ice. Once your opponent plays it, their next turn is going to be fully committed to It That Stairs. And if Kayn goes down, so be it. We still get to keep the Darkin Harp in the hand, and we might even just see Stratu, which is going to draw more cards on the open attack. It doesn't look too bad from this position.
Yeah, the question is always kind of, do I go for the It That Stairs that I have kind of pigeonholed myself into as the sort of normal follow-up for Buried in Ice, or do I play out Tryndamere? Do I think that I have a lethal option if I just throw another Overwhelm unit onto the board? Do I care about killing this Aatrox? All these kinds of different decision points going through Chekhov's mind. It looks like it will be sort of the classic, the It That Stairs, Buried in Ice combo. And that means while we're not likely to find lethal, we might be able to take out the Aatrox. Black Sparrow doesn't have the big World Ender mana. It might even just have to go for Saratu to get a little bit more card draw going. But at this stage of the game, I think you care much less about drawing cards and a lot more about just reducing the cost of the World Ender.
If your opponent's win condition is too expensive, it gives you a lot of leeway to play around it. I like this option because you get to bully the Aatrox. He's still just a 6/6. Ice Quake to keep the board clear, perhaps for future developments. And if you can't equip those weapons, then the Assimilate does not hit the way it should.
And Black Sparrow has an option to clear the board here, actually. Saratu can trade with the Trundle, and if you want to commit the Momentous choice, then Aatrox can trade with the It That Stares as well. Now, how worried are you about Flash Freeze? Do you feel like if you go to a zero-sum board state that you are the advantaged player here with just an Aatrox in hand?
Justin Aatrox has been the way that these decks have been winning for just a while, but Feel the Rush can compete with that 10-10 stat line. It means that from here, Black Sparrow would have to take the massive risk versus Flash Freeze, first of all. At this level, a lesser player would do it, but a higher level player is less likely to take that big gamble. With the second Aatrox in hand, this becomes a little bit more palatable. You're getting a couple ticks for the World Ender, and if we can get, we keep the Stratu alive, so we keep it darkened down, so we can draw more cards. If Chekhov doesn't get Feel the Rush, doesn't get Atrocity, maybe is a little bit slow on the draw here to finish, especially through Unforgiving Cold.
It's a lot of ifs, Skarzig, and I think that's why we see Black Sparrow not going for the double block, understanding, you know, if I throw down Aatrox, they could have an FTR, another Trundle, a Tryndamere, so many things, and we do see the Trundle and Tryndamere in hand, so Black Sparrow's got to get some impactful draws here. It's a question of, do you throw down the Aatrox pre-combat as well? Are you that worried about Chekhov having a second champion? Because Tryndamere actually will kill Saratu on the crackback.
I think the open attack is fine. You draw the cards, and they're also discounted. So it's going to offer up a lot of utility and different options for you to develop instead. Because right now we've got Aatrox and the Darkened Blade, which is just auto-equipping. It's not a real card. You get the Harp off the top.
I don't know if anything beats FTR off the top for Chekhov, though. Furious Wielder definitely a good go at it, but I don't know how many FTRs have been resolved for Chekhov. You know, is there still a second Tryndamere in the deck? Does it really matter? I think Tryndamere Battle Fury is going to be able to get it done against anything, and that even gets you through Caught in the Cold, most likely. Being able to reapply that through the Frostbite, it's something that we've seen as far back as the days of Endure Spiders is, oh, Frostbite's in the meta, I'm putting Battle Fury in my deck to play around that and throw it onto my Overwhelm unit. But from this position, even with this Furious Wielder, I don't know what Black Sparrow can go for here. Unforgiving Cold is predicted.
Perfect. Now, here's an important point, Boulevard. You were speculating about the number of champions. There was not a Tryndamere in the deck. It got pulled from the hand for Feel the Rush. So there is no Battle Fury to counter this Frostbite. Aatrox is now in play. Darkened Harp being attached to the Stratu to put it to 10, so it can also trade up. And now we've got the Furious Wielder to take down Trundle. Discounted from Stratu.
That was a Trundle from hand as well. Dr. Chekhov putting his entire hand on the table with that Feel the Rush. No champions left inside. Does mean that this is probably going to be Black Sparrow moving on 2-0. I can't imagine how Chekhov comes back from this position after losing the Trundle. I don't know how the Tryndamere still isn't leveled. Did you obliterate it? Did it? Where's Tryndamere number 2, Dr. Chekhov? Where did he go?
Is this some... I'd have to look at the list. Is this a list that's only running 2 Tryndamere?
Few of them are.
If I've got the proper list pulled up over here, it's actually 3 Trundle and only 2 Tryndamere.
Not unheard of by any means, but now... Oh, man.
You've got to cut something when you need the Buried in Ice, the It That Stares, the Vengeances, the Atrocities. Wild Mysticism now also trying to fight for a spot in this stack. The box in order to make sure you counter your Lulu Jinx matchups. Something's got to give. And now Tryndamere's just not enough thanks to the clutch Forsaken Bakai predicting into the Unforgiving Cold.
This does mean, though, that Chekhov still has the Atrocity top deck lethal potential. The Unforgiving Cold gets forced out here on the attack. Would have been exactly lethal. Tryndamere, of course, going to survive with that level up, now coming in bigger and badder than ever. Going to be an 11-15 once the Frostbite wears off. And that means that Atro is still a potential line of play. And even if it's not, Sparrow doesn't have... Does Sparrow have lethal next turn? Does
So-
Tryndamere... Okay, not with the healing. I was going to say, does Aatrox pulling the pillar actually present lethal at 4? And I think it would have, but...
Yeah, because you
Kayn-
have to put World Ender on the stack in order to make Aatrox a 10-10 with Overwhelm. And
Yep.
there's no Darkens to discount. The Forsaken Bakai's not equipped. We aren't going to get the Assimilate. We've got Kayn, if you want to throw
Oh.
him in the mix. But the issue is that you open attack with Straw 2 to draw 2 cards. So
No!
you can try to
Oh!
find your Unforgiving Cold
This is a
for
disaster.
the Atrocity, but
if-
now we've got...
If that stairs comes down now, you can't attack with Seratu. The pillar is going to be gone. It's just going to be Tryndamere as an 11-15 to stonewall and kill your Seratu on the crackback, which leaves you very vulnerable on the following turn, but it's probably a play that Sparrow has to make. But does Chekhov
if you
play
Shinju
it?
Wanders, Kane's obliterated, Forsaken Bakai's obliterated, the rest of the board's obliterated, Black Sparrow still has enough mana for the World Ender, and Chekhov passes it back. Lets the World Ender come through first.
Getting a big mana commitment. So I guess what's going through Chekhov's head here is he still expects, even after She Who Wanders come down, still expects Seratu to attack. And therefore wants to get all of Black Sparrow's mana so that nothing that comes off of it can be played this turn.
Right.
No
There's
additional
attack with
blockers
Strahd 2
developed.
into Deathbringer Swoop. Nothing like, the Furious Wielder.
Yeah.
Even Ross still gets obliterated. The attacks from the Darkened Scythe haven't stacked up at all.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you
and we need the
really
draw.
want to, you could not attack here. You do still have a second Seratu, right? That is a Darkened Harp attached to this Seratu. But now if things don't work out, you do just die on the open.
That the best you got?
I think just drawing cards here, looking for Furious Wielder and Unforgiving Cold is just a line that Black Sparrow is fully committed to. With 0 mana, the Bloodletter doesn't have any targets for Zolani, and we got to see it off the top. Oh,
Oh,
Darkened
It was
Spear.
blue. It was
Not gonna
blue.
be enough.
I think Sparrow had a chance to play that a little bit slower. I don't know if it works out in the long run. Obviously, there are still risks associated with it, but I think because you had a Darkened Harp attached to your Seratu, you had an option to not attack there and stay in the game for another couple of turns. But this does mean that we are going to a game number 3, Skarzik, as we are looking to crown yet another top 4 competitive Dr. Chekhov, bringing it back with that FTR against the Kayn Aatrox. And now we got to see what Chekhov's last deck on the table is and see if we can 2-0 one of the most talked about decks of the format.
It's a deck that is very solid, very consistent, but also because of that, very targetable. If you find something that can get bigger than Aatrox, something that really bullies the World Ender down, something that can disincentivize winning through combat, you certainly find yourself in a fantastic position in that matchup. I don't think that many players have found themselves in that position regardless, where multiple Feel the Rushes seem to have resolved already. Your opponent's out of champions, and you're going to try to just play it in a very slow, very grindy way. We saw one Buried in Ice resolve. Maybe at the end of the day, Black Sparrow was just too afraid of the second Buried in Ice.
Do we have confirmation that FTR will prioritize pulling from deck? Because I feel like, I don't know if that's a rumor or not, because I feel like I've had games where it'll just rip it out of my hand, and I was pretty sure I had one in deck, but that's all speculatory, and it's,
Yeah,
it's
it
probably
says-
not written down anywhere, so we don't know
It
for
says
sure.
random
But
champions from your hand and deck. So a very surface level analysis would say that it prioritizes the hand, but I'm almost certain after all the FTR mirrors I've had to cast in my life that it prioritizes deck. Now we've got Plunder, as I said, a deck that can do very well at disincentivizing a combat-oriented win condition. We just need Chekhov to hit that Sejuani on curve. There's not much that Black Sparrow is going to be able to do about it.
The bigger the hunt, the
Do we
better
take a
the
lot of early
trophy.
damage Boulevard, just go for the greed, double Spirits Unleashed?
When the
oh, it looks like we are going to Tusk Speaker instead, get the Plunder procs going.
We also have a block versus the 2-2. The chip damage from the Buru Cultist does matter quite a little bit. And Bloodletter working on that tutor potential. Doesn't want to trade it through
Oh,
to get
wow.
the Dark Enthrall.
Interesting, because I'd imagine that Chekhov wouldn't have blocked and would go for the attack this turn in order to get the plunder proc. Or I run into this every cast where we call it a plunder proc because, you know, it's progressing the level up of Sejuani and Gangplank, but plunder is a different thing entirely. But that damage on the Nexus in order to keep the champions going. Instead, we see a committal of not a Furious Wielder, a momentous choice in order to stop the damage and forcing a warning shot out of Chekhov, who pulls a pretty low value card.
Yeah, just went, instead of going for the attack to just trade down the Tusk Speaker, goes for a greedier line, baits Dr. Chekhov in with that momentous choice, now has 2 Buru Cultists and the Ranger Knight Defector. Spirits Unleashed now hitting the stack and remove this 3-1. Still looking pretty strong, however, because we have the other Buru Cultist still alive as a 2-1. Ranger Knight Defector doesn't take any damage, and we have the Dark Enthrall. Gets the Bloodletter Slap right back onto it. And this is a matchup where, ooh, putting the attack on the Ranger Knight Defector instead. Going to try to bully through here. Dr. Chekhov enjoying a 3-3. Because this Buru Cultist was nabbed before the Spirits Unleashed resolved, it gets to enjoy that bonus.
And I think that this is an aggressive line from Black Sparrow, just valuing the additional 1 damage coming in from attacking with an equipped ally twice, rather than buffing this Dark Enthrall up to a 4-3, and saying, hey, yeah, you know, I think you're going to block my Ranger Knight anyway, so I'd like to get a little bit more damage in this way. It might have even been more damage overall to put it on the Dark Enthrall, I think by 1, but, you know, just kind of keeping your options open here. But now, with the first priority on Chekhov, we actually get to wipe the board.
Yeah, by forcing your opponent to trade their board away, you're also establishing dominance for down the road, where, sure, if Gangplank is leveled up in play, if he's the only one attacking, it's very easy for me to keep things, you know, chill with just a Furious Wielder. We've got Unforgiving Cold in the far right of the hand. Kayn now comes through after all of Dr. Chekhov's mana was spent, and now we just have the means for Black Sparrow to freely develop, because any small chump blocker on Kayn would get pulled. But he doesn't want to take the risk. Just goes for the attack. Not even a development of the Aatrox. I guess Sejuani's too big of a punish here.
And not wanting to wait to see if Chekhov develops anything. Probably understanding anyway that, you know, through 2 copies of Spirits Unleashed, Kayn isn't killing anything in the deck anyway.
I guess that's true. But Gangplank is now a 7-6. We do have the Shadow Step. But again, it's not going to be enough to boost this Kayn big enough. Is it? Quick attack and then plus.
No.
I haven't cast Shadow Step enough.
It doesn't buff your attack at all. You just get the normal attack from Kayn. But okay, so this
It's
is going
because
for
of
the Kayn
quick
level.
attack, he's going to bounce. So
Yeah, it's like a Katarina.
Ah, yeah, I forgot about that interaction. Very well played by Black Sparrow, utilizing the Kayn's champion spell to get Rost into play. This is also extra ticks for the World Ender once that comes into the hand. And now you just have this Gangplank weakened, and you can maybe take it down later on with Rost entering the... Whoa, whoa, whoa! I gotta say it. I was assuming red Kayn. We have the Shadow Assassin. Kayn resisting the pool, the siren song of the darkened power, and embracing his own degeneracy. This elusive gamer is going to try to close out from 9, going underneath the plunder.
But there is a Zap Spray Fin in the hand of Chekhov, and even if there wasn't, it would still take a couple of attacks from this Kayn to actually push through lethal. You know, Blooming Cultist is a card that has been cut from this list since the World Championship, since the Attune was taken away from that follower. So this Shadow Assassin is the only elusive threat in this deck. And I mean, this seemed like a pretty cut and dry, we're going to Unforgiving Cold, block the Gangplank kind of turn. And it looks like Sparrow just saying, I don't need the healing, and I also don't need to put my Kayn back to full health after I kill a unit.
And to be fair, that's pretty heads up, right? You know that you aren't going to lose this match through your lack of healing. It's just you're losing the match because you're just locked down by Gangplank and Sejuani. Black Sparrow is living on the razor's edge here. His fate in this match is completely dependent on whether or not Dr. Chekhov can get a Sejuani down or not. And by putting the blue Kayn in play, it means that Black Sparrow knows that I have to accelerate the pace of this game in exchange for getting in underneath the Sejuani. Here comes Joral, the Dark and Aegis still finding a slot in this deck because of this scenario, dragging the elusive blocker to the side and trying to push through with just that little bit more damage.
And you're absolutely right, Skarsgård. The Shadow Cane does play a lot better into Sejuani, because if you're playing it with Rost and you're just like, you're sending it into a Gangplank and then Sejuani Frostbites the board, there's a good chance that Rost is going to die, as it's going to be a 7-attack Gangplank. But, you know, now you're still forcing out that Frostbite every single turn because you are, you know, going in with an elusive unit, and Frostbiting with Sejuani is the only out for that. But again, we just do not see a Sejuani in Chekhov's hand, and now having to commit this draw spell, we're not going to have the mana to play anything that we do draw. We have Mirai Warden, we have, I believe that's a Babbling Bjerg.
Babbling Bjerg, so that's a 50-50, right?
No, with double Spirits Unleashed, so much of your deck now has 5 attack.
Oh no.
You've actually reduced your chances greatly. We saw it a little bit earlier. Someone had it double Spirits Unleashed resolved, and they pulled a Tusk Speaker off of their Babbling Bjerg.
Yeah, you could Bjerg into another Bjerg. The attack token is coming to you. Is Gangplank and Sejuani even leveled from this point? Here it comes.
We still hit Sejuani!
I've said it before, Boulevard, that at this level of competition, Plunder always seems to fail, always seems to trip the finish line, but Dr. Chekhov is channeling that protagonist energy, and of course, pulls the Sejuani. Down to 2 HP now, thanks to the blue cane. Didn't go for a scout attack, just wanted to push through immediately. Back over to Dr. Chekhov. We've got Sejuani now ready to hit the board, and Gangplank as well. A warning shot, a couple make it rains.
This is a disaster for Black Sparrow. Like you mentioned, the Sejuani's the one out that you have, and I don't know if Sparrow from this position is going to have the capability to actually end the game, because while Chekhov was digging through the deck, constantly turn in and turn out looking for the Sejuani, what he found time and time again was ways to proc that Sejuani.
And look at this, going for the Joral. I love this decision. You take down the units that can make your spells very expensive, because you know you can always Frostbite versus the Cane now.
And going in with the Sejuani first.
Something has to block.
Oh, and we might even... Oh, if we block like this, we lose the Aatrox as well to the Make It Rain.
Once all of these blocks go through, the Make It Rain is guaranteed.
Unless Black Sparrow is really heads up here and equips a Darkened Spear and then cycles that back into the Aatrox weapon.
And by equipping these weapons, you're threatening Assimilate.
Very heads up from Sparrow.
Putting the extra HP on the Aatrox allows you to survive the threat of the Make It Rain. Dr. Chekhov, of course, a player who's going to wait for combat to resolve and make sure the Make It Rain is guaranteed, rather than trying to put that down on the stack and maybe inviting a Furious Wielder or something of that nature.
And now
the Darkened Blade, Aatrox,
we've got a potential
keep that 4 HP.
Got a potential World Ender turn coming up on us, Skarsgård. A couple of different Darkens in hand that Sparrow can throw down. But with the Warning Shot in Chekhov's hand, I just don't think you have a way to get through that little bit of damage. Maybe if we top deck Momentous Choice is our only option here.
Death calls.
And
we're just going to go in for the open
attack.
Saying, yeah, you know, throw out your Warning Shot.
To Make It Rain.
Yeah, this is going to let the Make It Rain come out guaranteed for Chekhov, and I think what Black Sparrow is thinking about is, you know, if there is a Warning Shot and a Make It Rain in hand, I need to go wider on board. I need to force the Warning Shot out, make sure that the Make It Rain is not a guaranteed touch onto my Nexus, but the open attack does mean Chekhov's got so many options.
If this World Ender was just a little bit more discounted, you have the luxury of developing and equipping weapons and threatening the Assimilate, maybe in a post-Frostbite state. If you also take time to develop rather than attacking, you also strangle the Gangplank because of the threat of maybe pulling that barrel with an Overwhelm unit. So now Dr. Chekhov, after surviving the onslaught of the Darkened Brothers, we can set up the Gangplank. Forsaken Bakai predicting into Unforgiving Cold, however, to potentially buy one more turn.
It's so rough because you might need Unforgiving Cold to survive. I'm actually not sure. I don't know how many Darken you can really get down here, how wide your board is going to be. Can you survive the Sejuani Gangplank combo? And we're even going to see Darkened Spear go onto a unit. Yeah, this looks like it will be the World Ender, but you need Momentous Choice on an elusive unit post Sejuani Frostbite in order to win this game.
And if that is the only way to victory, we know that Black Sparrow has already calculated towards that out. One more turn to try to survive. Furthermore, now that Aatrox is leveled up and World Ender has resolved, it means that if Dr. Chekhov tries to get cheeky, tries to take slow, waiting plays, Black Sparrow is just going to keep developing big threats on the cheap. So World Ender is going to come through here. Even if you block down, Gangplank's still going to be forcing a lot of damage here. That's going to be 2 barrels set up with that Powderful Explosion on the open attack.
Yeah, not only that, but Sparrow only has 3 blockers to the 4 attackers of Chekhov. Now, we know that or at least we're 99% sure that there was an Unforgiving Cold predicted to the top, so it's not going to be an issue. We are going to survive this attack turn. We are not going to lose a unit here, but it's getting dicier and dicier, and honestly, with the amount of ways that Chekhov has to proc Sejuani and make it rain is actually queued up here. But
Ooh.
yeah, looking like they're going after Kane.
Goes for the make it rain. Slaps that blue Kane, has the parley in hand. There is no mana for Black Sparrow, and so we're going to get a massive swing here.
Everyone
Absolutely stunning to come through. We felt that the Double Spirits Unleashed would be too much, messing with the odds of getting the Sejuani, but of course it comes through. Black Sparrow trying to play towards the proper out. Look at this gigantic Mirai Warden. Beautiful 6-wide attack versus Aatrox. Even without Sejuani in play for the Frostbite, these big green stats just won't stop. It's going to come through right away. I love even putting Sejuani down at the bottom because you know that you don't need to put her first. It still forces your opponent to block all the way towards the top, and there is not enough to stop from here, even with Aatrox's healing. -9 on the Nexus, and game number 3, Dr. Chekhov is going to advance.
Dr. Chekhov will be joining Floppy Mudkip in the top 4. It looks like no answer from Sparrow. The Unforgiving Cold, not enough. No strike spells in hand. A warning shot, even if there was. And Black Sparrow's run ends in the top 8. But Chekhov took down Kevor. Now taking down Black Sparrow is on an absolute tear so far as we get into the final moments of this tournament. But we don't have much time until the top 4 starts, Skarzik. So we are going to throw it to a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the World Ender Seasonal. It is the top four. I am Boulevard. This is Skarzik, and you at home have been great. And we're down to our final four players: Dr. Chekhov, Floppy Mudkip, Faithy Gamer Weeb, and according to Google Translate, Indian Prince. Now, I know
Mm.
that you guys would love to see the bracket. I've seen you type exclamation mark bracket in chat. I don't have one, man. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Go ahead, try the deck list command too. I don't have those either, guys. I don't know what you want from me. We're pulling them up on the fly. We don't have time to make a sheet for you. I'm sorry. The lock-in happened so late, but we do know our final four players, and that is what's important. In this round, we are going to be following Filthy Gamer Weeb for the first time.
Filthy Gamer Weeb, I heard a rumor that he's everyone's brother, not yet to be substantiated.
He is my brother.
Yeah. And so we know that he's got the caster blessing, has been playing very, very strong throughout the entire tournament. Now, as we head into the top four, again, these players are trying to qualify for the next Worlds. There's a lot on the line, not just having that seasonal title and that sweet prizing.
Yeah, and it's really just a battle of brothers, man. That's what's most important is you want to be the Runeterra big bro, and that is what Filthy Gamer Weeb is looking to do because I do not remember if he is the big bro in the Zorik Dungu relationship, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at his decks for the first time. Another aggro aficionado has slipped their way into the top four, kicking things off with Red Gwen. Now, I know that this is a list that has been around for quite some time, but it's gone through a facelift recently. We took a few nerfs onto some of the Minotaurs, and instead we've cut Harrowing. We cut the Minotaurs entirely, left them in the dust, gone all in on Opulent Foyer since we no longer care about board space, cluttering up our Harrowing. And the big adaptation, 3 copies of Might, 2 copies of Shunpo, and 3 copies of Mark of the Isle.
This list, I think that there is a little bit of a misinterpretation of the way the list has kind of shaped. The Harrowing and the Minotaurs are still very good as an option. However, as a way to exploit the metagame and double down on the most consistent strength of the deck, be it the hallowed units, is why we're now pushing through with the Might and the Shunpo, right? This is a list, especially with Opulent Foyer now, was a card that I always believed in. And as we talked about earlier in the Zed Hecarim deck, has monstrous levels of long-term value and implication for your deck. And so the idea here now, by leaning harder into this incredibly powerful card, we can now just take advantage of playing a lurk-esque game of everything I do and everything I play is going to deal like 7 or 8 damage to you and needs to be blocked down. This deck looks like it's very aggressive and is all or nothing, but the truth of the matter is that it's going to run you out of resources very quickly. And as soon as you run out of ways to block or remove threats, you will lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Scar, you shape it for the meta. And if you look at the rest of the meta, you see a lot of these all in sort of high roll or lose the game decks. So we made a more high rolly version of Red Gwen. This to me is very reminiscent of like Fizz Riven, which was
Oh,
always kind of on the radar on ladder. A couple of people would bring it to seasonals. It really picked up popularity during the one season where I think Aphelios was very popular. And then it was like it
mm-hmm.
was some kind of overwhelm double strike cow attached deck. I don't even remember what the names of the units are at this point, but that's kind of the only time that we saw it come to fruition. And this is just very reminiscent of that because it plays 3 Might and 3 Mark of the Isle. But Mark is not only so good with Katarina, but just a lot of people are trying to, when they remove things, remove it exactly. A Blade's Edge onto your 1 mana guy. And Mark plus Might just pushes out so much unexpected damage when we pair it with these hallowed procs. I mean, the deck, it looks
Mm-hmm.
cheesy on paper. It is. I'm not going to dispute that. I know you thought I was, but no, yeah, it is cheesy. There's 3 Might in the deck. You can't say it's not cheesy, but cheese is good, man. It's like a top 3 food.
Yeah, this is not just this is fancy cheese.
Yeah, this is like
It's cheese that's
Gruyere.
cultivated based on your opponent's palate. You're using what they're expecting to see, and you're giving them an unexpected taste of +2 HP at burst speed. If I use my Make It Rain, my Blade's Edge, my Heavy Metal, I've got Mark of the Isles, and I'm pushing through that damage. Suddenly, the removal that you've come to rely on to deal with other aggro lists isn't as good. And because of the reputation that Red Gwen has cultivated for itself over the course of the last few seasons, we could just see this be a ban bait sort of list, and you get to play your other 2 lists.
Yeah, for a while, there's been a lot of debate on sort of what is the go-to ban in triple aggro, and the face of triple aggro has changed quite a bit, so it's never really obvious. For a while, it was Annie Jin, but now you don't even see Annie Jin in the aggro lineups anyway. You're seeing like for example, this lineup out of Filthy Gamer Weave is discard aggro, plunder, and Red Gwen, which like not quite like obviously Plunder's not aggro. Red Gwen, I'm sure people will argue if it is or isn't aggro, but when you put all of these together, it's definitely a very aggressively postured lineup.
This discard aggro is also a very specific call out for the metagame. When we look at Jinx and we see Lulu Jinx and Echo Jinx, those are lists that have a lot of staying power, a lot of aggression, but very specifically for this build, it has the means to just get on the board in a really ridiculous, audacious way and end games. We also have survival skills now to protect Jinx. So if your opponent's adopting a strategy of just removing your whole board, saving their key removal to get rid of Jinx, and they feel like they're in the clear, they've survived, they're out of the woods. We have survival skills now to exploit that. And so I think Filthy Gamer Weeb's entire concept of how to approach the metagame is simply to take my opponent's usual means of navigating these aggressive matchups and nullify them.
And it's one that has obviously been working out. And I got to say, Scar, as much as I'm not necessarily a fan of discard aggro, this isn't even really my favorite Jinx variant. I got to say, I am happy to see Draven have his day in the sun one last time as we sort of sunset the seasonal tournaments and move into Runeterra Opens, because Draven, Tribeam Control, however you want to call it, Draven Ezreal, was one of the longest standing and most consistent decks during the entire 2.5 year lifespan of the seasonals. Ever since Draven went down to 2 health, things haven't been the same. So I am glad that not only is he here, but he's got his biggest fan beside him. Should you have cut a Legion rearguard for that? I don't know about that one. Skarzik, I know you have had some choice words for Legion rearguard on social media as of late.
Oh man, the discoursening, yes, but Legion Rearguard, it's a solid card for aggro, right? And there was a point in time where players would argue that it was necessary for aggro. It's just that now that the game has matured, we can kind of see the butterfly effect of having a 1 mana 3/2 in your game. It forces a lot of 1 mana 2/2s, a lot of 1 mana 2/1s, and it just makes it more difficult to balance stat lines around effects. But when we
Yeah.
just go back to good old discard aggro, it's playing a much more straight up, swarmy, classic game. It's not just the rear guard is just setting me up for late game success. This is going to be a much more hit or miss sort of vibe.
I hear you loud and clear, Skarzik. It is time for a 1 mana 4/3. It's time to change up these stat lines. We got to go bigger. We got to go badder. I want to see everybody jamming 1 mana 3/1s into their deck to deal with my super rear guard. He's need
Okay,
need
so
of a promotion.
1 mana 4/3. Just while we have some time to kill, how could you balance that? What's the ridiculous downside you would put on that card to make
Well,
it
we have
balanced?
one. It's ephemeral.
Oh yeah, you get it for one turn. I forgot about Shadow Fiend. Oh, you baited
Yeah, which
me.
is funny because like Shadow Fiend actually is seeing play in the Aatrox Kane decks as a generated card. But we're getting
Well
into the game here.
played,
Draven's
Boulevard.
biggest fan comes down, immediately hit with a Quietus. No cheering for Draven today, but it doesn't matter. He will still move to the top of the deck.
And Dr. Chekhov approaching game number 1 with this Feel the Rush. You know, back when discard aggro first rose to prominence, when Jinx first got buffed, this was the first deck that everybody was running, to just run Jinx, run Swarm, run aggro. And I had also immediately pivoted over to this She Who Wanders, It That Stares sort of mass removal idea. The problem, however, with this current build of Feel the Rush is that it runs less board wipes because of Wild Mysticism. You're looking to try to ramp and outpace other mid-range decks. And so now we're a little bit weaker to Swarm. Chekhov has the Avalanche in hand, along with the box, along with the Blighted Ravine, but is that going to be enough?
I have played not a lot of games at discard aggro, and I believe the last game that I played, the one that made me put it down forever, was I think I got hit with a turn 3 Avalanche, and it was just game over. Because a lot of times you are looking to set up for the turn 4 crowd favorite, so you're trying to go as wide as possible, and you almost take this like if they have it, they have it approach. Chekhov on 3 copies of Avalanche as well as 2 copies of Blighted Ravine, has both of them available, and that's why we say Filthy Gamer Weave taking a more reserved approach here, going for the Draven into the Jinx. Still gonna get punished by a box though. Chekhov really has the full suite of sweepers here. What they're kind of lacking in is the champions, the game enders, but Discard Aggro isn't a deck that you need to beat. It is a deck that you need to survive against until they run out of steam, which is totally possible lose condition for this deck.
And I do want to call out that Gamerweeb is navigating this matchup properly, right? Didn't attack on turn 3, even though it was set up with the Draven, so that Chekhov doesn't get value out of Catalyst. And now just goes for the attack with the rear guard, doesn't overextend any further. This is a matchup where you don't need to go super wide and high roll and swarm. If you can push 2, 3, 4 damage here and there, we now have the newly buffed Jinx as a much more solid line to victory, where you can rely on, 4, 8-ish damage worth of rockets. Here comes Get Excited as well, discarding the spinning axe, getting a little bit more damage on the Nexus. Dr. Chekhov now is getting into the position where, as you get later and later into the game, you have to give up your whole turn to either develop a threat, or to ramp, or to wipe the board. And once Filthy Gamerweeb can force Chekhov to take the first move on what is the development for the turn, now we see the Gamerweeb response. After the Blighted Ravine is down, we're like, okay, well, I could maybe play Jinx, but then there's an Avalanche on top of that. I love the pass here. And now Chekhov just going to sneak in that Catalyst, get a little bit more healing, and we'll see how Gamerweeb wants to respond. Maybe a second Get Excited now.
Oh, I was going to ask if Gamerweeb can actually empty the hand and level the Jinx this turn, but not even going to go for it now. 10 mana on the side of Chekhov, 10 mana as well on the side of Gamerweeb. Not as much unit mana, though, but it does mean that we're not even out of sweepers for Chekhov Skarsgård. Not only do we have Avalanche, we have It That Stares, and next turn we have She Who Wanders, and I'm worried that Filthy Gamerweeb is just taking a little bit too long to get online here. It's still sitting at 19 here on turn 7 on the side of Chekhov. That's incredibly high.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because the trick now is that you've navigated and minimized the effect of your opponent's like ramping and removal, but by playing slower, you're also playing into the control player's hand. They get to late game pretty much for free, and you're ready to go. Here comes the Avalanche, and now Filthy Gamerweeb has to get this Jinx down and stuck and flipped so that she can survive She Who Wanders, which is going to come through next turn. And Chekhov is maybe even thinking, I don't need to play Avalanche here. I don't need to wipe, because She Who Wanders, It That Stares completely wipes this board.
Yeah, it's this really awkward scenario for Filthy where, Chekhov actually going to commit to the Avalanche, and now Filthy pretty clean to get down the Jinx. Of course, has to be cognizant of the fact that there is still Vengeance Man on the side of Chekhov, but you need to at least get this Jinx on board, because, like you mentioned, She Who Wanders very likely to come down next turn, and survival skills will not protect against that. You need to level the Jinx in response to the Bale Site to get her up to 5 attacks so that she is not obliterated by this, and that is your only path to victory, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. Not from 19, not when your opponent has the Trundle on board already. Seeing a Spinning Axe, we're actually just seeing the level up of the Jinx this turn.
Yeah, I love this to death. Jinx comes through. No, but then you draw an extra card. What's the play here?
I would have liked to see the Get Excited for the extra damage on the level up, as well as, drawing 2 cards on this turn, but I don't know if it matters.
Oh, okay. We're back in it then. After the summon of the pillar, we don't just immediately go into the She Who Wanders. So now we can play crowd favorite, and we can flip the Jinx in response.
Yeah, but we're still losing the Jinx this turn to the vulnerable, so we're pushing 7 damage into the Nexus of Chekhov, taking quite a bit on the crackback.
If once we discard the survival skills, Jinx does get that.
Oh, that is true. She will survive for the turn as well, yeah.
And so then we draw 2 cards at the start of the next turn.
That's a very good point, Skarsgård.
If those next 2, that risk was massive, right? Not to flip the Jinx the last turn, and to take the risk of She Who Wanders not coming down as the first action. So here's the Get Excited. Discards the survival skills. Jinx will survive this, and 3 going onto the Nexus. We get the Super Mega Death Rocket. Next turn, the rocket is all but guaranteed. That's going to be 4 more damage.
Oh, right. Okay, I I started to calculate, I'm like, is this actually lethal if we pull the Jinx to the side with the pillar? But the pillar is going away, so there is no shot at lethal here. But yeah, Filthy Gamer Weeb navigating this beautifully, much more patiently than I myself would have. I probably would have pulled the trigger for the draw too. I really like drawing cards. It's who I am as a person.
Control Freljord versus Discard Aggro is one of those matchups that you had to be there.
Yeah.
You had to put in your reps 2 years ago in order to learn this matchup because
So
you barely see it these days.
pass on the turn, Get Excited off the top is lethal for Filthy. If Chekhov cannot find any healing, the Get Excited on the Nexus will immediately make the Super Mega Death Rocket in hand. There's a Poro Cannon. There is another Poro Cannon.
Double Poro Cannon discards the other one. We have the Poros coming through. Super Mega Death Rocket is the first line here.
Get Excited off the top is still lethal in this case because we will have cards in hand.
And so if you're anticipating Jinx going down,
Chekhov has to take an action here as well. I don't think Chekhov can afford to pass back and let Filthy draw 2 cards, knowing that 5 Jinx and 2 Get Excited rather still remain in the deck. 5 Jinx, 5 Get Excited total.
1 mana off of the Feel the Rush. This is a great line. Once you force your opponent to respond to your plays, wipe the board, ramp, they might be off of mana to clear. Destructive Ray now comes through to wipe the Jinx. This means that the Daring Poros can now be developed and can attack to deal 2 more damage. Looking at the discard aggro lists, I was back, in the ancient days of the forbidden technology. I was running Mystic Shot, but we've got to just keep these in hand because it's Get Excited or Bust, and it's not there. After playing the game, I think, as correctly as you possibly can. The final draw just didn't come through. There could have been, another survival skills in hand to maybe keep the Jinx alive so you get that guaranteed draw. But overall, fantastic demonstration of what that legacy knowledge from some of these veteran players can really showcase for you once the chips are down in a very ancient matchup, suffice to say.
Yeah, I came very prepared for Kane Aatrox Mirrors. I have a lot of talking points on Echo Jinx. Discard aggro has been very absent from this Jinx-dominated meta, and it's been a long time since I've touched the deck myself, so I gotta say, hats off to Filthy, man. Like you said, that was absolutely beautifully played. Much, much better than I would have by a million light years, but still wasn't enough to pick it up. We're going into game number 2, and honestly, just that many sweepers against that many 2-health units is how the matchup goes sometimes, but now, Dr. Chekhov still pretty well positioned with the opening hand. Mirai Warden, a great defensive tool in a matchup like this.
And because discard aggro, this was a deck that used to live and die by whether or not the opponent had Withering Wail and stuff like that back in the day. We've got Spirits Unleashed if things get too far away. With a 2-1 being able to block the 3-2, it looks like everything is caught up. Do you think Chekhov is going to take the risk of taking a little bit of damage just to preserve this Prowling Cutthroat and get free Nexus strikes?
Almost certainly not. I don't think this is a matchup that you win with your level 2 Sejuani like so many others are in the meta. I think that by the time Sejuani comes down at level 2, enough Nexus damage will have been done that we're just looking for the Jinx Get Excited finisher. I think you just need to trade down as much as possible because, again, I think this discard aggro is a deck that you just need to survive against. And right now, Filthy Gamer Weeb, an awful attack lined up is even if you full send everything, Chekhov just completely trades down your board.
I love just sending the rear guard here to force 1 block. Getting Forge Chief off of Mirai Warden is also hilarious because we get another point of mana here. You don't want the mana. Ooh, so if you don't trade with Forge Chief here, it means that you are calling out Filthy Gamer Weave to say you aren't going to trade down because you want to keep your board wide for a crowd favorite. Versus, do I even need that mana? Do I want to even go for Spirits Unleashed? The triple Sejuani draw is going to prove to be very awkward here.
And it's interesting because the additional spell mana on this turn specifically would have allowed for the development of a 2-drop alongside the Spirits Unleashed, and I do imagine the Spirits Unleashed is going to come down here. Yes, you take a Nexus damage, but it is actually going to even up to board parity at this point because you're going to take out the 1/1 Spiderling. And actually, we're just going to go for a Black Market Merchant instead.
Okay, Flame Chompers is another just kind of blocker. I like that.
Yeah.
It's funny because like the Tusk Speaker doesn't really do a whole lot. Now that you've attacked already, the Flame Chompers are just going to come down as a free blocker. You're just saving your Nexus HP as much as you can and just keep blocking down. We know that these Plunder lists kind of got their first claim to fame versus aggression because of the addition of Make It Rain way back when. So right now, Filthy Gamer Weave has to turn up the gas from this position. Just plays the House Spider, and here finally comes the Spirits Unleashed, getting rid of these 1/1s.
This is so devastating as well because it means that Filthy Gamer Wave is pushing through no damage on this turn. Yeah, you get a trade in a unit for free with your Draven, but now your entire board is set up for Make It Rains, Parlays, so many different things that Chekhov can top deck at any point in order to continue to finish off your units. And we're, once again, as we have so many times before, just found ourselves in the Jinx waiting room, but this does greenlight the playing of the Daring Poros, so at least one of those are going to get through and trade on the Prowling Cutthroat, so a little bit of damage pushed here. Filthy Gamer Weave once again just kind of doing what he can, but really not taking advantage of a triple Sejuani hand as well as you would like to.
We haven't even gotten to that point. We'll see, if Fury of the North really matters. At the end of the day, Filthy Gamer Weave has gotten now down to 10 HP on the opponent's Nexus. We have the Augmented Experimenter to draw some more cards. We've got Zanai Urshin to draw some more cards. And now we're just fishing for the rest of the lethals. Get excited. We're 1/3 of the way there.
One shy of being able to play Get Excited and this Augmented Experimenter in the same
2/3
turn.
of the way there, Boulevard.
Oh,
to
man,
take
there
this
is.
to a game 3.
This has to be a game 3 scenario, right? There's no way that Filthy Gamer Weave with 2 copies of Get Excited in hand cannot find that last bit. It is awkward, though. You kind of need to throw one down here, and I'm wondering if we're even going to use one to preserve a part of our board here, or if it's just all to the Nexus.
And with Draven being frostbitten, we aren't going to get a spinning axe to just put through both. Get Excited's here. It's probably just going to be cast one and then pass.
Skarzik, is there any universe where we completely forgo the Get Exciteds and say, I just need Jinx, and we slam down the Augmented Experimenter right now? Looks like no. Because I am concerned about the kind of clock that Filthy is on. If you're going to play out these Get Exciteds and this Augmented Experimenter, the third Get Excited might be your only option. I don't think you're going to have time to play a
off
Jinx.
the top, Get Excited. No. We've got 10 mana, so we can use Get Excited to go onto the Nexus and then Augmented Experimenter and try to draw that third Get Excited.
It's got to be exactly third Get Excited, though, because, funny enough, you are dead to triple Sejuani next turn. That double Fury of the North onto a 6/7 with Overwhelm would be enough to send Dr. Chekhov into the grand finals here at the World Ender Seasonal Tournament.
So here we go. I have Gaboros drawing some cards, trying to find some utility, some outs. Black Market Merchant, see if that final Get Excited is on the bottom of the deck.
Just aim that Augmented Experimenter at the Nexus. That's all it really takes. Deal 3 to your opponent's Nexus. Take us to a game 3. How long ago?
Cursed. Back in like the alpha or whatever before the game came out, it was absolutely cursed.
Pre-beta November weekends that are the bane of my existence. Players love to bring those up all the time when I'm like, what's the best deck ever? And they're like, oh, it was the stupid Shadow Out control from November when no one knew how to play the game.
I'm the biggest fan.
Still one top deck though. Still have one opportunity to draw that third Get Excited, but if it is not exactly third Get Excited, then Dr. Chekhov will secure his place in the top 2. I was going to say 32. We're well past that at this point. Filthy Gamer Weave. The top decks have not been coming for the players so far today, Skarzik. Filthy Gamer Weave, can you break the curse? You can't. And Dr. Chekhov is your first grand finalist.
Filthy Gamer Weave dropped the discard aggro. He was a believer, piloted all the way up to this point, playing the deck beautifully, right? Both of those games came down to 1 or 2 draws. I think that he navigated it as well as he could have, but big congratulations to Dr. Chekhov for surviving versus the aggro, having the foresight to just not even play that Tusk Speaker, saving as much Nexus HP as possible.
We are going to be checking in on the other side of the bracket as well. Where Indian Prince is up against Floppy Mudkip. They are in game number 2 right now. Floppy Mudkip did take game number 1, so we might get Dr. Chekhov up against Floppy if another 2-0 happens here. Skarzig, we are getting further and further into the tournament, and Aatrox is being seen less and less.
I like it. When the players were worried that, the meta was too wide open, I don't know what to ban, I don't know what to target. But once
Good.
it comes to the competitive scene, to the tournaments, things get very, very narrow very quickly. And whether you like it or not, everybody's gotten tons of Aatrox matchup experience. So they know
Oh, yeah.
exactly how to take down that deck and dismantle it.
It was surprising, even last week at the Mastering Runeterra Open, players were consistently not banning Aatrox. They were just leaving it open every single time, and the deck looked rather dominating, but now we are seeing it on the side of Indian Prince, at least according to Google Translate, according to Skarzig, up against Floppy on this Conservatory deck.
Triple Momentous Choice isn't really that good in this matchup because as soon as something gets damaged, it doesn't matter if you put its HP back up to whatever you need. Maybe we'll see a play where we can survive a Ravenous Flock or the like. If you increase that HP and then end the round, it is like a pseudo heal. So we'll see if we can weave these momentous choices in at all. Floppy Mudkip is going to struggle to keep up with Ranger Knight Defector, having tough on a unit against a deck that wants to deal 1 damage to set up for its next swing. Doesn't really come through. And
a pass from Indian Prince, not wanting Floppy to redevelop that Katarina and just floating a bit of the mana. Seems like a weird choice when up against a more of a control-y deck, but the choice has been made. It's been locked in, and now Conservatory gets to come down already at 10, which I think it starts at 11, so that's really not much of anything here.
Yeah, I guess that at the end of the day, Indian Prince says, I'm going to burn all that mana. That's what I want to do. And we speculated about it earlier, Boulevard, that when the Conservatory is in play, you then just want the board state to remain neutral. And with no Twisted Fate or no Conservatory in play kind of forcing the issue, Indian Prince is just going to say, okay, well, I'm just passing. I'm just chilling. I'm just going to get my Aatrox, and then I'm going to go into the world of everything I play you have to respond to. And we'll see if there's enough Darken to make that happen.
Get a heavy metal to kill the Darkened Spear. That's very impactful kill. You do not want your opponent's Scout attacking with the Spear and buffing up the deck 2 times, but the hand of Floppy's still looking kind of light here. No hard removal, no Scorched Earth, no Ravenous Flock, at least that I can see. And I think Floppy just really wants to try and slow the game down as much as possible and get into the Riptide Rex turn and try to completely dismantle this board. And, if we can drop a Tibulk along the way, that's really cool, but it is by no means necessary.
Yeah, if we get the Tibulk down, that's great. The issue now is, even with the base boosted Riptide Rex from the Tibulk, there's going to be so many stats in play that you might just be able to tank through that Cannon Barrage and not take too much damage on your Nexus. All the Darkened weapons are going to go back to the hand, and you can just re-summon them. World Ender at its full cost of 16. Both players very much struggling to get their late game win conditions into position here.
We see Floppy not pull the trigger on Death's Hand despite Indian Prince being totally tapped out here. Saving that spell mana for the next turn. Things are looking kind of dire for Floppy here. These Blade's Edge is just not doing much. The Katarina has been leveled since turn 3 and just has not been able to come down again. These momentous choices playing very well against the hand that Floppy actually has developed here. He might just be looking at lethal on the next turn.
Got Eye of Naga Kaboros, hoping for a Twisted Fate, perhaps, just to play something, just to get blockers down, draw a card, advance the board state. I wouldn't blame Floppy for even just blue card here.
Yeah, it's not like the red or the gold does anything, right? Might as well draw another card.
Never lost a fair
Do we have to worry about overdrawing here? It's looking like that's currently 9 in the hand for Floppy, so yeah, 1 card is going to have to get played here, or we're going to burn something.
Wow, and Indian Prince just immediately reacting to the Twisted Fate because, again, normally you don't kill a Twisted Fate earlier. You don't want to give your opponent the option to play another one, but you're just removing this threat, setting up for your open attack.
Ooh. Finally, a Disintegrate, some hard removal to pair with all of these Blade's Edges in hand, but again, still, 10 cards in hand for Floppy. Do you care about the overdraw? Would like to bank the spell mana. We are going into the Riptide Rex turn.
Yeah,
and that
probably
could be the
just play
huge
the
swing.
Conservatory. Conservatory is only a punish if like your next draws are like a couple house spiders or something, I think. And
Yeah,
you
I
really
don't
want to flood the board. And at
I
the end
really
of the day,
don't
you can just
see
overwrite it.
I guess Floppy's debating, you know, like I already have the Riptide Rex. Do I really care about 1 mana versus 1 card?
Yeah, it's just a matter of when you evaluate what you actually have left in the deck, what don't you want to burn, and it's probably second Disintegrate or maybe another heavy metal or something. But regardless, wants to take the card. Because of the Katarina leveled up, we have, you know, quote unquote infinite Blade's Edge to make use of, and the Twisted Fate's a fine card to save.
We do have to commit a little bit more than we might like here, though. There's no way that we are going to be able to get down the Riptide Rex this turn, as we are taking lethal damage, and we don't want to just die to Momentous Choice, so we are going to have to line up Disintegrate Blade's Edge. I'm going to see where we can go from here. It might even be a post-combat Katarina just to finish off the quick attack unit. Maybe a Twisted Fate, who knows?
And from this point, it's all about stifling the combat. Aatrox Kane doesn't have any burn, and it's just about bullying the board. If we play the Katarina, we can start sniping down the 3-1. Frost is going to level. This is one of those very odd matchups where the way you win, so to speak, is completely just divorced from the way any other deck wants to navigate a matchup. Where it's like, yeah, my opponent's healing with Aatrox and Kane, and the way that this deck is going to beat it is basically a Riptide Rex OTK. Once all of this chip damage and piecemeal removal has gone through, especially with Tibalk's help, we are going to have Riptide Rex slam through regardless of the amount of Darkens in play.
It's still such an awkward hand for Floppy to navigate, and before Tibalt comes down, I don't think Riptide's... He's got more of a pea shooter against the Darkin. Once one Tibalt comes down, you know, like he hands him a BB gun and he's like, try this. Second Tibalt, he hands him a real gun and he's like, okay, now we're talking 4 damage per cannon barrage. That is what we want to be working with. Want to be able to 2-shot these Darkin, 3 shots sometimes even. But, I mean, you could pump an entire Riptide Rex into a level 2 Aatrox, and it barely gets the job done.
And here we go. Yeah, Kane hits the board as well, re-equips the Scythe.
It's going to pull an Aatrox.
That's a Darkin equip, so it tutors Aatrox. He's back, baby. And so now Katarina can't swing in. Still has the 0-mana Blade's Edge. Doesn't want to use it here.
Use it or lose it. Can't save it for next game. Might as well take out the 3-1 that has been plaguing you. But no, we're actually going to soften up the Rost.
Just getting a lot of damaged units set up and ready to go. Hoping for a top deck of Scorched Earth or something of the like. Maybe another ping into Ravenous Flock would also be pretty massive. We know that the Twisted Fate was also grabbed. So that's going to be red card or gold card to maybe help out here. Ranger Knight Defector has proven to be a huge thorn in Floppy Mudkip's side with the Scout, with that bonus damage. It's only a matter of time before it's equipped and then assimilated. World Ender, thankfully, is only at 13 mana. Floppy Mudkip, I can see buying himself maybe one more turn, but Indian Prince looks to be closing in on victory here pretty soon.
The other problem you're going to run into is the Heedless Resurrection on the side of Indian Prince. That will bring back an Aatrox, and if there's not enough pressure on the side of Floppy this turn, you know, we can just bring back our Aatrox next turn, ship a full 13-mana World Ender, and have 2 10-10, or I guess 1 9-9 and 1 10-10 Aatrox with Overwhelm. And with only 6 HP on the side of Floppy, you have to assume that that's going to be more than enough for lethal, especially given that no Riptide Rex is coming down this turn. It's just the Tibalt. It's just another setup turn. But Indian Prince says, I'm tired of the setup. I want the smoke now.
And I like how the second Aatrox auto-equips the Darkened Blade, takes it from the other. But it's just, the board is too wide. We've seen this before with the Bilgewater Noxus decks. You can remove your opponent's board pretty consistently. You're slanted towards dealing with aggro very well. But when it comes to these bigger mid-range threats, things get pretty dire. This is a 2 damage Make It Rain. Comes in, hits the Nexus. Guru Cultist also hitting the stage. Kane is tutored. That gives us the Shadow Step. Ugh. This is looking like Curtains Boulevard.
Yeah, luckily for us, and those of you at home that enjoy watching Legends of Runeterra gameplay, there is still a third game once Indian Prince takes this one, but I can't imagine a universe in which Floppy is able to slip his way out of this one. It's looking like game over. Not seeing a lot of things to contest that on the side of Floppy. I'm just, I can't do a lot of math, but 2 units versus 6 with 6 HP on the Nexus seems like a pretty cut and dry lethal here.
I also want to point out that we can see how late in the game it was that Aatrox and Kane's tutor effects happened. When we kind of first tuned in, there was like a triple momentous choice, very awkward hand, and Floppy Mudkip was very comfortable at the start of this game, I imagine, with Indian Prince just kind of passing, not really putting through a lot of damage. But then as soon as Ranger Knight Defector hit the board, there was just nothing clean to deal with it. Here's the Katarina and the Death Lotus, the Boulevard Prophecy coming through here to wipe the board.
Unfortunately, through double momentous choice, I don't think this is actually going to work out, but maybe the Make It Rain does switch things up a little bit. I don't think double momentous is something that you can fight through if you're Floppy.
Yeah, the Make It Rain.
But if this did resolve as... if this resolved as is, Riptide Rex would probably be close to lethal.
There's the buffening. We've got another Make It Rain's not going to do it. Even if it does hit this buffed Aatrox. And we've got this awkward Scorched Earth in the hand. Wait, the Death Lotus and the Death's Hand, but doesn't find its target.
Whiffs, but there is another momentous choice in hand anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered too much. Would have just taken a little bit more action economy out of these players, but it does mean we are getting into a game number 3 here. Indian Prince picking up the win with the Kane Aatrox. Floppy going to have to find a win with his Conservatory if he wants to keep those dreams alive of being the only 2-time America's Seasonal Champion. Still has Dr. Chekhov to get through, waiting patiently in the finals for his opponent. But still just more games to be played. And Skarzig, that one felt dire. We are starting to see the cracks in Conservatory, as we did at the World Championship, these awkward hands where you either get all of your ping effects or all of your execute effects, and it's proving difficult for players to find the sweet spot.
And it's also because decks have become so good at their threat density. So many things are high priority, have to be removed. The way the Darkens keep coming back to life, keep tutoring and drawing more threats that as soon as you answer something big, you think that you have, 2 rounds to kind of buy yourself some time. And then, nope, Aatrox number 2 is here. Aatrox number 3 is here. Kane number 2 is here. And it's not just that you have to have your cards line up. You have to have them line up very, very quickly and consistently back to back. Conservatory is a list that if it finds the matchup it wants, it looks fantastic. But if it doesn't, you go down in flames. We do have turn 1 Conservatory, however, and hopefully an early Tibalt can swing this game in Floppy Mudkip's favor.
I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Conservatory players. Yeah, exactly this. We don't see them play the Conservatory on 1. They tend to just
I love playing it out early because then you have, alongside your skills, it's naturally counting down, so you get the Tibalt even faster.
It looks like Indian Prince actually on the Floppy Mudkip tech here has the Clerk in this Varus Pantheon, which this matchup, it might actually do quite a bit. I think the Conservatory usually kind of looking to chip you down a little bit, wear you out as the game goes on. And it doesn't need to wear you down that much. They like to get you down to like somewhere in the 12 to 14 range, and then they finish off with either a couple of Tibalks or a big Riptide Rex attack. And to see that becoming an issue for Floppy.
This is fortunately a matchup that maybe plays a little bit better into what Conservatory wants to run, simply because you have so many cheap effects to pop a spell shield and still make sure that your executes all go through, like your disintegrates and whatnot. So it's going to be difficult for Pantheon and Varus to swing through. It's going to be very up in the air, I think, once we get to that position. So here comes Ravenbloom Conservatory, and Floppy Mudkip didn't play it on turn 1 just for the sake of floating mana, right? Being just a little bit more flexible in the mid game, I can kind of respect in exchange for giving up a couple ticks, because you're going to get the Tibalt, I think, no matter what in this game. With a 4-2, that's easy pickings, just get a heavy metal, you're good to go. As long as that's not a Saga Seeker or, Wounded White Flame from back in the day, because it was so bizarre back when Pantheon was first at the forefront of the metagame, that Noxus control wasn't bullying it effectively enough, even though it seemed that Scorched Earth and Ravenous Flock were perfect answers. In practice, it just never lined up, and they would just outscale all of your cards.
Yeah, back when we would play 3 Guiding Touch because it just blew Ravenous Flock out of the water, and usually it'd just like take way too many cards from the player. Also, Pantheon was a 4/3 at the time, which certainly helped that he didn't die to Death Sand. Also, we weren't playing him until he was leveled, so he was a 5/4 half the time. I don't know if I miss old Pantheon. I was gonna say I do, but then I thought about it for a second. I'm like, it's just Fiora Shen reskinned. How much do I really like watching that matchup over and over again? But
It
so
got
far,
real old real fast.
that it did, Skarzig. That it did. Floppy already down to the life total that he would like to see Indian Prince sitting at. Pulling back on the TF
reconsidering
here.
the blue card. I think that we've seen, blue card Twisted Fate pretty consistently so far. And I wouldn't mind playing it here, right? We know that the only way that this deck can really deal with Twisted Fate is with Furious Wielder or something like that, so we can get this backline threat continuously scaling. And with Eye of Nagakaboros and Zap's Grayson in hand, that line of threatening to level Twisted Fate has finally been offered to a conservatory player. So far, we've seen Twisted Fate blue carding or red carding and then immediately dying, and then the card draw happens while he's not in play. So now we get this compounding effect.
And I think what Floppy was worried about is what happened. Held back the Twisted Fate, saying, I'd really like to see if they develop a Saga Seeker here, if I can get a lot of red card value. And as soon as the blue card comes down, there's a Saga Seeker right on time. So the one time a red card looked really juicy, just a little bit too late. Indian Prince doing a great job of playing around what Floppy is available, but I think Floppy needs to get a little bit more aggressive with sort of ticking down the conservatory. If Indian Prince is going to continue to get these faded procs every turn and, continue towards the Pantheon level up, I think Floppy needs to keep pace on popping out a Tibble.
And fortunately, because we're running the Bilgewater, the Noxus, just general good stuff early game package, there is the shades of a swarm beginning to surface here for Floppy Mudkip, where the way you beat Pantheon is just to go a little bit wider than them and push through a little bit of damage. If we can get, Varus Pantheon down low, most of their healing is going to be from Pantheon high rolling that lifesteal and maybe this Clerk kind of popping off. Here's the Lodestone equipment to get a little bit more lifesteal.
Light my way.
I don't know if you want to extend and double dip with this Furious Wielder. The rest of the hand doesn't look that great.
It's a little awkward here. We might lose the Clerk, but I don't think you're too worried about that. You've made it turn 5. You're still at 20 HP. You've got a second Clerk in hand if you really are worried about it.
And I just like the idea of it's a 1-drop that just tops you off.
Yeah.
It's not about sticking around and walling your opponent out of the game entirely like a Radiant Guardian. It's just like, I heal a little bit. I force you to trade down. That's good enough for me.
That's what Saga Seeker's for, right? That's the wall. That's what we're coming in for. And now, Heavy Metal off the top. Some interesting ramifications. If you can kill that Darkened Lodestone the next time it comes down, that would be absolutely massive. Harazi is a bit of a pain in this matchup, and yep, we're going to see the weapon swap, and I would be surprised to see Floppy not take the kill onto this Lodestone. I think Harazi is one of the biggest threats out there for you.
Yeah, being able to have 2 giant spell shield targets is difficult for this to deal with. Floppy Mudkip taking this incredibly patiently. There was the potential for an Eye of Nagakaboros into an open attack, try to push through some damage, but Floppy Mudkip, it seems, has completely adopted the mindset of, as long as I remove every threat 1 for 1 or close to it, I should be in the clear. I'm not looking to be aggressive. Conservatory sitting in play, ticking down is really all I need to rely on here.
Speaking of ticking down, we've got Twisted Fate ticking up so fast that Indian Prince feels necessary to use a Furious Wielder onto it, which I think is understandable. If you're playing this pass game back and forth, Floppy is the one getting more value out of that, not just because of the Conservatory, but also the Twisted Fate sitting on the sidelines. But it does mean that there's no mana for another Furious Wielder. I don't know if Floppy cares so much about the 2 damage that we're going to full send here, but again, not throwing out the Heavy Metal, unwilling to deal with this Harazi, saying, it's not that big of an issue, Boulevard. Calm down, I can deal with it later.
Are you the one?
Just drawing more cards, maybe trying to find something that's a little bit more well-suited to clear the Saga Seeker. Finds a Ravenous Flock. And maybe he's just trying to save the Heavy Metal for like Varus or something, right? Because once he comes down, you destroy that Darkened Bow. You force your opponents to maybe find that second Varus. and it's kind of like you don't need to remove the Varus. It's just 2 mana nullify the threat.
Which is a very fair point that you make, Skarsig. There are only 2 Varus in the deck because this is still playing the one of Aphelios. So, you know, like you mentioned, maybe it is just take away all of the Darkened Bows or force them to find a second Varus. And with that Furious Wielder coming down, you know that your opponent is just one step closer to actually tutoring out that Varus as well.
So it's a very wide view, a bird's eye view of this matchup for sure, is Floppy Mudkip's angle. Ravenous Flock onto the Saga Seeker, kind of being teased here, giving a little bit of information away, perhaps. The Nightmare is, of course, the Guiding Touch or something, or any sort of buff to get out of the Ravenous Flock range. We already have Disintegrate in hand. We've got Katarina also being threatened, and I really appreciate the pressure that Floppy Mudkip is putting Indian Prince under, because of the guaranteed timer of the Ravenbloom Conservatory. You can kick back and force your opponent to extend because they're also feeling the heat of needing to get in underneath this Tibalt combo. And so now Pantheon joins the fray, and Indian Prince is extended. With the barrier, it is a bit more difficult to deal with the Pantheon, but there's a lot of cards in hand that can get the job done. Elusive, Faded,
Quick
Augment.
Attack. Yeah. Elusive's probably the important one here.
Mhm.
You know, obviously Pantheon inherently having Overwhelm does mean that even Zap Sprayfin's not going to be able to stand up to it. She's going to do her best, but at the end of the day, she's just a little bit too small. But Floppy, you know, maybe this is where we start to turn things on the head, and we throw down a Katarina, and we try to go for a rally game plan and just get all of these units in. But without Tibalt online to buff everything up, I just feel like these Spiderlings are not as impactful. The fact that Pantheon has Elusive, maybe not even that big of a deal when it comes to the damage you're taking, but more just the fact that it can block Zap.
Oh my goodness. I was wondering
Okay.
if Floppy Mudkip was going to reconsider his line and heavy metal this Saga Seeker. And now with the attack here, this just pulls the option of that Ravenous Flock onto the Saga Seeker instead. And just a small chump down onto this Lunari Cultist.
I gotta say, Scar, as we get into the later stages of this tournament, these players just keep bringing out decks that I just don't have that many reps on. Lulu, Jinx, Conservatory, these are not things that jive with me, and so I'm getting a little lost in the sauce here looking at Floppy's hand. Things are not coming together very clean. It's going to take an experienced player to navigate this late game, and I'm just not sure what he needs to be doing in order to find this W.
If you misappropriate any of the removal cards in your hand, you're going to come up short in the late game. That's what happens time and time again, where if only I had saved the Ravenous Flock, if only I had saved the Disintegrate or the Heavy Metal, I'd be ready to go here. Instead, opts to play the Katarina, going for that rally idea that maybe you were trying to tunnel down into. Another Twisted Fate is a fantastic draw from here to get perhaps a stun onto the Pantheon. Push through a little bit with the Zap Sprayfin. Goes for the open attack. Again, Katarina with quick attack. She's going to level. It doesn't matter if the stats are too big for her to strike.
No, it's going to be a little awkward here, though, if Indian Prince uses the Furious Wielder from this Saga Seeker onto the Katarina. You only really have one piece of removal here, and I'm pretty sure you are going to need to aim that at Pantheon at some point.
Yeah, especially with the way the Pantheon scales. We've got another Cultist coming, so that's more gems. So Augment and Faded are going to work in tandem to make this Pantheon massive. And he rolled tough, so it's even harder to deal with him. Lets the Furious Wielder through. Floppy Mudkip doesn't want to take the risk of putting 2 or 3 cards on the stack and getting scooped up by an Expanse's protection. But now with Katarina out of the picture, you're losing out on so much threat potential.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Disintegrate was changed, that even if a tough unit would be hit by a 1 damage spell, that it will still die through Disintegrate.
That is correct.
Okay. But we're going to go for the Heavy Metal instead, finally taking out that Reel.
So Combat Reel is gone, Pantheon goes down, the scaling is reset. Indian Prince has another Pantheon in hand, but has to wait till next turn to resummon him. We've got Tibalt as well. If this Pantheon doesn't roll something very devastating, I could see Floppy Mudkip taking that time to play the Tibalt down, matching a big threat with a big threat. Another Ravenbloom also hitting the scene. The double Tibalt forbidden combo could happen, and now we're just in the Riptide Rex waiting room. I think that Floppy Mudkip wants this Blade's Edge to be saved for that specific occasion. Here comes the gem on the Saga Seeker, and that's going to
7
activate
keywords.
Pantheon for an extra keyword.
I see Challenger, I see Lifesteal and Elusive. I don't see Quick Attack, though. Maybe we'll get eyes on that a little bit later down the line. Okay, we got a full list here. Lifesteal, Elusive, Fearsome Challenger, Regen Fury, Augment. Thank you, Jay Doza, for highlighting that for us. So, I like what Floppy's done here. I was talking earlier in the game about, this heavy metal on the Harazi, how Harazi is a big deal. It's very difficult for this deck to deal with, and I still think that holds true. But Floppy has done a very good job of sort of just, locking down the Lodestone onto this Saga Seeker, and killing the combat reel while killing the Pantheon ensures that Indian Prince doesn't have the option to cycle the weapon off of the Saga Seeker, and is going to be forced to keep it on that unit, is never going to be able to get Harazi down. Maybe even just try to kill through it. And now, while Pantheon is getting a little bit bigger, there's no way to get Overwhelm or anything like that onto the Saga Seeker. We can continue to chump block it. And it looks like we're even trying to set it up for a kill here, as we are blocking with the Arachnoid Sentry rather than the House Spider.
Blade's Edge pops the barrier. So it is going to take some damage from this trade into the Zap Spray Fin. This also procs against the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Sets
And
up
with
for,
no tough. With no tough, Guiding Touch is not going to be able to save it.
Fury helps, but we're just looking at that. Ooh! The Heavy Metal and the Ravenous Flock being extended by Floppy Mudkip. We thought that he was going to play this much more patiently, but now that Tibalt is hitting the scene and we have the Ravenbloom Conservatory about to hatch, he's really turning up the gas on this matchup by getting rid of not only the Saga Seeker, but the Lodestone at the same time, and also clearing the Pantheon. It means that Indian Prince is going to be left without any threats. Guiding Touch comes through.
Momentous Choice can save the... No, it can't save the Pantheon, even still. So the Saga Seeker is going to live.
Flock is too much. But unfortunately, Boulevard, by saving the Saga Seeker, the Lodestone remains stranded. We maintain a threat, but this
Well,
is
no, you
something
still kill
without...
the Lodestone.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it's... Oh, my God.
Doesn't have
my
to kill the
God.
unit.
Yeah, that's right. You get that effect anyway.
Is this just... Are we looking at... We are looking at damn near lethal Skarsgård. This red card is going to deal 3 damage, currently poised to wipe the entire board of Indian Prince and go in for 24 unit damage. This might be the end of the series.
The biggest red card we've ever seen, Boulevard. There is the Faded Proc with the final gem. Eula puts Overwhelm on the Saga Seeker.
And that means Flock can take it out even through the even through the Momentous Choice. It's a 6 damage Ravenous Flock. And now we're going to have to use Momentous Choice to save a unit from this red card. And Varus might even be forced to block here. But Varus is not going to be able to get it done, not without this Momentous Choice in the hand of Indian Prince. But I will say, I think that if another Momentous Choice comes off the top, Varus might still be lethal if we can survive here. But the math has been done. It's not looking doable. We see the GG Shen and the surrender. Floppy Mudkip is moving on to the grand finals. Our potential 2-time seasonal champion back to back at that. Floppy Mudkip is staying in it, Skarsgård. This kid is in it to win it. He said at the beginning of 2022 that he wanted to be taken seriously, that he thought he was one of the best players in the world, and he wanted to prove it. And by God, is he proving it.
He has shown us not just his skill as a player, but his ability to read the metagame. The Conservatory, as we said, feels like if it doesn't hit the right matchups, it doesn't do what it wants to do. And against Varus Pantheon, it showed up spectacularly. Every single piece of removal mattered. The entire match was manipulated up to that point for this huge Tibalt red card to come through for the final wipe.
It was an absolutely beautiful wipe, but now we are going to wipe it away to a break, and we will be right back with the grand finals of Dr. Chekhov 42 up against Floppy Mudkip.
and welcome back to Boulevard's Back Alley Bar. Now, I know what you're thinking, setup has changed a little. Damn Pilty's raised the price of rent again. So we're back in the old studio, but the content's gonna keep rolling because it's very important that I get you guys this week's episode, because last week I showed you all how to make your own shimmer, and a lot of you started saying the recipe was very complicated, you'd rather just do store-bought, but then I got a lot of comments saying, oh, I can't find store-bought. That's because it's an illegal substance, guys, and you don't have Boulevards, Bilgewater, black market connections. But if you did manage to follow the recipe and make it at home, this week we are talking storage and consumption, because this is not your average drink, guys. No, this is a very special drink. So let's talk storage. First, I have it here in the freezer because it is just easier to work with as a solid. I'm just kidding. This is a highly volatile substance. You didn't think that a conventional freezer could go ahead and solidify this, did you? No. As you can see, it is still very liquidy, and I know what you're thinking. Boulevard, why is it in this odd container? It's a drink, right? Yes, it is, but it's very important that you store your shimmer in a microwave-safe container. Why? Because it contains microwaves, right? That's science, folks. So when we're talking about serving up shimmer, again, you can't just pour it over the rocks like you could a nice scotch or something. No, it's very different. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get a stainless steel mug. That's important. And ideally, one with a locking top, because you do not wanna let shimmer oxidize for too long, maybe about 5 minutes tops. And while we're on the topic of things that you don't wanna do with shimmer, you don't wanna let it reach about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So fridge or freezer, either one works, but do not leave it in a cool, dry place, as that will likely get to about 75 Fahrenheit, and then there will be consequences. So I am going to get a funnel, because if I spill a single drop of this, we can kiss this setup goodbye. Gonna take you guys over to the sink here just in case I do spill. I don't want to lose the whole place. So the first thing you're gonna do is put on some gloves. Now this part is not mandatory, but I do highly recommend it, as again, we're just dealing with a very volatile substance here, guys. Definitely not something you want to be messing around with. Then, gonna very slowly, you don't want to spook it now, open up the shimmer. And then, want to make sure, some of that is condensation, but even if the condensation is mixed with shimmer, oh boy, you might have a nightmare on your hands here. So, gonna slowly pick this up, just right through the funnel. That, a little bit more. I'm a level 4 drinker, guys, a level 5 on a good day, so I think I could handle, you know, a good amount of shimmer. So let's get that funnel out of there. Let that sit directly in. Let's see if we can get a shot here of how much is in there. Yeah, as you guys can see, it's a good amount. You know, a nice little time we've got lined up here. And then I'm gonna pop the lid on. Wanna, yeah, get all the, make an airtight seal, and then make sure that it is closed. And good to go. So that right there is about 2.5 servings. Now, the cool thing about shimmer is that it's very, very calorie dense. This small amount here, this about shot and a half maybe, contains about 15,000 calories. And honestly, only about 20 grams of protein. So you could throw in a scoop of protein powder if you want, but honestly, I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference, because it's just a very, very dense drink. This is not a beginner drink. This is a level 5 drink, guys. A level 5. I know we've never had one on the show before, but shimmer absolutely crushes the bar on that one. So let's talk consumption. Where do you enjoy shimmer? What kind of cocktail are you gonna make with it? First of all, do not mix this with anything. Don't even put it over the rocks. Do not mix it with water. Do not mix it with water. This is something that you just have to drink straight, and it's really the only way to consume shimmer, which is fine because it tastes great once you get past the aftertaste, which you will be feeling for a while, if you remember it, because shimmer, like I said, not a very recreational drink. What you want to do, the best way that I have found to consume this beverage, is on a Friday afternoon, you want to book a plane to anywhere. It really doesn't matter where. You're not going to remember anyway. Then on the plane there, throw it back. Take your shot of shimmer. And the next thing you're gonna do is wake up at your desk on your lunch break on Monday. Right? It's crazy how this stuff works, guys. Now, I've done it a couple of times, every single time, probably the best weekend of my life. Probably. But I gotta say, it is not for the faint of heart. It is not something that you should make a habit of. This is like a once in a blue moon drink, guys. Remember, level 5 drink, once in a blue moon. You do not want to get addicted to this stuff because it is very possible. Now, I am going to go ahead and throw back my shot of this, and then I will see you all next time. Man, that is it's a very pleasant taste, a very pleasant aroma. Remember, do not sniff this stuff. You don't want to like open it and sniff it around. This is not a wine. You don't want to aerate it. Again, do not let it oxidize for more than 5 minutes. Do not let it reach above 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to pop this back in the freezer before we have a little accident here at the back alley bar. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for... it is fast acting, guys. Really fast acting. I am already starting to feel the effects of it. So we are going to go ahead and cut this one off here because I've got a long weekend ahead of me. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time here on Boulevard's Back Alley Bar.
Welcome back to the World Ender Seasonal Tournament. The last finals of the last seasonal tournament will pit Dr. Chekhov 42 up against the returning seasonal champion, Floppy Mudkip. And we will see if the kid can do it. If he can become the first and only two-time in the Americas, getting the back-to-back, which I believe, even for our two times, I want to say back-to-back is unheard of.
The back-to-back, again, especially with the way the seasonals kind of changed so much from season to season. This is, I think, a very unique opportunity as well, Boulevard, because the current metagame is very similar to one we had for the World Championships. And so a lot of the players who were already at the top of their game previously have a lot of legacy knowledge and experience that carries through. Floppy Mudkip, one of the best to ever do it, and Dr. Chekhov, who had to overcome a lot of massive obstacles to get to this point. Very proud of both of these players, and the winner here is going to be automatically qualified to the next World Finals.
Which is a big deal. So we actually got word on the bans. Both players banned FTR. So we're going to have a little bit of a blitz rush down here in the finals, but it is so funny to me that like players seemed really wishy-washy on FTR coming into the tournament. You know, like, is it good? Is it bad? But That's kind of what Floppy Mudkip is known for. For everybody that forgets, he took down his seasonal victory with Yasuo Katarina, a deck that players were kind of wishy-washy on.
When the meta is good for it, you have to be able to make that call. You need that confidence to say, I've practiced this deck, it feels great. And notably, Yasuo Katarina and Feel Rush are both decks that sure you find your good matchups, but you also have to be very well versed in the match itself and piloting the deck in order to play it at such a high level.
We're taking a look here at Dr. Chekhov's plunder list. We've seen him be an absolute terror with this. Skarzig, do you see anything that stands out to you? I feel like I'm just looking at an extremely stock plunder list. Nothing fancy, just something that gets the job done, which is why you bring plunder to the tournament in the first place. It's one of the least flashy decks out there, but it's all reliable.
I know that, black market merchant comes and goes. Some players opt for different two drops, or if you want to get a little bit, more aggressive, or I don't even want to say aggressive, but sometimes you want to run heavy metal or something, you know what I mean?
Oh
And
yeah.
the Triple Spirits Unleashed is also a nod to having a little bit of an anti-aggro slant. And, the Brazilian tech of one of Feel the Rush also not being present for this modernized version. But overall, I do want to give a special shout out to the inclusion of Shell Shocker. This is one of the unsung best one drops in Bilgewater. And now that you actually have a big expensive spell you want to play in the mid game, having that attune is so important for keeping up with the ebb and flow of the match.
Yeah, and speaking of the ebb and flow of the match, I think like Tusk Speaker has just done immeasurable things for this deck, being a way to proactively develop the board while still procking your plunder for no additional cost. Like we've seen some weird Freljord techs come out since people have cut down on the Yordle Grifter. Wolf Rider, I think, was one that people really wanted to work, but unfortunately was just more of a plunder payoff than it's something to actually progress the game plan. So like, yeah, we've moved a little bit lower to the ground. We're playing a little bit more aggressively. And how do you feel about Riptide Sermon being absent from the deck? Because this was one of the very few stray bullets that Plunder caught, right? Where Pirates was way too good with Eye of Nagakaboros and the Riptide Sermon, and we lost that key removal spell, as well as the Monster Harpoon quite some time
Yeah.
ago. And I guess that's why we've moved into this more aggressive posturing.
Yeah, when you can't just counter something really strong like that in the mid game, it means that you are much more do or die with getting your payoffs. And opening up more Freljord means that you get to run the Babbling Bjergs to get your Sejuanis and whatnot a little bit more consistently, which really helps the deck. And hopefully we won't keep, stumbling at the finish line as this deck is known to do.
Yeah, it's been performing well enough for Chekhov, certainly in
Mhm.
the finals. Obviously, going to perform about as well as a deck can if it's going to get you here. But overall, yeah, it's kind of do or die time, and it makes sense that for the players that have been running these high rolly decks, that they have been able to high roll their way to the finals, and we'll see who can do it just a little bit longer, like this Pantheon list from Floppy Mudkip. Very similar to the one that took down EMEA earlier today. In fact, a near replica of the one that he just beat from Indian Prince.
This list is unique in that because you're running Unforgiving Cold, you get to beat other board-based decks, but because you have, the Expansive Protection and Pantheon giving you access to Spell Shield, you're a little bit more resilient to the counters to these normal styles of decks. And if you say, okay, well, I can counter other decks and I'm protecting myself versus being countered in return, what am I giving up for that payoff? And the answer is clunkiness. We
Yeah,
know that
consistency.
this deck can really give up a lot of value if you don't get your Lodestone or your Wandering Shepherd. Then your cultists are offline. You're hoping to draw the Varus, and there's not as many cards, right? Like Momentous Choice. There's no Violent Discord as well to try to hyper draw the Varus, and it's just a matter of the mark of a good player is how well do you play the deck when your draws are terrible, right? It's an old adage from the Lee Sin era. And at this level of play, we know that the deck is going to perform as best as it can. And we have to see if, in terms of matchups, if that's good enough.
Yeah, a lot of theoretical testing comes down to if I open a bad hand, can I still beat the average hands of some of the other decks that I know I'm going to consistently be playing against? And with LOR and really any digital card game, those theories are a lot harder because you can't just like line up the hand for yourself and kind of play it out and test it. But a bad hand from this can look like a lot of different things. It just comes down to the top deck. It's kind of weird in LOR because you are drawing cards on sort of quote unquote your opponent's turn as well.
Hmm.
You get through things a little bit faster, and the starting hand size isn't as big, but overall, things tend to work out well enough. And with the Varus being able to tutor itself with all of these different darkened spells that you have, the one big brick hand that you're going to have is if you can't find any equipment, because then a lot of your darkened spells don't function. You're not able to tutor up the Varus. You're only unforgiving cold
Hmm.
1 unit, which is like 5 mana for a flash freeze that I don't even get to pick the target. Come on, man. We can do better than that. But ultimately, it's enough that enough people have brought it to the seasonal and they feel confident in it. And Pantheon's just old reliable. We got to get him back out there. We got to get him back in the gym. He's taking a little bit longer than he likes to. He's dragging his feet, but going to take a look at the conservatory, which Skarzik, I know Mighty 24 Mayo brought this to the World Championship. We were not too kind on the results of the deck at that particular event, but things seem to have shifted since then as we have both an FTR and a conservatory in the lineup for both Floppy Mudkip and Dr. Chekhov here in the grand finals.
What really helped this deck re-solidify itself back into the meta game is the resurgence of a lot more aggressive decks for this to hit that are very present in the metagame, and also the lack of Demacia, right? No Ranger's Resolve, no Sharp Sight means that it's more consistent that your removal is able to go through. Dark and Aegis also had gotten nerfed in the meantime, so there's just less tough overall in the meta that was really giving this deck trouble. Even in that previous match we saw, when Conservatory was trying to fight through Kane Aatrox, it was basically the Ranger Knight Defector that was the biggest threat because it's so hard to remove efficiently.
There's one thing I want to point out here. So there's been a little bit of a debate of like House Spider versus Mirai Warden. We see both players on the 3 House Spider, but we see Floppy going for the one of Mirai Warden as well, really doubling up on that go wide strategy. Only 1 copy of Death's Hand as well, only 2 Disintegrate. I don't know if you have any insight into sort of the how to navigate again something that can be a very clunky deck. We saw it a few times earlier in the day. You draw all your pings, or you draw all of your sort of setup cards like Disintegrate and Flock and Scorched Earth. What is the happy medium here? Do you think that they need to be running more units? Are these spells fine? Is there anything particularly lacking from this list for you?
The cutting the Mirai Warden for another Death's Hand or maybe another Scorched Earth would be perfectly acceptable, I think. Having the Mirai Warden is just another nod to aggro, where, yeah, sure, I draw my heavy metal, I draw my Make It Rains, I'm keeping up with aggression, but if I'm not developing the board, I'm not blocking down, there's always the chance that my opponent just goes way wider than me and I still lose. And I appreciate the ratio as well of triple House Spider and only 1 Mirai Warden. Typically, that 4th card is something that fills the same niche, and it's just the slightly worse copy on average for the way this deck functions of needing to set up damage and pings to, for the disintegrates and whatnot. You don't want the Mirai Warden to give you stuff like Dragon Chow or Unscarred Reaver that can't get the job done. So I really think it's super calculated to only have 1 Mirai Warden.
Yeah, but we are back into the game. Grand finals, kicking things off. Dr.
1 drop
Chekhov on
v
the
1
plunder.
drop.
1 drop v 1 drop. 1/2/1 versus another. 1 predicting, 1 getting you back a spell mana. We'll see where the chips fall here as we get into again our
I didn't
grand
see
finals.
the selection off of that predict. It was an Unforgiving Cold picking this up, and we know already from Kane, Aatrox, etc., that that's so important for buying yourself a couple extra rounds versus Plunder. Warning shot into Jagged Butcher has to be blocked by the Lunari Cultist. You might even take this hit, because it's just extra damage that's coming through. Your opponent's already damaged your Nexus with the warning shot.
Oh
And
no,
we'll
it's
see
Chekhov's attack token now.
Oh, I see.
So-
yeah, so now we get the open attack here.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one there. And I like that we're starting off with the off decks from each players. Of course, we mentioned earlier, both players playing FTR, both players banned the FTR, both players on the Conservatory. And now we have the Pantheon Varus up against the Plunder. And we get to see what really is the best third deck, which is weird because myself and a lot of players, especially through the Swiss rounds, we understood that the meta was like you run Kane Aatrox, you run Echo Jinx, and then your third deck is up in the air. Plunder seemed to be the preferential one for most players. But now here, we've shifted over to a much more heavy control style along with this sort of mid-range deck to round things out. And now, Spirits Unleashed is exactly how you want to be starting this game off if you're Dr. Chekhov. Getting closer and closer to that Sejuani level up that can really start to take over this matchup.
This is all thanks to that Shell Shocker as well, allowing you to trade down the board and also keep that mana up and running. Jagged Butcher now being a 4-2 gives you even better trades on board. Lodestone being located now, turning the rest of the deck online. The rest of the hand is all spells. So Floppy Mudkip has to start babying this Lunari Cultist and have it stay on the board and carry.
This is what we were talking about with the hands getting kind of clunky, but sort of the built-in failsafe is that you can just cast a bunch of your spells and tutor up the Varus, right? Once you've cast 3 Darkened spells, Varus comes to your hand. The awkward part is that these aren't really spells that you want to be proactive with. You know, you don't want to just throw... Well, you might actually be fine throwing away Expanse's Protection just because it doesn't stop Sejuani spell or Sejuani ability or, you know, Sejuani level 2 ability to frostbite your entire board if you really feel like you need to tutor up the Varus. But for the most part, yeah, you really just need this... You really need this 1-drop or this 2-drop rather to swing way outside of its weight class and keep you in this one a little bit longer, especially given the Babbling Bjerg in hand, the ability to potentially tutor up a Gangplank and have that double champion spread immediately available.
I know, if only this was a Saga Seeker and it could scale up a little harder. Dr. Chekhov forgoing the Bjerg because Sejuani's already in hand sets up beautifully for the Make It Rain. All of the Nexus damage hits have gone through. We just need one more to level the Sejuani here on turn 5. Looks like Zap Sprayfin could be the perfect candidate for that. I love the idea of the open attack as well. That does get scooped by Unforgiving Cold and a free trade. So Dr. Chekhov is going to take the hedge and draws Warning Shot. Beautiful. The warning shots have been so well timed on today's broadcast, Boulevard, to coincide with the Sejuani. Dr. Chekhov living up to his name.
The real question here, Skarzig, is Floppy Mudkip going to use the Unforgiving Cold to get that much closer to the Varus tutor and force this warning shot out of Chekhov this turn if they want to push through damage and get closer to the Sejuani and Gangplank level up? Because as it stands, it will freeze the 4-2 and the Zap Sprayfin, leaving that one Shell Shocker able to be blocked by Mudkip's board. It's
With
not
a hand
looking like
this...
a bad plan.
Yeah, with the hand this awkward and with your opponent low on cards, you know they have one spell from the Zap. We don't know what the other 2 cards are, but if those are the champions, you know that even though things look pretty balanced right now, this battle will just explode. And as soon as Gangplank and Sejuani hit the board, it just is a race to the bottom. And here we go. Unforgiving Cold into the block. This is going to force... Ooh. Do you force the warning shot here, or do you just play Sejuani? You've got the attack token coming in a couple more rounds. Maybe Sejuani can just make use of her effect.
I don't think it's pivotal to get the Sejuani leveled on 5. I think you can wait until turn 7. It's not like Mudkip's pushing out too much damage. Okay, never mind. We're going to fire off the warning shot. We are not waiting around here because apparently that was not the 5th proc. I believe that was the 4th in that case, and another Unforgiving Cold off the top. Does mean that Floppy Mudkip is still one spell away from getting down the Varus. It's probably going to end up being Furious Wielder onto the Zap Sprayfin. As much as you would ideally like to be able to kill a champion with that before the Sejuani comes down, but with how close the champions are to the level up, I just don't see it happening for Floppy. But maybe we can Unforgiving Cold to stall out another turn, force another warning shot out of Chekhov if they can find one off of this Eye of Nagaboros.
The problem is that you're using the Unforgiving Cold just to delay the level up in Gangplank and Sejuani, and you don't have resource to stop the swing. Beautiful draws from Eye of Nagaboros. Dr. Chekhov is playing like a true protagonist here, getting these perfect draws. Zap comes down onto the parley. This board is even more threatening because of the Spirits Unleashed. This is going to be 6 elusive damage being pushed through. The lower and lower you get, the higher the chance that a stray Gangplank ability or even just the overall one unit will be able to close things out. Parley goes directly onto the Nexus, and there is the level up. Floppy Mudkip with one Lunari Cultist versus the world. Pantheon's almost here to pick up the slack, but there's nothing here to proc his Faded fast enough.
No, we are looking at an absolute disaster here, Skarzig. If you're rooting for Floppy Mudkip, which I'm sure many of you at home are, I have very unfortunate news for you about the way that game number 1 is looking. That parlay to progress the level up the champions just a little bit further on top of the Spirits Unleashed. Just like a very, very solid opener for Dr. Chekhov here. Being able to get down the champion on curve in terms of when the attack token comes back around to you at least. Up against a very bricked hand for Floppy Mudkip. Furious Wielder not going to be able to kill the Sejuani anytime soon, but at least no warning shot, no make it rain, no nothing, no way to damage the Nexus in the hand of Chekhov. So if Floppy can develop and survive, we will be getting into Harazi on the next turn, but I'm not sure that that is something that we are actually capable of. We'll see how it goes, but things looking very, very good for Dr. Chekhov here in game number 1.
Varus Pantheon can get its threat set up, but it always seems to be 1 or 2 steps behind the game-ending board state that Plunder has consistently put together. The choice to develop the Sejuani here just means you have Fury of the North in hand. You don't have to worry about some sort of super busted combo getting in on your barrel with the Gangplank. You're still pushing a very consistent level of damage regardless. Here's the elusive. Pantheon's not yet leveled. We could see maybe the Expanse's protection, as you talked about, Boulevard, to maybe get that level up, try to roll into something.
Yeah, Unforgiving Cold, also an option to tutor. Either one will tutor up the Varus, but it's really not in the hands of Floppy. It's really just in the hands of Chekhov at this point. You know, can you draw a way to proc the Sejuani on your own turn? We've seen Chekhov be so good at it, but even without that, I'm not sure that Floppy is really presenting lethal here. We'll see what we can roll off of this Pantheon. Elusive would be huge here to take out one of the Zap Spray Fins before we move into the Frostbite effect from the Sejuani for the turn. And Pantheon, what can you pull? It's elusive. All right, so we get to take out a Zap for good, but we still fall down to 2 here, Skarzig. And 2... there is quite a bit of over-the-top damage in Plunder. We've talked a couple of points throughout the day about these decks that don't have reach. Plunder is one with the reach, and we've seen players just accidentally die a few times as they're just trying to continuously proc the Sejuani. Here's a warning shot. Oops, I killed the Nexus.
We get to activate the Faded as well on the Pantheon. When he levels up, the Faded resets, so you can activate that once more. Floppy Mudkip also taking the idea of, okay, but what if I float this mana? Makes the Furious Wielder, makes the Unforgiving Cold a little bit better. Fortunately, Pantheon did not get Lifesteal, so there's not going to be any double dipping here with the Furious Wielder by chance. Dr. Chekhov needs to survive one more turn, has the Gangplank to set up post-combat, and then can swing true with that powerful champion. Momentous Choice also might help.
Ooh. Momentous Choice with Varus and Pantheon established. Elusive. Skarzig, we might be looking at lethal for Floppy. Varus is very difficult to math out, but I know he does like a lot of damage, and there's nothing in Chekhov's hand, nothing that the Babbling Beard can grab here either in order to turn into some way to draw a warning shot or what have you. I'm not going to lie, I cannot do the math. All that I can do is point out that Floppy Mudkip has the mana for Expanse's Protection, Momentous Choice, and Furious Wielder.
It could be enough. Even the Lodestone coming through on the Pantheon to activate that Faded. He's going big. 8 damage elusive. He has Overwhelm as well, so the Zap Spray Fin's only stopping 3. That's 5 at the very least, and we have to find 14 more. There is Fury of the North in Dr. Chekhov's hand, can stop a little bit of this damage coming through. And as we see Boulevard, the attack here is not presenting lethal, so Floppy Mudkip has to extend first so that Dr. Chekhov doesn't just say go ahead.
I have not done the math, but I believe that Dr. Chekhov will at least be losing the Sejuani here. Unfortunately for Floppy, as good of a sort of run as this has been, as long as Chekhov is able to develop Gangplank post-combat and survive this, will still have lethal. And with the way things have lined up, I think we are just shy. I think the Fury of the North does save the game for Dr. Chekhov here. I think I think the Varus actually goes over. I think we might have 20 damage here, Skarzig.
With the Furious Wielder going through, the Darkened Bow is going to gain some extra attack power here to punch through. Pantheon isn't going to get any additional attack because Faded's already been used, but no augment to speak of. We just have to slap this Sejuani out of the way.
I believe what happens here, Fury of the North is committed. Basically,
Sejuani survives with 1 HP.
I believe 20 damage is going through here. I really hope the players play it out very soon because I am not 100%, but I am pretty
Resolve?
sure Floppy Mudkip styled the
And here's
game.
the Furious Wielder, and that is 22 damage being put on the stack. That buffs
No, is it still one shy?
Varus
Is it
even
only
further.
18? Was I one off in the wrong direction?
And Sejuani's Fury of the North, plus 4 HP.
No, yes, it's still 20. Floppy Mudkip stole it, Skarzig.
What? Boulevard doing math. I can't believe the overwhelm went through. Not having the final way to proc the frostbite for Sejuani's effect ends up being the failing point of Plunder. It's something that I thought the curse was broken, but right when the chips are down, we find a crazy OTK line from Floppy Mudkip.
And Chekhov has been so good about finding those Sejuani activators throughout this top 32, but in the moment where it really matters, Floppy Mudkip able to show the power of Pantheon, and that even with a rocky start up against Plunder that had a solid hand, we are able to steal that lethal. Varus Momentous Choice is such an explosive combination of cards.
And it all came down to using that Unforgiving Cold and the block in order to force that early warning shot to keep the damage up and running to level the Sejuani and the Gangplank. The Pantheon rolling elusive, right? Didn't go for Unforgiving Cold just to frostbite and live. Went for the level up on the Pantheon, took that massive gamble to get the elusive to get the block instead, and it paid off in the long run.
And now we see Floppy Mudkip throwing out a little Quinn emote, being a little cheeky. So even if Dr. Chekhov wins this game, it is going to come down to a conservatory mirror match to claim the champion of the World Ender Seasonal.
Twitch chat can't see my face right now, but you heard that correctly. Conservatory mirror match is potentially on the table here for the seasonal tournament. Here is Spirits Unleashed, making the units have a little bit more HP, takes the sting out of the heavy metals and the Make It Rains. It means that Floppy Mudkip has to work that much harder in order to clear this early mid-game board. We know that Conservatory wants to kick back and just play reactively, but Plunder is a deck that specializes in accelerating the pace of play, especially in the mid-game. If Floppy Mudkip comes up empty with Disintegrates and Scorched Earths, the Sejuani and Gangplank will stick, and it pushes through so much damage versus Conservatory, a deck with no healing.
And I gotta say, I like the position of Floppy Mudkip. Dr. Chekhov is playing a deck that is kind of threat light. You know, you just have to worry about taking out the Gangplank and the Sejuani. Sejuani doesn't do as much against a deck like this as she does against others, but the Spirits Unleashed is exactly what Chekhov needs to have a fighting chance in this game, to be able to stat check the go wide game plan that both players have available. I think Chekhov has a really good setup hand, but we need a payoff.
And now with Katarina being able to hit the board early like this is something that a lot of matchups don't give you the luxury of being able to do. We have the potential for these Blades Edge to just keep chipping away at the Nexus. If Dr. Chekhov ever lets up on the pressure and lets Floppy Mudkip get ahead with the House Spiders, with the Mirai Wardens, the rallies are going to push through a ton of damage as well.
You know, Skarzig, I genuinely cannot tell if this 0-mana Blades Edge stolen off the Black Market Merchant is a good hit or a bad hit for Dr. Chekhov. It really is a little bit of a mystery to me. All I know is that it is no Riptide Rex, right? That is hands down the best hit for Chekhov to plunder off the bottom of Floppy Mudkip's deck. But it looks like we're going for a very big open attack here. Floppy could have something to say about this if he wants to, but ultimately the damage is going to come through one way or another. At least the Nexus is going to get dinged. I don't think Floppy can stop all of this damage this turn.
And even if you extend all of your removal into this board just to keep the Sejuani and the Gangplank from leveling up, you don't have that reactivity to answer the champions themselves.
It looks like we're just going to full send it and force more things out of Chekhov, which it's a strategy that played off in the previous game. But now that we're looking at Chekhov's hand, all 5 cards to the left just say deal. Sorry, every card in the hand except Sejuani says deal 1 to the enemy Nexus.
A death by 1,000 cuts in Dr. Chekhov's hand. It's just a matter of, do I have the time to get this ramped up all the way to Sejuani, with Floppy Mudkip extending so aggressively into keeping the board under control, keeping the Nexus HP high. That's several cards now that aren't going to be used to flip this to kill the Sejuani when she hits the board. I think it's just because Floppy Mudkip leveled the Katarina, has access to 0 mana Blade's Edge when he needs it. He can go ahead and use a lot of these other ping-based removals to get by, and now is just hoping to draw into Disintegrates and Scorched Earth from this position.
There's a lot of good top decks for Floppy. Not a lot of draw power. Twisted Fate's blue card, sort of the only thing that immediately comes to mind given the hand state, and still need to find Raven Blue Conservatory. Like you mentioned, we still need to find Disintegrates as well as Scorched Earth, and of course Riptide Rex is the biggest finisher that we are looking for, that one thing that's going to fight through the Sejuani. And as it stands, I mean, I'm not going to count anything out after what we saw last game. Dr. Chekhov looked solidly in control. Now, there's not as much OTK potential coming out of Conservatory. That would certainly be concerning. But of course, game's not over till it's over, and we're seeing another Spirits Unleashed.
There was a line there. Oh, because it pings, this is still at 1 HP, so it's still removable.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you can just set up the House Spider, maybe even remove this, then double House Spider. But Floppy Mudkip actually keeping an eye on preserving this Make It Rain, dealing a little bit of damage to the Nexus. Goes for the rally here because you get the Blade's Edge to remove. So this is a lot of damage coming through from Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, it's going to be 7. Chekhov already down to 5 here. And we've got more damage in the hand of Floppy, right? Plus this Katarina's going to go back. We've got the Make It Rain. We've got the red card. Of course, Katarina can make another Blade's Edge. And if Chekhov just goes for a Sejuani, if she's not leveled up, I mean, we've got enough warning shots and all that to make it happen. But another TF top deck is actually pretty impactful here. The burn is really just stacking up for Floppy. Plus an Arachnoid Sentry onto the Gangplank is so huge here, Skarzig.
That allows you to stop the Gangplank, and you have mana to play the Katarina.
This Make It Rain from Chekhov is going to be huge.
Boosted. Yeah, because the attack power on the barrel, right? It doesn't still stack the powder. It only still augments by 1, right?
Oh yeah,
But
no,
the
it
number
doesn't.
of barrels stack.
It's not like the attack of the keg plus 1 is how much damage it deals.
That's the deck I want to see.
Oh, we
Whoa,
take away
big Mirai
the Make It
Warden.
Rain. No, we don't, because we hit the Shell Shocker. Dr. Chekhov, like you said, Skarzig, playing and drawing like a champion. But we see a GG come out from Dr. Chekhov. Does he not have the blocks to establish the Make It Rain to go for things here?
Make It Rain. The
It
sweating
needs to high roll. Oh, we're just going to Blade's Edge.
that was stolen from before. Dr.
Perhaps-
Chekhov drops down to 4 HP here, and when we look at the hand, we've got Katarina coming back. So that
Yeah, and we're
is
going to
1,
Floppy's
2
attack
Blade's
turn.
Edge plus red card,
Yeah,
and
that's going to be lethal, I think.
and then Make It Rain.
Does Floppy have the time to play it all is the question.
And do you, Floppy Mudkips, is he going to keep his eyes on the prize? Yes. Sending this one to the Nexus matters over clearing a 4-1. You have the 1-1 blocker already. We've got warning shot to level Gangplank, but that's not going to be enough.
Over to Floppy's
from the
attack
open
token.
attack. Floppy
Red card.
can attack here. We have mana. We have 2 mana for.
Double Make It Rain followed by the red card. Skarzig, he has done it. Floppy Mudkip is your back-to-back seasonal champion. The kid has done it. Do not sleep on him. This is one of the best players in the world.
Raven
he's-
Bloom Conservatory, the deck that everyone was afraid to bring except our finalists here. If you're confident and you're reading the metagame, you've got to follow through. And there's the surrender.
did it!
Floppy Mudkip.
Skarzig, he's going to Worlds. Floppy Mudkip is through to the World Championship Finals.
A player this good, of course you've got to take that shortcut right to the finals. No other competitor would be satisfied unless they went into Worlds and got to play against Mudkip.
Floppy a dominating performance at the previous seasonal, coming in with the Yasuo Katarina, falling a little shy of qualifying for the World Finals this year. I think he was about 2 matches off of. He wasn't quite at the win and in, but he made it pretty far along in the lower bracket. But this year, he will not be stopped. He thought last year was his year. He was making a really good run. He was my personal player of the year from the Americas Shard. I didn't forget those Fight Night runs, Floppy. I remember how dominant you were for the beginning of the spring, the summer, the fall. Sure, you didn't make it to Worlds, but it's fine because this year, it's not even February yet, and you're already locked in for the end of the season.
Both of these players played their hearts out. And I do want to give credit where credit is due, because I feel like I say this every time, but it's not just the preparation, the skill. It's also working yourself into the positions to take advantage of when good fortune comes into your favor, right? Because
Like that
the
Pantheon game.
exactly, taking the risk to level Pantheon to get elusive to block down versus just going for Unforgiving Cold and missing out on a potential safety card that allows you to buy more turns down the road. And then when we compare this to Plunder, a deck that historically has always been able to look like it's well positioned in the metagame, but players can't really make it work, knowing when you can go for Spirits Unleashed and using your Make It Rains and your Plunders properly to keep yourself in that aggressive position. I think that the only way that Gangplank Sejuani was really even faltering was against these decks that immediately pivot to these aggressive finishes. And Ravenbloom Conservatory, a deck that people thought was only going to be just a one-trick anti-aggro thing, finding a way to also beat these very threatening mid-range lists, shows that Floppy Mudkip can expand his repertoire infinitely. And I can't wait to see what the meta looks like at the World Championships for him to show us how it's done once more.
And it's so funny to me that when we look back to the first seasonal, as we get kind of reminiscent here at the end of this tournament name's lifespan at the very least, Katarina was the worst champion in the game. Straight up, no question asked. And now Floppy Mudkip back to back, not only seasonal victories, Katarina victories. Katarina Yasuo at the previous seasonal. Now Katarina Twisted Fate at this seasonal. Red Gwen, arguably the best Katarina deck of all time. Does not matter. Floppy gets it done in his own way. I am so proud of this competitor, and it looks like we actually do have an interview with the absolute GOAT himself. Floppy Mudkip, can you hear us?
Oh, wait.
We
Do we
cannot
have some
hear
technical
Floppy.
difficulties? I don't know if we can hear him, can hear us. We've got our director on the scene, making sure this is all fixed, because we want to make sure that Floppy Mudkip can also share his perspective on this seasonal, on the recent metagame, and also, you know, his thoughts of automatically qualifying to Worlds, because they're shaking up the competitive scene, and all of the competitive players are so excited for the future of Runeterra and what these next few tournaments are going to be looking like.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the update is. It's so weird because, like, out of the corner of my eye, I just see Floppy staring at us, and like I can't hear him. He smiled, so
Can't
maybe he can hear me,
us.
but he's waving. I think he can hear us. We just can't hear him. And I don't know if you guys at home can hear him. Maybe he's talking. I don't even know. But we're gonna get into that momentarily because we've got to interview the absolute GOAT of Runeterra right now, the 2-time, fresh off of an Aegis Esports League win as well. The kid is on fire yet again.
I mean, it's because the grassroots scene for Runeterra is so powerful, right? These competitive players are getting in so many reps of not just, oh, you know, I have good scrim partners in Discord. Like, a lot of these events that are being thrown in tandem with the seasonal tournament is allowing players to really experiment with the metagame and figure out what they like and what is viable. And it's one of the upsides of having a wide open metagame is that you can kind of hit these pockets of I counter this, this, and this, and I'm good to go. The fact that this finals even showed up with no Aatrox present really demonstrates every time when we think that the meta's set in a certain way with the right environment that can shift very wildly Boulevard.
Absolutely, Floppy. I'm getting word that we should be able to hear
Hello?
you now.
Can you hear me?
Nope, still can't hear Floppy.
I can't hear him. That's
Yeah, I
too
can't
bad.
hear him.
Normally
going
the
on
mute
here?
curse falls on your boy Skarzig, but Floppy Mudkip trying his best to break through the silence and share his thoughts, because the FTR being banned out, such a smart pick. the Varus Pantheon is definitely what I'm most curious about hearing, right? Because we had so many options in that slot. There is the Varus Pantheon with no Aphelios. We have the Auction Sivir variants with Varus. We've even got, we saw the full gamut, honestly, over the course of today's broadcast, where we had the Aphelios Leona as a strong mid-range option, to Liam Malphite as well. So I'm curious to see why Varus Pantheon is what jumped out the most for Floppy Mudkip.
All right, we've got Floppy in the Discord. Floppy, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Talk your
Yes.
shit, kid. You absolute unit. You champion. You are built different, back to back. Floppy, how does it feel?
Yeah, I'm the goat fool, huh?
Absolutely.
We aren't doing a
Yeah.
bit. Like you've proven to everyone.
There's been a lot of bits this seasonal. This is not one of them.
So honestly,
Yeah.
we're giving you your flowers right now, Floppy Mudkip. You're showing us all how it's done. Is there any specific aspect of your mindset or preparation for tournament that you would say is the most important for getting you to this point?
I think it's a mix of everything. Like, I think my meta calls are always like very clean. Like both this seasonal and last seasonal, I think I had like a very strong lineup going in. And I think my play is incredibly clean as well. So like it's a mix of like everything that it takes to do all this.
And you've, again, your meta calls are godlike. Would you say you're the type of player that would rather take a deck that you know is good but you haven't practiced, just because you know that it is going to be so solid for the upcoming metagame that you've predicted?
Yeah, definitely. I just switch to whatever I think is the best, even if I don't have much reps on it. Like, I just have my prep group over at RevTop Games. Like, they're insane at the game. I couldn't do this without them. And like they're really good at like catching you up to speed to like get to that level on a deck.
Now, Floppy, I gotta ask because I might be wrong here. I copied everything down in haste, but it looks like you completely flipped off of your Swiss lineup. So if I'm correct here, your Swiss lineup was like the very standard sort of Echo Jinx, Kane Aatrox, Winding Light. Is that correct?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
Diana, Leona, Daybreak, Winding Light. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then you completely flipped it on its head going into top 32. And we've seen you do that before, but I feel like usually you have that one deck that you stick with from Swiss into top 32. Did you just not find a hallmark this time?
I just wanted to switch to a lineup that was trying to target Aatrox, and like completely like different goal for my other lineup, right? So I just didn't line up that they'd be sharing any decks.
And
Fair.
so targeting Aatrox was what led you to the Pantheon Varus. Do you think that that was still the best option to counter Aatrox specifically, or did you pick it because it maybe has more even matchups against some other targets?
Yeah, it's very strong against Pantheon Aatrox, which is why I chose it. But it is just a very powerful deck that when it does its thing, like it's very hard to stop.
All right, Floppy, I mean, this is like my third time interviewing you in 3 months at this point between the last seasonal, this seasonal, the HSC Sports Finals. I feel like I'm running out of questions for you, kids. So I'm going to give you the floor. Is there anything that you want to say to the people at home as our first and only back-to-back two-time America's seasonal champion?
Yeah, gotta shout out Red Pup Games again. Like I wouldn't be able to do it without them. Like they like this is their win too, and like shout out to Chekhov as well. He's part of Red Pup Games, and like we got the RPG finals going on. So yeah, I think
Doesn't get better than that.
we're doing good.
That is impressive. Dr. Chekhov also, playing very clean with some decks that players weren't very convinced by. And you're really just, again, not just demonstrating your own prowess, but also shifting the metagame and letting people know that there is a little bit more room. If one other thing I wanted to ask as well, was there like a fourth deck that you were really on the fence about that you ended up just not really wanting to run at the last minute that was out, or rather I should say a seventh deck, because you've demonstrated prowess with 6 decks overall this weekend? Was there a seventh deck that almost made the cut that was kind of on your radar?
Not no, not really. Like I think these are just like the best decks that for what I need to do with them. So
Mm.
wasn't really like that much of an issue figuring it out, I don't think.
Yeah, so
All right.
narrowed down onto the 6 best decks, built 2 separate lineups, played them beautifully, and is qualified for the World Championship. I'm super excited for you, my friend. Super proud.
Yeah,
Anything
how
else
does
you want
that
to add
feel,
on
Floppy?
Boulevard?
Yeah, how does it feel to already be qualified for Worlds? You can kind of kick your feet back and take the year
Yeah.
off if you want to. I assume you're not going to, but how's that feel? And has it hit you yet?
Uh, not really. Like, yeah, I guess I can just chill out if I want to, huh?
I shouldn't have
Oh,
said anything. I'm sorry, everybody. Well, I guess everybody else has a chance in tournaments now.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. Might take like a week or
Thank
two off.
and then right back to it. Thank you so much for joining us, Floppy Mudkip. And again, congratulations on the seasonal victory.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that is more or less going to do it for us. This is the end of the road, Skarsig. Thank you so much for joining me. Jay Doza in the production booth, thank you for joining me as well. And you folks at home for watching. As you may be aware, this seasonal was mostly just a smaller operation this time around. I'm sure that you saw the skits. It was kind of hard not to, unless you went to the bathroom every break. I worked hard on those. How dare you? Skarsig, as we sunset the seasonals and move into the Runeterra Opens, is there anything you would like to say for the last time?
Um, Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this broadcast Boulevard. I'm really happy that Riot was kind of able to once again bring the grassroots scene into the fold, because you got to remember these ad hoc tournaments were the foundation that the seasonals were originally built on. So I think that this is a very poetic way to send them into the next phase of competitive. And I do want to give one more shout out to Riot for collecting so much feedback for how our most diehard and hardcore players wanted competitive to develop. And I'm just going to let Ruben cook. We're in his kitchen, and hopefully the changes that he has plans are going to land beautifully with, the rest of the competitive crew.
Yeah, for those of you at home that are a little unaware, the competitive scene is not going away. Seasonals are just essentially changing their names. I think they're a little bit more open than Top 700 Masters, but like we're making a big deal out of it to be funny. These things aren't going anywhere. You're still going to have tournaments to play, and there's still going to be broadcasts. But for the seasonal championships, as they are titled, I will now say for the last time to those of you at home, shout out to Boulevard and nobody else. Good night.
Bye.